हेलो
हेलो
आजा फोर्टनाइट
फोर्टनाइट खेलना था, मैं एफएनसीएस देख रहा था।
क्या
एफएनसीएस देख रहा था।
क्या कह रहे हैं
एफएनसीएस देख रहा था, एफएनसीएस
Tested. I've
Start
been
हो गया
tested way too
होने
much.
वाला है
I'm done
10
with
मिनट
it.
10 मिनट
So
वापस गेम
yeah, hopefully nobody lands on
अरे
me.
आना
Yeah, I think I remember you saying 10
किसकी
grand
ID से
finals
तू?
you've been contested at. If
यार
someone
आवाज कट
does
रही है
drop
अपने
near you
यार।
today, would you consider swapping the spot?
No, we're landing no nuts no matter
किसकी
what.
आईडी से है तू?
And what happens if someone
क्या?
comes to contest you off
किसके
spawn?
अकाउंट
I
से है
mean,
तू?
do I even need to say
तो
anything?
रुको लॉकआउट करो
I think you need to look
किसी
down
से
that
भी आ जा
camera and
जिससे
give them a warning.
Hey,
Yeah,
no,
तेरी आवाज
sons,
कट रही है।
you better not be
दूसरे भी
funny.
से आ जा।
That's what I'm saying.
There you go. You heard it from the man
क्या बोल
himself.
कुछ हाँ ठीक है
Don't cut
हेलो
his
हेलो
phone.
हेलो
अब आ रही है बात।
Oh man.
अरे मैं कह रहा हूँ
crowd,
जिस भी
I mean,
अकाउंट से
Mr.
आना है आ जा।
Savage can hear you guys from
Hello.
up here. Make some
Hello.
noise for him.
I'm under the water. There is too much raining. क्या कह रहा है?
That is
Let's get
right.
beside him.
We will be seeing more players and of course more Mr. Savage as the day goes on.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ जी
now,
से
of
ई
course,
आ
we're
जाऊँ
kinda
क्योंकि
talking about
जी
today,
बहुत
don't
दूर हो रहा है
forget
उंगली में दर्द हो
tomorrow,
रहा है
grand
फिर
finals. I have two
अबे F से खेल ले तो।
friends coming by
F
tomorrow
नहीं करो ना
after
खराब है
the
तो
show,
ट्राई तेरे को
so
साफ कर लिया मैंने
you do not want to miss
पूरा
out
कीबोर्ड साफ
on
कर दिया?
that. We'll talk about the format.
कीबोर्ड ऑर्डर कर दिया?
Like so if in case you missed out yesterday we
पूरा कर दिया कभी कभी F दबा रहा हूँ तो F दब नहीं रहा है
अरे
टाइप
कीबोर्ड ऑर्डर कर दिया?
नहीं वो नवंबर बहुत देर पे आएगा
बर्थडे कब है?
finals.
November.
Again, pressure is on. For some of the duos, they're already coming in saying, okay, we didn't make top
Watch
25
that.
yesterday. We have to go into tomorrow.
Right.
Players in the lower bracket are thinking, we've never
आज तो
watched
क्लिक्स
you
और एपिक
play.
वेल खेलेंगे
So when
भाई
it comes
सपोर्ट ही
to
उन्हीं को
our
कर रहा
turn,
है
we have
उन्हीं की
to
वजह से तो
do
लैंड
you
दिखा जा
agree?
रहा है
Disagree?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to kind of consider. Obviously, all of the gameplay that happened in the upper bracket, it's all out there, right? Can be VOD reviewed in any sense. So a little bit of an advantage there. Anybody coming from the last chance major, we haven't really seen them play on the stage yet. But honestly, the one thing that I learned from yesterday is that since we were
Live
playing
करेगा?
5 matches and
कर ही
5
रहा हूँ।
matches only, it makes it come down to the
और
wire.
तेरे पे आईडी पे वो आता है ना
Actually
ओटीपी?
jump up into the top 25
पर तूने अगर लॉगिन किया तो नहीं
नहीं
आएगा
वैसे ओटीपी आता है ना?
100%. We've
हाँ।
seen that, and we also
आईडी
saw
पासवर्ड
how
चेंज कर लिया स्ट्रीम पे रिवील हो गया
यार लूडो ने वाले
we saw that
क्या?
make a massive difference
पागल है
today.
तू
अरे तो क्या हो गया ओटीपी आएगा ना टेंशन
As
क्यों
we
ले रहा
do
है
that, of course, first place
लूडो में चेंज कर भी
65
देता हूँ
points.
अभी करेगा तो मेरा लॉगआउट थोड़ी हो
That's
जाएगा
right. 4 points for each elimination, and you'll get
मत
something
कर
for hitting
तेरा
that top 25.
वैसे भी ओटीपी आएगा ना क्या
I
दिक्कत
love
है
you call out the mid-match objectives.
अरे ना
Yesterday
यार
was
फिर
a bit of a
OTP
weird one, right? A lot of these players
ये भी सही बात है
didn't really play for the mid-match objective.
वो क्या
I mean,
भेजा था?
yesterday we saw a solo
डीएम में
player
दिखा दे
claim
तेरा भी
Red
दिखा देगा
Island
तूने
just
डीएम में से
completely
रब्बार।
uncontested. Why do you guys
मेरे
feel
पे
like
भी
this
ओटीपी
is
आएगा
being
टेंशन नहीं
prioritized
है
more? Is it maybe
मैं
just
तो
more of a
चेंज
grand
करता हूँ
finals thing?
I mean, yeah, I mean, throughout the majors, right, we saw a lot of teams actually being willing to contest for it, but it seems like now there's just a lot of respect given. Maybe the strategies haven't really been built around Rift Island because they don't want to go for something that is as risky. So usually whoever's the first
ई
one
पे
up there,
खेलता हूँ रुको
they
ई पे
just get
करता
it.
हूँ स्विच
It
थोड़ी
just
देर
comes down to
के
experience.
तेरा
I
ई
think.
क्या
It
है
just comes
वैसे?
down to experience on that
ई
island.
मेरा
You
है
don't wanna be
ई
trying
क्या
to do
मेरा
things
ई
and
से
you're
मेरी
like, oh,
सेकंड गन निकलती
that's
है
an island, that's worth 50
हाँ जो
bucks,
मेरी
we try,
नॉर्मल
so we
होती है
give
ना
it a
वो
go. It's not
ई से
worth
क्या
trying
करो
to do
वो
that
कर लो
right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday in
एक
game
मिनट
1.
अबे ई
उसको
के
सेफ से कर लेता हूँ
ई से बढ़िया
सेफ से
तो
कर लेता हूँ
Straight
इसलिए
away,
कर
there
लेता
was
हूँ
ई से बढ़िया तो
no
4 कर
hesitation
ले
whatsoever. So for this day, I'm expecting a little bit more hesitation.
4 नहीं 4 से मेरा वो है 4
They
से
don't
मेरा
have
क्या है 4
another
से
day
है
to fall
4
back
से
on.
4 नहीं
It's now
4
or
ही
never. So
ई
maybe
रहेगा
we'll see less
ई
contestation.
पास भी मैं बार बार ई दबा
I'm
पाऊंगा
so curious myself. Of
It's
course,
और F
we
से मैं
have
उठा लूंगा
players
guns
and they
बस
are
ये सब
excited. So let's go ahead and meet a couple of them.
गुड
Check
गुड
this out.
गुड सनकी गिटार
Falling through last chance major really we put off all the pressure off our shoulders and we were really happy.
क्या पेला
Yeah,
भाई
I
इंडिया
actually
ने
started crying right after
अरे
the
भाई
qual
बात
because I was
नहीं
so happy.
We
क्या
qualified
ही
through last
नूब
chance
टीमों की बात मत
because
किया
he
कर
solo
यहाँ
clutched a big game where we had absolutely nothing.
वो
and
जबकि
we
मेन प्लेयर तो
kept it
खेले नहीं
consistent from
दो
there.
बॉलिंग नहीं खत्म कर दिया ना करने की जरूरत नहीं बड़ी बैटिंग रोज
وكنا موافقين بزياده انه راح
बैटिंग तो चिल
نتاهل
करे खेल दिया
احنا من افضل الايام اللي تاهلوا للاست شانس فاينلز.
Qualifying through the last chance major was definitely a sigh of relief.
जीती नहीं है अभी
All year
जीती
round, we
है
were kind of close on the edge.
जीतने वाली है तो लगता है
Winning last chance was.
हाँ हारने तो वाली
I
नहीं
was in my seat like shaking. I'll be honest. Like I was
मेरे
like,
background में चल रहा है ना
about to be over if like
अच्छा
he gets eliminated right now. And you know, my duo 6 FNCS wins.
Well, solo clutch.
The solo clutch brought it home. You know, the coach could get all mad, but at the end of the day, we qualified. We went to got some cookies. He fed me the cookies. I fed him the cookies. That's what it.
अब जो पासवर्ड भेजा वो ना दिखाते हो सीन पे
Advantages of being on day 2 definitely would be watching the games and seeing how they
Logout तो
play,
नहीं हुआ?
seeing how the lobbies would be.
क्या मैंने देख कर
Trying to like plan out the day before after watching the games.
मैं भी लॉगआउट नहीं हुआ
Ver o primeiro dia, como vai ser o
डिलीट कर दिया
primeiro
अभी के
dia.
लिए
A gente consegue ver como os players vão estar jogando, como
Mad
que vai ser o
delete.
meta, como que Eles vão estar se posicionando e a gente já vai entrar com
Logout
uma
हो गया.
pouco de como vai ser o campeonato no segundo dia.
I think a lot of people in the lower bracket can do a really good job. People like Clicks and Epic will definitely have a chance of winning the whole thing.
We're definitely in it to win. I mean,
Give me reason to down, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out.
ये बात भी आ रही है स्टार्टिंग पे लगा दी
Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all
तो बात नहीं आएगी ना उसको 8-5 पे शॉट गाने बज रहे हैं वहाँ से सर
coming from the lower bracket, people might
You saw him there. Clicks, of course, as many of us are fans of. Let's talk about what it looks like for him over in Mega City. Going up against J1, played yesterday, but was in the lower half, the bottom 25. How can we expect this matchup to go?
It's going to be very exciting, right? We have two teams that are used to landing here. Of course, Clicks and Everywell have made their home since coming together. We've seen this duo have a little bit of ups and downs in the Cash Cups when it comes to being contested or spawn. They haven't actually been performing too great, but sometimes when they make it out of there, they're actually able to find so much time to make it to that end game well. Whereas Jamin and Yuma, yesterday, they had a very, very interesting strategy. They decided to land there uncontested on that northwest side. They didn't take very long there, though. They didn't spend very long there at all. They were actually rotating out straight into the center of the map, trying to find those attacks as they go along. So I'm excited to see what they do today.
Yeah, I love the fact that you kind of bring up that point, because in order for that strategy to really work, you have to
Acer पे भी complete कर सकते हैं वैसे तो पर सुबह सुबह करना पड़ेगा
but also Clicks and Epic will
नहीं कर सकते 115 हो गई
and the last chance major, they were used to being uncontested as well. So I feel like the most recent experience for them also kind of
बड़े लोग बुलाई आ गए
scenario. So I feel like both of these duos are kind of going to be thrown off their balance. This, fight at Mega City.
Yeah, two duos that are used to being contested. It's going to be great to see. And from Yuma and Jamin's perspective, I want to see a little more confidence from them. They were getting really good damage yesterday. 800 above.
लॉन्च भी कर ली बकी ने
They were staying on the edge.
गेम तो लॉन्च रहा है
Fuck this shit, bro. Where's Ocus at?
खेल थोड़ी सकते हैं कॉम्पी बैन है ना
तू कहता मेरे को वैसा बैन है
2 महीने का बैन है वैसा वाला भी हो सकता है लॉन्च तो कर ही सकता है ना
जैसे क्लिक्स को होता
Frankie is standing by with an interview
मतलब नॉर्मल गेम पे
with
खेल ही
Jamin. So
सकता
why
है
don't we hear from him himself? Frankie, what you got?
I have got Jamin, and also I've got Mariners who's going to be translating for us, because Jamin is from the Asian region, or more specifically from Japan, where all of our Asian duos have actually come to us from. First of all, thank you for joining me, Jamin. I would love you to tell us a bit about the playstyle from the Asian region.
Motherfuckers, man.
I would
Yeah,
love
I would have won that shit. 100 ping, we still would have won. 100 ping, we still would have won. Get Ocus to Azure. Bro, you don't know how the computers are.
region.
Computers are so weird. You don't have any.
voice chat on है डेली
You just sit on a blank screen, and then right when you load into a game, it just opens your Fortnite, and you just spawn in the game. But your computer's
मेरी
off
cooperative
while
mode
you're
off है
getting
देख
into
लो
it. It's so weird, bro.
वो सेटिंग चेंज कर लियो अगर नहीं किया तो
So weird.
सब कर लिया मैं दोनों से खेल रहा हूँ 2 घंटे
पहला गेम चालू होगा
लोअर ब्रैकेट में वहाँ जा रहा है वो मून वाली जगह पे 7 मैन
मून वाली जगह पे कौन
7 मैन
वहीं तो जा रहा था कल भी
लोअर ब्रैकेट में नहीं जा रहा है
just subscribed. Yo, Buck, wish Ocus good
पहला
luck.
गेम 9 मिनट
And
में
keep
चालू होगा
अबे लेना है मैं ई पे खेल रहा हूँ लेट्स सी ई पे कैसे जाएगा पहली बार इन माइंड्स पे खेल रहा हूँ मैं अब देखते हैं ई पे कैसे
ये तो भी पैकेट लॉस आ रहा है
मैं कोई बात नहीं कर रहा कौन सी शॉट गन मैंने वहाँ अबे भूल गया मैं अबे रुक अबे एक भाई मैं एफ पे जा रहा हूँ आज रुक नहीं जी करने दे यार नहीं होगा ई से नहीं आएगा ठीक एफ से करके देखो हट F पे आई थिंक F ठीक हो गया।
मिट्टी साफ करने के हो जाते हैं। हो रहा है बट
थोड़ा बहुत हो रहा है। मेरा जी पे हाथ जा रहा है पर अब जी की आदत होगी ना। मेरा जी और F के बीच में उंगली उठ रही है। चलो बेटा जी करना। अब हो गया तो हो गया, उंगली दर्द होगी बस। आजा क्या बुला रहे हैं बेटा। नॉइस सप्रेशन ऑफ है ना मेरा?
हाँ बैकग्राउंड नॉइज़ नहीं आ रही।
एक मिनट तेरी ये आप स्लॉट चेंज करना है। कॉन्फ़िग हाँ तूने ऑफ क्यों?
मैं कॉन्फ़िग नहीं रखता हूँ
यार मेरी कॉन्फ़िग पे गेम अटक जाती, सेटिंग कट करवाओ मेरी। यार
अबे
आजा यार मांग रहा है यार। मैट्स नहीं है इसमें, जरा से मैट्स मिलते हैं। मैट्स क्यों कम है? अभी तो कॉन्फ़िग ऑन किया है। मैं हटी नहीं रही।
लूट ही इसका मैं उसी वे में
एक मिनट मेरी उसका एस्केप पे गेम अटकी है। मैं इंस्टॉल कर दूंगा यार गेम ये फोन दिया था उसी पर आजा स्टार्ट है।
पता नहीं मेरे क्या पता चला, मैं तो बात करने लगी।
यार तू फिंगर है क्या?
पैकेट लॉस आ रहा है भाई मेरे को।
मैं F दबा रहा हूँ, क्या करूँ यार, आदत नहीं है अब कुछ चीज़ की। F है, E है, G है।
बहुत भारी नहीं मारती है।
एक गन भारी मारती है।
यहाँ पे बिल्ड नहीं हो रहा।
ओए यार तूने थ्रू मारा मेरे को।
नहीं एडिटिंग नहीं।
क्या एक मिनट ब्रेसलेट उठाने थे, एक मिनट ब्रेसलेट कहाँ से दिखता है? क्या छोड़ सबर है। क्या बॉक्स है ब्रो? ये क्या था?
पता नहीं भाई,
बहुत गंदा बॉक्स है। मैंने पता है
मैं खड़ा ही था ऐसे कोई जगह।
अजीब लग रहा है मेरे को बॉक्स।
अरे साला ट्रेन रीसेट नहीं करूँगा मैं रीसेट करूँगा।
ओए ये क्या मारा?
अच्छा तेरी चांस पे खेल रहा
देख किसी से
तेरे को नहीं मेरी
क्या
मेरी है मेरी पता नहीं यार लोग की लग रही बहुत ज़्यादा।
तेरा शॉट लग गया यार।
तू है किधर पे?
ओए चिट भाई क्या है ये? हट या मैं एम्बेसडर तो क्या है?
बेबी आती है यार। यार 160 FPS में खेल रहा हूँ।
आ गया मैं। ओए रुको एफ की आदत डालनी पड़ेगी।
अरे 160
ठीक हो गया
FPS में
मेरा।
खेल रहा था पता है?
कितने में?
160 पे इसलिए खराब लग रहा था।
एफ आ गया ये जी एफ ही खेलना। नहीं यार कुछ खराब प्रॉब्लम है मेरे एफ में।
हो गया होगा खराब कोई बड़ी
रिस्पॉन्स टाइम बहुत खराब हो गया।
खराब हो गया। तू कह रहा ना मैगी पड़ी थी मैगी का रस गिर गया।
ऐसे तो बहुत कुछ है इस पे।
अबे साले
शिट यार एफ से दबा रहा हूं।
मार रहा है।
हेलो क्या कर रहा है तू वहाँ?
एडिटेड ही वो बॉल एडिटेड रीसेट किया मैंने पहले।
अबे
हाँ अलग ट्रेन चलिए कर सब और एक बुलेट भी थी उसमें। मैं क्यों तेरे को एआई समझ रहा हूँ यार।
नहीं अब मैं एक दो दिन के लिए था बस। अबे कहाँ से मारा?
Build in your stairs.
डोरेमोन तो आ गया। ठीक हो हर्ष?
ठीक हो, मैं पिकअप कर रहा हूँ।
यार उल्टा हो गया यार, उल्टा हो गया अभी। आ गया यार टाइम पे।
लास्ट में क्लिक्स का ऑप्शन देखते हैं।
एफ यार, एफ खराब हो गया।
शॉट वेव कितना है कि मारेगा? भूल जा तू सोचना मत।
हेलो।
ले यार, कैसा ऐड करना?
यार तू यार एक एम गंदा हो गया है।
Major 3 champions coming straight out of NA representing. Honestly, yesterday was a little bit rough for them. They were contested by the greats Thomas and Malabuka, but today it's a different story. They're going to be uncontested, and if there's anything that I know about Kanata, it's that when he is uncontested every single game, he's going to find the damage needed for Storm Surge and find every single one of those end games.
Of course, and I mean, as you saw them on screen there for a moment, the French fans, we got a duo for you. It's Podesai, it's Snazy finding themselves here in the lower bracket, but the fight's not done. That's right! Make some more noise! Mini Miner, what can they do?
Yeah.
What can they do? What can they change to make it happen today?
Yesterday wasn't great for them. It wasn't a great day. But they can come back. They can definitely come back. They couldn't quite make it to endgame yesterday. Surge a little bit of a problem for them. And we're talking about a duo in Snazy who has LAN experience. He was at the World Cup.
Hyper.
I think they're going to need those fans today. I think they're going to need them on top form. And it looks like so far.
1v1 कर रहा था, 5 लोग देख रहे थे।
Sure, now of course.
स्ट्रीम चालू की ये देख रहा है और एक जना देख रहा है, वो भी मैं।
Last chance major we have not met yet. So let's go ahead and meet half of them right now.
Our first group of our last chance major qualifier team.
क्या प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है मेरे वाले पॉइंट में?
अरे गिर गया होगा कुछ।
अबे गिर गया होगा तो साफ तो हो गया ना।
अरे तो लाइक लिक्विड जो होता है वो तो जम जा चुका होगा ना उसके अंदर। मेरा खुद का कीबोर्ड खराब हो चुका था।
देखिए मिलेगा कितने का? सेम कीबोर्ड। अगर सेम पे जाऊंगा तो पहले क्योंकि मेरा वो वाला माउस तो मिला नहीं मेरे को। देखो पहले ओए है ग्रेट। ओए 1300 का दिवाली पे तो सस्ता हो जाएगा ना? हाँ तो टिकट ना ले तो ये ले लेता हूँ।
अबे नहीं अभी ले लेना।
अबे नहीं ना दिवाली
अभी ग्रेट अबे फेस्टिवल सेल चल रही है। वो सेल चल रही है अभी कुछ।
एक मिनट
Profile duo Janice and Reason will finally get to take the stage. Now Mini Miner, what can we expect from this duo from EU?
We can expect excitement, right? We have Janice, the big brain IGL, FNCS winning pedigree across different seasons. Reason, considered one of the best fighters in EU still. And I'm surprised it's taken them to the last chance majors to qualify for today. I mean, after day number 1 of Major 1 of Grand Finals, they were in first place. They had an incredible performance, but ended up coming 3rd in that major, so just missing out on a spot. They had a little bit of contestation issues in the last chance major as well, so they just about battled their way through, but I'm glad they are here because they can put on a show.
Absolutely, and a duo from NA, Scented, Polarize. Now, of course, we know Scented has kind of shuffled around a couple times, but now paired up with Polarize. For maybe fans that aren't familiar with them, that are watching the Globals for the first time, Vivid, what can you tell us about this duo?
I mean, Scented is going to be the brains of this duo, throwing it back to Invitational, where we saw him alongside Cold. But coming into this year, the search for a new duo began, and honestly, he didn't really find his feet until it was Major 3 where he picked up Polarized, but they found no success there. And then, of course, the last chance Major.
भाई इससे अच्छा कीबोर्ड नहीं मिलेगा तेरे को, इससे अच्छा डील नहीं मिलेगी मतलब.
I know about Scented. He's going to be looking towards the logo.
इसकी प्राइस सच में 4000 है.
Down there, especially when he was alongside Cole, it looked like
भाई इससे बेटर डील नहीं मिलने वाली, एक दिवाली पे भी नहीं मिलने वाली.
I'm expecting to see more of that today.
You know what I'm expecting to see? The last half of the duos from the last chance Major.
1300 mini कैसा है? ये तो
Give them a
1300 mini है.
1300 तो है, 1350.
Last but certainly not least, our final
ना 1200 ठीक है ये.
हाँ?
1300 mini कह रहा हूँ मैं. MK 1200 mini या 1300 mini.
अच्छा ऐसा भी फर्क है क्या इसमें?
अबे मॉडल में मॉडल का.
हाँ वही पूछ रहा हूँ मैं, ये भी फर्क है क्या? तेरे पे पहले कौन सा था?
अभी 1200 ही है, वही चला रहा हूँ.
It's time to see which 25 teams will claim their seats.
Those seats are a hot commodity this weekend. Only 50 teams will be able to make it there. We saw half of
तेरे पे कौन सा है?
मेरे पे Cosmo Bright का नया मॉडल आया था ना अभी 3500 से. नहीं CBGK 33.
Who do you want to see take it all?
Jacob PR, I need to give you a job as just my hype man. I just need you to follow me around and hype up everything that I do. But man, oh man, now we have the full lobby of players. I'm going to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Legacy. Now, originally, they're part of two separate duos, but their duo mates didn't make it. So now they're going to allow them to come together and form one duo for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there. So they can absolutely use the in-game tools to communicate. Landing up to the north side of the map, just to the west of Sangi, to bring into the
कैंडी से मैप अच्छा बना रहा है.
take advantage of them, but anything can happen. This is why I wanted to talk about this, because literally anything can happen. We've never seen them play together before, so literally, who knows what's going to happen?
It's a little bit of an X factor, right? You never know what That's when the craziest things happen. The last duel here, FKF and Adapter. What do you want to talk about this duel, Viv?
Listen,
अबे यार मेरे को लगा नीचे जाएगा. हट.
मैं भी सोचूं मैं ज़्यादा ब्रेन डेड मोड. सोचो हील क्यों नहीं करता?
मेरा कौन नहीं है?
One half of them kind of have that experience as well. So I'll be expecting to take the reins and make sure that they stay. Yeah, like you mentioned that.
Huh?
क्यों try कर रहा?
Just shows what the lower bracket anything can happen. Now they're contested by Suns.
बिल्डिंग हो रहा है लो? हो गया?
Two Australians. They're flying in. And things are all going
300 पिंग आ रही है.
hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is what so much. Format, that's when you see that
तेरा ही था ना वो बॉल?
Either 6 games one day or a spread across. Only practice one less.
It's extremely tough, and one thing that I want to talk about
104. Holy shit, bro. अबे हील कर ले भाई, हील मारा है तेरे को मैंने।
चलिए साढ़े
मेरे को यार हील नहीं दी।
ओए नहीं यार मुझे नहीं पता मार साले।
Yeah, one team that has done this, but Steno.
ओ यार बहुत हो गया।
Is it Steno? And they're Danish as well, of course. This is fantastic. I'm excited to see how this goes. Yeah, give it a roll. Wow. Why not? Yeah.
इन्होंने कल 5 गेम कराने में 5 घंटे ले लिया। छोड़ दे छोड़ दे छोड़ दे। तू डेड है भाई। साला ट्रेन अरे
तो आगे चल रहा है।
एडिट ही नहीं हो रहा भाई।
कहाँ से आएगा?
कहाँ से आएगा?
अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ यार मैच।
साला 7:30 बजे का टाइम दिया था, 5 मैच कराने में 5 गेम घंटे लगा दी। ऊपर क्यों आया गवार?
मेरी बात कंप्लीट हो गई।
क्या लग गया यूएन में अच्छा
ये कम की शॉट में लगी तेरी।
जीरो फिंगर बताता है। एक बार में बॉल लेना बंद करेगा नू।
अरे मैच कर रहा हूँ, एम कम हो गया।
ये बच्चा वापस आ गया क्या? ऐसा नहीं आया तो नहीं बोलूँगा, लाया क्या ही बोलूँगा।
करेक्ट कट कट तो घंटे लगा गेट कर। यार तेरे शॉट लगा।
अबे 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 अबे
ओए मिल गया।
मुंह पे शॉट है और वो कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा भाई। क्या हुआ? कैसे मुझे संभाल लिया? मुझे पता तो नहीं है हटअप होने वाली है। हील कर ले
तो ना सोचा कर मैं हील करूंगा कभी।
एडिट ही अटक गया।
मैं कभी नहीं करने वाला
यार। सेंसी में लगेंगे ये, कितने दिन लगेंगे भाई?
ये क्या हुआ?
हो रहा है मेरे साथ।
क्या हो रहा है साथ?
अजीब सा लैग हो रहा है, डिले आ रहा है।
तो कीबोर्ड प्रॉब्लम है, मेरा डिले नहीं आ रहा। मेरा सिर्फ एडिट में होता डिले, माउस में नहीं। देख गेम प्रॉब्लम भी है।
एडिट करने के बाद भी 3 सेकंड बाद नीचे गिर रहा हूँ। गलत एडिट कर रहा हूँ मैं। क्यों एडिट करते हैं गंदे से एक्सपेक्ट?
Game 1 of the lower bracket is ready to get underway in Taco. If I had a seat here, I would be on the edge of my seat ready to call this action. You can feel
मेरे को लगा एडिट करके बाहर निकलेगा। क्या क्रिंज है यार। गेम चालू हो गया। अच्छा मैं डिस्प्ले कैप्चर पे खेल रहा था इसलिए लैग हो रहा था मेरा।
LOL kill issue. Pro sniper fake.
तेरा भी डिस्प्ले कैप्चर पे लैग होता था ना? आई मीन अरे जाने जो रीजन क्या कौन है? वाओ
But it looks like they're actually going to split off. They don't want to go ahead
Baki
and
किसी
just
पे
hold
lag
on to
है,
one
Baki की
spot, and
देख रहा
as
हूँ
soon as they realize it's safe, they go back to the game plan.
Far north side, Giannis immediately heading for this crude harbor drop. It seems as though Giannis and Reason maybe with the intentions of not trying to eat early surge damage, but as we can tell, the 50-50s, they have begun. Teams that got the better drops already letting their opponents know. Chubbs with an early two-piece eliminations to start the game.
Yeah, this is his continued journey from yesterday. He fell below that top 25 threshold, looking to make up for it here today. Pamstu and Fatch, on the other hand, they thought they were going to have a huge contested battle. We saw it yesterday, but it doesn't look like Stains and Data are going to go ahead and contest them, or at least not right out of the gates.
Taking a moment to reconsider things given how the circumstances went up against Seti and Cammy yesterday, but here at Kenjutsu Crossing, Adapter, KS, trying to be careful. They know that they've got pressure looming elsewhere inside of this POI. It's going to be Suns and Anon who've actually seemingly switched up. Initially were appearing as though Suns and Anon were going to head towards Naughty Nets, but maybe because of Badil and Savage's presence, thought otherwise.
Yeah, they had it uncontested yesterday. Did not work out for them. So I feel like they're just confident. They're ready to take whatever challenge is going to be before them. They want a little bit more loot, a clear path towards the middle of the zone, even though this time it's on the corner. And right now they're trying to go for the flag, and third-party shots already interrupting this off-spawn battle. That's going to force Adapter back, and he might have to go ahead and loot. He only has one combat SMG and not much to work with. But while they giving him time, that's FKS. They're trying to put the pressure on, so that way his teammate can get a better loadout.
But at the same time, they're just letting the capture point go for free. And in fact, it seems as though there is some danger hanging on over by Naughty Nets. Saw a nice collection elimination there from Steno onto Mr. Savage. That could definitely play some spoiler effects for game one.
But if Fadil finds himself alive somehow, some way, you heard all the nice things Mr. Savage said about him, but make some noise. Clicks and Epic Well contested over towards Mega City, but I feel like that's no different. All season long, they've been contested about 2 or 3 other teams. There's so much space to work with. There's so much loot to share. As long as they don't get caught off guard, it's business as usual.
But at the same time, there is so much traffic inside of Mega City, and as far as the vault is concerned, there's definitely something worth fighting over. You have to expect that regardless of where that high card spawn is at, people are going to be looking to make sure to take out.
Actually, they weren't necessarily contested. They were taken out on their drop. You saw Vadil go ahead and get that reboot card, trying to give his teammate a second chance at life. Oak is here, ready to put some respect on his name, already getting one elimination.
Are you
He's looking
serious?
for another, but first he has a stop to make. Let's clean up this loot. Let's try to get as jam-packed as possible. You see the fallen teammate, Deguro, is going to be right above him. He knows no matter what, as he continues his journey, he's going to have to try to get that reboot card, because doing this alone is not something anybody wants to face.
But at the same time, that siphon there for Okis definitely gave him a nice little bit to work with in comparison to Dieta, who doesn't have shields. If Okis wants to pressure this, he's definitely more than capable of doing so, but it seems as though his mentality right now is just to stay on the move. Being in this sort of solo situation, deep in the jungle biome here at Rumble Ruins, especially in this lower elevation territory, he might be able to sneak up on some other teams.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Surge as one of the first things, because yesterday, if it's shown us anything, Surge is not the easiest thing to come by in a lobby like this. And uncontested this time around, Canal and Agers getting a chance to fight off spawn, and immediately they go to what they know works from the past, trying to get Surge underneath their own belt, so that way they don't have to worry about it too much later in the game. But Vico and Pink, another team that has experience from day one, contested by Acorn and Cold. This time around, they're ready to take their fights to their opponent. And on the other side of things, it is going to be Bully and Shadow.
But look at this hype battle as well between Pink and Bully, both of them trying to provide cover fire for their fraggers down below. As far as Vico and Shadow are concerned, a little bit of a pause here, not directly trying to challenge. Seems as though Vico is trying to look for a regroup circumstance, but again, you have to keep some form of a barrier between yourself and another team. Bully just trying to do what he can as far as making sure that he's able to suppress Pink in the process, but they're not trying to give up any sort of resources for free here.
Yeah, and you can kind of already see in the mini-map just a little bit. You've seen it here. Bully and Shadow, they had no intention on trying to take that engage. They split up to try to get even more surge early on in the game before the zone does get too small. Snazy and Podeside probably have the fan favorites on their side in the stadium. I hear them loud and proud already, and they're trying to go ahead and use that energy to fuel them here today. A little bit of a misstep on day one, but they're picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, and ready to put on a show.
Just because you stumble doesn't mean you fall, and it's got to be such an invigorating feeling knowing that you have so many fans in the venue just cheering for you every step of the way. It's not even like these guys are getting a piece of the action right yet. They're just moving, and you've got the Reg fans cheering for them. It's just awesome to see that kind of display.
One of the best controller players in the lobby. Polarized, teamed up with Scented over on the other side. They're taking a split that in day one belonged to another team. It's probably part of their strategy. Use this to try to qualify. We'll figure it out later, because that's the biggest things. At this stage in the game, there's no reason to save all your secrets for that championship Sunday, because you have to be able to make it there. Miniminer said it himself to open up the show, because what good are those strategies? What good are those tricks underneath your sleeves if you're not able to use them in the biggest moments possible?
Instead, just continue to wait things out, wait for a better opportunity to look for a rotation out. It can be difficult as well when you're playing right here on the edge side of where these zone pulls are happening, because, again, for Podeside, it seems as though the intent is just to prioritize positioning.
One team that changed their positioning overall to another, King, Phaser. You can already see they're over towards Shatter Slab. Zone is pulling all the way towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long journey to go, and you can even see it at the edge of Mega City here on Pink and Vico. So they have even more rotations to go later on in the game. But for now, it's Batman, Booga, and Rapid who beat him to the punch. The top of the hill, just west of Mega City. And they immediately got out of Mega City, because that's one of the things we talked about to start the show, is how contested it actually is. They could easily take a building on top, but they're taking a little bit of the safer route, or what they thought would be, because right now, Pink and Vico are slowly but surely looking like they're going to try and sneak up and see if they have any opportunity to take over. But if you can see in the mini-map, they're going to choose to go the other way. It's not something they want to battle this early on in the game.
You can already see some shots, though, coming from a little bit of a distance here. Rapid just trying to be wary of his surroundings, and it makes perfect sense why you'd want to ditch from Mega City ASAP. When there's 4 separate teams landing there, again, it's just so much traffic to actually deal with. So why risk it when every single game can be so important? I think for Rapid and Batman Booga, not necessarily getting max resources, max materials, it's not as bad as it might initially look, because they can always find the refreshes after the fact. Because again, Storm Surge strategies were definitely an issue for a lot of teams in day one. And this is day 2. It's not like the competition's gotten any less.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams taking that prime real estate to where they know players are going to rotate into.
क्लिक्स और ये पिक विल वन हैंग कर रहे हैं मेगा मॉल।
For the reboot card onto Mr. Savage. That's a no-brainer that he's going to get him back into the game. Back up as a duo, but as you can see in the mini-map, they are split up. They called out this strategy to start the game. They're trying to cover more ground. They're trying to take more space away. This also allows them to get better lines of sight around the map for their Storm Surge. They already know what has happened in the past when Storm Surge it's almost like you don't have control over the game, and they are trying to do their best to keep control of their own destiny.
It's definitely something that is haunting Mr. Savage in the deal all chapter long, as far as Major 3 was concerned, even leading into that last chance Major. Saw them switching up their drop spot even over to Bridge, just because of the fact that Mr. Savage, as mentioned, doesn't like to be contested. Sure, they got it uncon then, but it's still never easy whether you're uncon or contested, as far as establishing a solid storm surge strategy.
Yep, Fanayan and Moneymaker. Moneymaker probably one of our youngest players competing here today, showing that anything is truly possible as long as you have a chance, and they've given themselves just that. An opportunity on the biggest stage in the world when it comes to FORTNITE.
ये इतना छोटा बच्चा
And
FNC winner है.
augment that he's choosing out. First assault,
FNC winner नहीं, उससे
Scope,
call
Salvo,
हुआ है.
two of the biggest ones
Last
that are
one meter.
needed when it comes to storm surge. It's going to allow them to keep their distance and keep hitting those shots.
Like seeing this from Kitos as well. We're talking about augments, but right now the prioritization is on Snazy.
मुझे नहीं पता.
And
लेकिन
it's
बहुत छोटा
looking
दिखने में छोटा
good.
है यार.
13
14-15 साल
तो
का
वो
होगा.
नहीं कर सकते.
हाँ 14-15 साल का होगा.
Shots being taken by Podesai as well, just to even trade out so far. No real damage inflicted
14
by
ज़्यादा साल
either
गया.
side just yet. But Yuma and Jamon, they can definitely feel the pressure, and Podesai definitely aware of the fact that they've got more company coming.
Who already taking advantage of their positioning high up on the side of that mountain, trying to third party take some shots onto both Pink and Vico, who took down Okus, adding more to their own storm surge. Weapon cache are going to be there, and you can see Yuma and Jamon probably share that same weapons cache, so they're going to be forced to wait till Snazy and Podesai leave off of this spot to try to pick up the scraps, figure out whatever is left
तो clear है
along.
NTK के
But
लिए
a
और
team
इसके
that,
लिए.
you know, taking a lot of time towards Slappy Shores. My only
Slappy
question
पूरा
for them
उनको
is how
नहीं है.
is their
Slappy
surge,
की reboot
because a lot of
करने
the teams are on the western
आया
side
होगा
of the
reboot
zone for
करने.
now. They haven't begun to rotate over towards Slappy Shores.
पर उनको
Not
बहुत
a
loot
lot
मिल
of
गई है
teams
Metal
landing
Max
here right out of the gates.
और shotgun
So for
चाहिए नहीं.
them, that's probably what's on their
यार ये
mind right
perk
now.
कौन
We've
सी हो गई
looted
जो
up,
इसमें
we've
jump
got
कर रहे
everything
हैं?
we need. Now we just need storm surge.
कौन सी जंप कर
यार
रहा है?
जो जैसे जंप वो लो ग्रेविटी हो जाती है. सोलो कास्ट में बहुत काम किया वो चीज.
हाँ अब आ गई ना वापस वो इस वाले वीक पर
Elimination onto Okus, just taking full
क्या है उसका नाम? हट गई थी
advantage
कुछ
of
दिनों के
that
लिए.
2v1 situation.
क्या नाम उसका?
नाम भूल गया लेकिन दिख
That's
जाएगी
not
तो
necessarily going to be easiest to come by.
मुझे याद है
at
कुछ
this
तो होता था.
stage
उसके
of
साथ
the
क्या यूज
game.
करते थे?
And for Rapid and Madman
वो यूज
Buga,
करने
Glider
के लिए
Reader
और
से.
talk about the fact they left Mega City so early.
हाँ गाइड
and
रिपीटर
they
वो.
just haven't managed yet
क्योंकि
to
फिर
find that
फॉल
pressure
डैमेज नहीं
situation
होता.
to
Fall
actually
damage
secure
Solar
the
damage नहीं
position
है.
for the refreshes that they would
इसे
like.
अभी फॉल डैमेज
They
नहीं होता
don't
तभी
necessarily
ग्लाइडर
have
खुलता था ये
time
कह
to
रहा
spare
हूँ.
resources either.
नहीं इससे भी नहीं होता था.
Teams
जीरो
will be at
ग्रेविटी
this
नाम से
point. This is the
इसका.
teams already established
पता है जीरो ग्रेविटी की वजह से जीरो
positioning
ग्लाइडर
off
चलता है.
earlier
ठीक है.
rotation.
वही,
So if
हाँ,
you
वो तो है.
trying to expend your time farming
वरना फायदा नहीं है
resources,
ग्लाइडर.
you're just
हाँ,
going to
वही.
keep getting lit up.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at
और
7
एंड गेम
man's
में बस
inventory
जंप
now,
करो और
you've
ग्लाइडर खोलो,
already
जंप
seen
करो
they
ग्लाइडर
won
खोलो.
the ball over towards Relentless Retreat, but it's a little
Rotation
unorthodox.
easily
Typically, you would grab something to pack a punch, whether it's a sharp tooth, an infiltrator, or even a maven, but he's
आगे
going
में
to
इतना
go
दिमाग है.
without it for now, hoping that that mythic
Zone में भी
stinger
expect कर
does
रहा है
more
बंदा.
than
इनके अंदर
enough
घुस रहा है.
damage in a moment's notice to be able to survive. It all depends on how he can control that
Index नहीं आया.
recoil, honestly,
Index है ना.
because I remember
कहाँ है?
that thing go
वहाँ पे
burr.
लैंड कर रहा है अपना ब्रेक वाटर बे के
So
राइट में एक
obviously the
आए वो है
intention,
ना.
though, is that up close and personal
क्या बोलते
battle.
हैं कैसल
The
को.
question is, will they actually manage to
हाँ,
force
तो बड़े कम
themselves
लूट है.
into that type of
नहीं है तो
situation? And Rift Island can definitely be a location where we
कोई राइट
expect
जा
these
रहा
battles to
है
come,
आइलैंड
but
पे.
even all throughout day
अरे
one,
बाप रे, छील
we
दिया.
hardly saw any sort of
कितने मैच कर रहा
station
है?
over this Rift
कौन
Island.
कौन हो रहा है
Still
ऊपर से
on the
क्यों
way
कर
up,
रहे हैं?
though, definitely having some issues as far as maintaining his shields are concerned.
Let's
Those are going
लो
to be
जी.
completely depleted.
सारा
Granted,
मेटल
they
वेस्ट कर
have
दिया कौन होने के
ample
लिए.
shield potions to make up for it, but it's going to be Hen, it's going to be fast. Actually looking to contest. They don't want to let this Rift Island objective points go for free.
If only they saw the damage that was
और
put
ले
on
भी नहीं
both
रहा.
these players before they even touched down on
बंदे
the
ने इतना
island.
मैच
Sure,
वेस्ट
they
कर
were
दिया
able to take
और
advantage
अपन ले
of
भी
it,
नहीं रहे.
and you can see one man's traps,
20
another man's
200
traps.
मेटल
Mirror
बचा बंदे
Cooper
पे वो.
sneaking up on the side, trying to take away the position.
वाह,
The
एकदम.
French team
Triple
of
five
Daisy
से
and
break उड़ा
Podesai
दिया और metal
also
उड़ा दिया.
willing to contest this Rift Island, and that's one of the
फायदा
things I
क्या
was
मान
thinking. It was very, very passive yesterday. Even solos were able to take it, but as
अभी
the bar
यूरोप वाले
goes
छोटे ही
on,
लगते हैं
as
या
time
होते ही रियल में
passes,
छोटे
players are
हैं.
going to realize there's no
साले सारे बच्चे लग
but
रहे
when
हैं.
everybody thinks the same, now we have 4 teams on top
बच्चे ये
of
बच्चे ही
Rift
पहले
Island ready
कंप्लीट हो
to
गए
battle it
जो
out. One of them,
खेल चुके हैं वो
Henn Vask,
क्विट
141
करके
above the damage
बड़े एज
threshold.
वाले.
They're going to be the ones to contain it. Plus 15
है ही
points
कौन है
for
यूरोप
them,
का?
and that's going to be
सैवेज
huge
है.
because we already see teams
मंगराल था
qualify
बेंची
with
फिशी
those
था वो छोड़
points
गए.
of the objective.
डोमिनेट
वो
करके
छोड़
छोड़
गए.
गए.
सैवेज सैवेज है ये अब वो है क्या मेलबू का वैसा वो भी बच्चे हैं दोनों. है ही नहीं कोई मैच्योर. सिर्फ सैवेज ही मैच्योर है वहाँ का.
However, got a mid-game analyst to give us a little bit more.
भाई ये कंट्रोलर पे कैसे खेल
Thank you
सकता है
so
कोई?
much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on our hometown heroes of
FORTNITE
Steno
तो गेम
and
ही कीबोर्ड की
Luch,
लगती है
who were
मेरे को।
able to get an elimination on Mr.
बहुत
Savage
मुश्किल है अगर
before
कोई
he even
कंट्रोल पे
hit
अच्छा ना
the
मतलब
ground.
गॉड है वो।
Then we saw Steno be
वरना
able
बहुत
to find
मुश्किल है
a
कंट्रोल पे
key,
अच्छा होना।
which he used to
क्या कह रहा
unlock
है?
a mythic
कंट्रोल
shotgun.
पे अच्छा होना
Quickly,
बहुत
they
मुश्किल है।
regrouped, built up a
मीरो
search
है,
tower,
बूट भाई।
and as you can see,
और
they
वो क्या
have
नाम है?
vision
भाई,
on two
वो है ही बहुत
duos
अच्छे फिर
of
क्योंकि
Jamin and
एक क्या नाम है
Kanata,
उसका?
setting
रीड।
themselves up for an
रीड।
excellent
ये
mid and late
लेट्स भी
game.
अच्छे हैं।
So let's see how they do.
Only time will tell to
Let's
see
see follow
how
है
it
क्या?
pays off. They definitely
खेल तो रहा
got
है।
themselves a good
Atlantis,
spot
अच्छी।
in the zone thanks to those plays.
And that's the thing too about those teams that are landing
Sniper
more towards
carry
the
करना
south
बहुत
side.
बड़ी
It
वो है
is so
इसमें।
easy
अबे
for
किंग ने
other
कल 4
teams
हेडशॉट मारे
with
एक गेम में
slightly
इतने प्यारे
earlier
प्यारे।
drops to just pick you off with the
Index ने?
elevation
किंग ने
difference. It's
किंग ने।
one primary issue definitely
किंग
known
दिख
at
तो
that
रहा
body
नहीं रहा
defense
है।
area, but
हमान
you
की
always
बात जगह
check
तो
it
लैंड
out
कर
back,
रहा
and
है
we
वो।
already saw the deal with the successful reboot ban onto Savage, so easy to say that anything can happen in these circumstances.
You can see it started at 181 above the damage threshold. Pamstu and Fatch slowly falling back down, climbing back up, trading shots back and forth. You have their eyes set towards Rift Island. They see a giant monument being built on top as Polaroids actually took down Snazy up above. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for them as they're just looking around. Nobody's directly pushing up onto them, even though they are split. They're just looking for these fights that are already underway and just trying to take advantage of it the best that they can. And just looking at the island right now,
Miro and Cooper are looking awfully
Polarized ने मार दिया?
in that position. You can just tell that they are waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and it's got to be only a matter of time. They can tell that there is so much chaos already unfolding on top of this Rift Island. Teams are just constantly under pressure, both outside and right here directly at the Rift Island. But for Bask and for Hen, you have to remember, they're the ones who actually secured the capture point here. So they've got some decent loot to go with it. And Miro and Cooper, if there was ever a time to try and take down another team and, you know, get plenty of refills as far
मिलता का
as
कैसे
your
मतलब कप में?
materials are concerned and your weapons,
अभी भी
that
SP?
is definitely the opportunity.
हाँ लास्ट में हाँ लास्ट में जो जीते थे ना उन पे रहेगा।
मतलब in the sense टूर्नामेंट के बाद भी रहेगा या ऐसे अभी के लिए बस?
टूर्नामेंट के बाद रहेगा।
हमेशा के लिए
लास्ट बोले तो जो नया एफएनसीज पिकेक्स है ना उससे पहले जो लास्ट वाला एफएनसीज जीते थे ना पुराने एफएनसीज वाला हाँ उन पे रह गए
वो वाले पुराने वाले पे सारे रहेंगे
नहीं जो जीते थे उन पे रह गए
हाँ वही पता है मेरे को जैसे मीरो जीता बुका जीता पुराना पर नए वाले पे नहीं होगा नया वाला
नया वाला जीतेगा नया वाला भी होगा
हमेशा के लिए
हाँ हाँ
मेरे को लगता है एक से नहीं चल जाता
मतलब एक चैप्टर के लिए है
अच्छा
मतलब पहले नहीं रहता था पहले एक सीजन के बाद चला जाता
Bouncer responsibility on this
इस
edge of
चैप्टर से
zone,
हुआ
and granted it just moved in a little bit tighter, but for Yuma now you could see him starting to get lit up by some of that storm surge. Accountability as far as your search studies are concerned, it can be very difficult to maintain.
अच्छा से मैच नहीं है लाना पड़ेगा
So much
सही कर रहा है
happening as some
बिल्ड
of
कर ले
the
डोरेमोन
along this edge of zone and teams needing to move even further in. Players like
Server
Yuma
करो
are
यार
bound to get caught out on those later rotations.
Yeah, you can see they're even willing to risk it. Shalom and MK Papa, they got the elimination, or at least they saw it towards the backside of zone, but they didn't have very many materials at all. So it was almost an all or nothing situation if they want to keep as best chance as possible for them to try to stay alive. I see a Vico. I don't see Pink. Got to imagine he is by himself as a solo, and he's suffering to surge right now. 13 below the threshold. Now he's in zone. Everything crumbling down. Only a few seconds to try to land the shot that matters, and he's not going to be given that opportunity. Down goes Pink. Down goes Vico.
But a massive pickup there for Yuma. Still utilize that rocket ramp.
नहीं पता ये वाला like ये जो है ना ये like
make sure that he's maintaining a decent distance on
क्योंकि
that
उसका
backside of
duo
the
बहुत
zone.
है
Kanata, meanwhile, next to Agers, trying to be vigilant with his awareness. And again, so many teams just trying to keep tabs on where everybody else is in the lobby. And players like Ping, there are a decent amount of pressure here, but they will manage to prevail. Nicely timed shots, nicely placed aim as well with that sharp tooth to ensure that they can acquire that elimination.
Yeah, and since he got eliminated altogether, gotta imagine Moneymaker went down earlier on in this same game. We saw Polarize, the one that took down Snazy, leaving Podesai by himself. At least he's above the damage threshold for now, but quickly falling below. Now he knows he's going to have to try to find and catch somebody off guard, because otherwise he's going to have no choice but to try to get in the box, slowly but surely biding his time, trying to make sure that he makes the right play. And this is an opportunity for him to really rise to the occasion by himself. And with Storm Surge shutting off for now, that at least allows him to breathe, restabilize himself.
Cal gamer, Kindex से मार दिया Cal gamer.
साले मिडिल ईस्ट पे होके लड़ रहे हैं भाई.
Epic whale click जिंदा है. वो rotate कर रहा है.
Agers and Kanadas, we get another opportunity.
Dead है
to
ये
see
Canada और Redgear.
from where we last
कनाडा तो मर गया था ना.
Kanada's got to be careful with this
जिंदा हो
rocket
गया.
ram on the
अच्छी लूट है उस
landing.
पे.
So many teams and right on the side of this hill. It can be difficult. He's trying
Match
to work his
ठीक
way
है
back
कैसे
up
मेडल ना
already.
वेस्ट हो इसका.
Fully understand the fact that
क्या
he
कर
doesn't
रहे
want
हैं?
to play from the low
भाई क्या कर रहे हैं?
बहुत lost खेल रहा है ना.
shelter, utilize from his madness. Unfortunately for him, only has those mini shield potions. Won't
ये जोन में देख रहा है कितने लोग हैं.
full shields.
अच्छा रिबूट किया एजर्स ने इसको.
23 HP, doesn't have time
और
to
खुद की
sit
लूट
back.
की
Nice
उसने.
shot.
वाह.
ये जैसे पील लिया.
वाह.
साइफन नहीं है पर बेचारे पे डेड है.
साइफन है साइफन है.
Boosted up in the mats. He has a little bit more HP to work with. The flopper, the med kit he can use
भाग
in
भाग
game
भाग
if
एजस भाग
Kanada.
भाग.
अरे नहीं किंडेक्स नहीं. ओह शिट.
ओ खेल लिया.
On a QND.
और किंडेक्स भी एचपी थी.
रेडे किंडेक्स मिशन देगा.
नहीं पहुंचा.
हमर.
This is a
नहीं,
5
flopper.
बैडवेस में गया.
Miracle upon miracle.
अबे यार किंडेक्स पे एचपी थी यार.
He's trying to do what he can.
अब डेड है. अब नहीं इसको नहीं माउंटेन क्लियर कर पाएगा ये.
Is just so problematic
Probably
still.
cost पे
The
जाना.
madness
बहुत
plus
बुरे
the
हैं
med
इसको.
kit. He just doesn't have the mobility that he
इसको एक kill चाहिए.
with so many teams having
बहुत बुरा है
जाएगा,
जोन में.
बहुत
बहुत
जाएगा,
बुरा है.
बहुत
he
जाएगा.
might just barely make it in the nick of time. He's got to find
पहुंच
another
गया.
site.
कैसे सोलोज में खेल रहे हैं भाई दोनों के दोनों.
This far is more
अलग
than
अलग खेल
enough.
रहे हैं. पता नहीं मिले भी कब है. ओए मरो.
Don't worry, Kanada, I'm coming. Don't worry.
दोस्त.
Med kit being used, minis being dished out, and they are back into the game. The resurgence from day one as we get a replay
Clix पे
from
loot
Clix
है,
and
metal है.
Epic Will. One of the biggest teams.
Red
Everybody
कौन है
Clix.
इधर?
हाँ, Clix.
get aggressed on.
अबे बहुत लैगी लॉबीज है.
And they shine bright.
निकाल
Storm
दिया.
Surge is not a problem from them as they pick up 2 eliminations.
ओए बूगर उसका
Check
रोटेट दे.
out where Bryson
Rapid
jumps
का.
are at a little bit more isolated than some of these other
Batman
teams that
होगा.
are trapped inside of all this.
लगा
और
बुआ
Rapid
कहाँ दिख
सोलो है
रहा है.
दोनों.
Savage and Badil
यहाँ पे
though.
लेफ्ट में देखा मैंने से.
नहीं सोलो अच्छा अपना अपना का करना.
रैपिड और बुगा दोनों सोलो बचे.
नहीं बुगा भी है.
Phenomenal job.
अबे बैटमैन बुगा.
हाँ बैटमैन बुगा का डुओ है था तो सही.
Situation.
Some of these teams who were asking, do you got what it takes to get your ticket onto the
Match
battle
नहीं इन
bus?
लोगों का.
What about the roller coaster this team's going through from down the mountain, across the rivers, over towards Naughty Nets? I think best case scenario, honestly, Taco, is it going south, continuing on
placement
towards
ही नहीं
that
मिल रहा है, अभी
island.
22 चल
If it
रहा है.
goes back on over to the west, this is going to be a nightmare for anybody that doesn't have mats as Clix is using the last little
तू कर
bit
रहा है
of
नहीं
left, but
मार
he
दिया.
finds another elimination on the ping.
करना ही था इनमें मैच नहीं था.
These perfectly timed rotations from
अभी
Clix,
भी नहीं है.
managing to find these players who
Zone
are
में तो आ गया.
looking to just find that final push inward. But again, this is the beauty of being able to play from that
वो हाई
backside of
ग्राउंड
the
देख.
zone.
Then win or what did it?
Trying to be
Win or
careful,
pause
and
गया
we
final
are
में
getting
पहले.
a little glimpse here
अच्छा.
of a
आज
team
lower
that's
bracket है.
momentarily on high. Whether or not Fishy and DMK are going to be able to hold this is a different question entirely. But for the time being, they look well situated to carry themselves
कितना गंदा
into
zone
the
है
top 10
भाई.
at least.
Even though they have high ground now, they might have to wait for some of those teams below them to try to build that allow them to save some resources, save some mats as they make their way across the roster once more. Podesai 131 below the damage
वो और
threshold.
बंदूक की जो उसकी थी
Only 8 pop to his
क्या नाम
name.
है.
So right now he's peeking through
कौन
the
सा
cone. He's
और
trying to
क्यों
just get as much information as
जैसे वो था
possible.
यार लास्ट
Where
टाइम जो
can I get this
वो ही था
damage?
लैंड.
But time is running out. He continues
Last time land.
well below that threshold.
कौन सी
The
था लास्ट
sacrifice
लैंड.
of another elim. Vadil goes down, but it's actually epic.
लाल इवेंट होता लास्ट है फिजिक्स का.
विनो ना.
Trying to keep
नहीं
Vino
वो
नहीं था
कामी
ना.
कामी कामी.
कामी है उसकी और कौन सी थी.
याद नहीं.
That's pulling away.
पर वो शायद बंद हो गई. इन्होंने मोनाको ज्वाइन कर लिया.
हाँ वो भी तो था ना उसमें. सैवेज भी गया था उसमें.
अच्छा बीएल.
हाँ बीएल.
Continue their run. That flopper though, along with the crash pads, does a great
Oy,
job placing
nice.
भाई बिल्कुल भी पैनिक नहीं कर रहा ये.
through all the traffic, eating shots
Dead
as
है पर
well,
ये.
but doesn't care in the
Bad
slightest.
size
He's
तो
just
अपने.
continuing to push forward. He's making his own path through.
It's not going to be the
भाई
most
बिल्कुल भी
healthy
पैनिक नहीं कर रहा.
anybody
कितना अच्छा
alive he
खेल रहा
can
है
be,
ये.
but he's definitely going to give himself enough wiggle room to work with. His clicks now going to be a solo. Probably one of the more prolific solo players in the game. He
Finish.
on the hand, but unable to
That's
finish
it.
it up.
3-4 बिल्ड भी होते तो
एंड
निकाल
होती वहाँ
देता.
पे तो निकल जाता.
नहीं वैसे 3-4 बिल्ड भी होते तो निकल जाता.
Well, the fact that he's managed to stay this far into the game as a solo.
थोड़ा सा कितना क्लच करेगा सोलो भाई.
He's going absolutely insane right now.
ये आइलैंड से सोलो है. जब पोलराइज ने मारा था.
Destroying so many builds in the process. These players continue to rotate through, but that
बहुत मैच लगा रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा लगा रहे हैं.
is going so far, and it's actually Bryce
इसे
and Chumps
थोड़ा
now
साइड में
at
रहनी
the
चाहिए.
top of the lobby. The build's running incredibly low.
Yeah, multiple top 10 performers.
ये क्या था भाई. पीसी चेक करो भाई इसका कोई.
They're ready to make a statement, just like Komet, but he runs out of time, he runs out of space, he goes down as his men miss runs try.
Canada.
हो गया कनाडा का.
Mini. Going to be popped.
कितने गेम हैं?
The patience. It's so hard to be patient through all this chaos as well.
गेम वाले मैच हम पे
Distracted and think, okay, this is the perfect time to strike.
अरे
They're
मैक्स फुल हुआ
dropped down
सारा.
to the low ground here for Canada. Recognize the fact that he's got some players directly above him. Still has a couple of mini shield pushes he can utilize. Source on the other hand won't make it through. Cooper going absolutely nuclear with the back-to-backs here.
Cooper almost.
He's actually got it.
Holy shit. Almost clutch भाई. वो 2-3 मैच में बचा था बंदा.
क्या हुआ नहीं जीत गए मतलब कॉल हो गए.
नहीं फर्स्ट विक्ट्री वाले हो गए ना.
And they make a statement here in game 1 of the lower bracket.
Wow.
Frankie, how are they feeling?
How are you feeling? I mean, my friends up in the casting booth would like to know, so I will ask you first, Bryce.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took
यार
that
इस
victory
को अपलोड कर देता है
royale
स्टार्ट
here on LAN in Copenhagen?
क्या कर रहा है?
ये इंटरव्यू नहीं लेनी चाहिए अपनी खुद के उसके लिए लेते टीआरपी के लिए
I
इंटरव्यू.
can understand why you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the last moments of that game.
I don't know. We just took high and we won.
आरी मैच में
You took high. Okay, well, talk to me about the journey there. Did you feel like the zone was in your favor at the time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you...
रैंडम यार हेवी मिले ना मेरे को. हेवी से प्रैक्टिस करने को मैप पता है इसमें हेवी हो तो मोस्ट टाइप स्टिक हेवी शॉटगन ओनली.
हां जोन वॉर स्ट्राइक नहीं है. क्लिक से बन गया.
हां चलो उसमें खेलेंगे. ये वाली हेवी ना एक्सोटिक यार एक तो नहीं हुआ. वापस और फट गया. यार सीरियस तरह के कहाँ लगा है वो. ओए नाइस शॉट.
मतलब मर चुका.
ओए पड़ी कैसे आ. नहीं हो रहा.
अरे कितने हैवी मारती है ये बुलेट. डरा देती है भाई ये बुलेट एनिमी गन। एक मौका मिला था
अगर दोने कहाँ आ रहा है
साइड भी बहुत ज़्यादा साइड भी देने लग गया था।
अरे यार
नॉट एवरी टाइम बो
एंड्रॉइड करनी थी।
कितने हैवी मारेगा यार आई पर। ये तेरी बॉल थी।
क्या कर रहा है कहाँ है
नीचे लगा नीचे का करना है।
यार रेड होता है कि बॉल क्या गने
ये एक्चुअली बहुत हैवी मार रही है।
ये कैरी करनी पड़ेगी ब्रो सच में बहुत अच्छी गन है।
गेट इट अरे रीसेट करने की सोच रहा था मेरे को लगा वो गंदा रैकेट देगा बीएड वाला।
शॉट पे लोड नहीं कर रहा है
ऑटोमेटिक लार्ज भी रखते हैं
मैक्स उसके बिट्स पे मत मारिए इसको।
क्या कह रहा है
बिट्स पे ना मारिए ओए
होली शिट और सारी प्लेट भी नहीं लगी। एक्चुअली हैवी मार रही है बहुत
अच्छी गन है। मैं तो ये कैरी कर सकता हूं बस एमो की प्रॉब्लम है।
एमो की क्यों 4 ही तो है इसमें भी।
यार मेरा यही यार
आई एम सो क्रिंज ब्रदर। यही प्रॉब्लम है इसमें।
एडिट नहीं हो रहा है एक्चुअली। एक मिनट पुराने माउस पर 750 DPI और 800 DPI। हाँ आजा
हाँ 120 खाया दूर हो जा 120 खाया दूर हो जा।
पड़ी कितने की ठीक है अपना यार ये शॉट करना पड़ा। मैं जब से मैंने माउस साफ किया ना माउस मैंने पूरा खोल डाला मतलब अंदर तक खोल डाला नीचे गिरा देता ना टेबल पे तो पूरा खुद ही नहीं जा सकता यार। अच्छा फिर फायर मार सकता था।
इससे भी रिपेयर नहीं लगा ये कस्टमर को है
मारा देखो 2 फ्री फायर मारे लास्ट में मैंने।
काश्मीरो कौन है बे?
ठीक है बता
तेरी आईडी पे इनवाइट दे रहा है
क्या रेट है ब्रो? ये रेट बहुत मस्त है।
एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं कर रहा ना तू।
ओए
नहीं बच गया
यार एसएमजी क्या आते हैं दोस्त लोकेशन आई एम फुल
ये तो लकी लैंडिंग है। कहाँ पे क्रेंज? मेरी फेवरेट जगह पे तू अपनी फेवरेट जगह बना के बैठा है।
अबे
अबे ओके आई एम सो बैड।
मैं उस जगह पे बेस्ट हूँ तेरी लैंडिंग नहीं होगी।
ओ मेरे पे टैग है मैं भूल गया था
यार लैग हो रहा है एक मिनट मैं आ रहा बहुत ज़्यादा। मैं तेरे बॉक्स में फुल कर रहा हूँ अभी फील।
क्या तूने तो बोला इसमें?
नहीं मैंने नीचे से टैप कर रहा था। तो कौन सा तू आता हील करते हैं मेरे पुश करने यार क्यों लैग हो रहा है इतना? एक मिनट बंद करने दो सब। ये बंद करो ये बंद करो। अबे नहीं बे शॉपिंग बहुत लैग हो रहा है। थोड़े पॉइंट हटना 140 पे 120 130 एक मिनट हाँ 20 एक मिनट नहीं मैं बिल्ड करता हूँ 150
शायद तेरी नहीं गेम की प्रॉब्लम है। मेरे को भी
गेम नहीं कर पीसी नहीं करके आता हूँ फिर तो अपने अकाउंट से मैं मेरे अकाउंट से आता हूँ फिर मैं देखता हूँ मेरे अकाउंट पे क्या चलेगा। स्ट्रीम का वो कैप्चर बंद कर पहले स्ट्रीम पे ना दिखा दे।
Buildings of Mega City. Zazie and AIM, Batman Booga and Rapid are the two other teams. Nobody really wanted to push and contest just yet, but Moneymaker and Fnayan just end up going down low to the low ground, getting chased by Jamon and Yuma, backed up into a corner. Very little options to work with, and this is exactly what you were talking about. These bog fights, they need materials in order to be able to come out on top, because eventually, if you didn't farm up as much in the early game, you will run out quick, and that's when they'll strike.
It just seems as though Yuma and Jamon, they've got their prey perfectly trapped here. Fnayan, Moneymaker, this is quite a sticky situation. Backs literally against the wall here. Might have an opportunity. Moneymaker does have that rocket ram available. Keep in mind the height that it can cover, but at the same time, Fnayan as well, but they'll still be relatively exposed. If they do try to utilize these rocket rams, there is still a chance that Yeman or Yuma might potentially look to take them out here.
See them using the EMP grenades, trying to just at least sniff off some of the shields. Not very many left in their back pocket. Snazy, Podesai over on the other side of the map, looting up pretty safely. Not too many teams contesting them. Maybe one north of Shattered Slabs. You know, King and Phaser are over on towards their left in a double contestation on their south towards Relentless Retreat. And they're kind of using all the time that they have to their advantage, so that way they can have these safe rotations. That way they have an opportunity to play out, and they're going to be one of the first teams rotating out of that side. And Taco, I think we've seen this strategy before. FHD and Hero might be doing something that only one region has done so far on the weekend.
Zagu and Peppo are somewhat of an inspiration, one might say, as far as this strategy is concerned. I mean, you can see Bing trying to crawl away here, but that's just not going to be a possibility. The damage is being farmed. We talk about surge strategies all the time, and hey, if it works, it works.
Right now, he's got to be able to capture the other one, but it does look like Don was able to kind of get his teammate eliminated. No free surge for you anymore, and he's hoping they move off that spot so that way he can get the reboot card back, get his teammate back into the game like we saw so many times in Game 1. And we saw how fruitful it was on those reboots. They were able to get far into the game and kind of make it worth their while to go for such a risky attempt at that. Kaizen and Clement split up, looting up, safe as can be, but Hen is doing the same thing, and nobody is nearby, at least for now, but the zone is going to force these guys over towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the north, so eventually they're going to run into some problems.
Hey, look, we talk all the time about players splitting off from each other, looking for opportunities. One might be prioritizing farming out resources, the other looking to try and secure as many surge tags as possible, but when you are this far apart from your duo, you have to be certain that you are not going to have some unexpected companies spring up on you, because if that's the case and you're not able to actually provide that backup that you would like, it could be a very quick downward spiral before you have a chance to recover. King and Phaser, on the other hand, though, they're just looking to stick together. Death and Tahi, looks like they wanted this fight.
It's a bird, it's a plane, no. It's just Death and Tahi trying to go up and over. King and Phaser didn't work out. They land right at the top of that mountain along with them. Shots going through the build for Phaser. Him and King, they've already had their chance yesterday to qualify. And not very many people get these second chances, and they're hoping to not waste it and let it dwindle away. And they're actually separated. They're almost box to box with their opponent with very little space in between. And this is where the strategy, formulating some sort of a plan, maybe a little bit of a bull rush to try to take them out while they're separated, while the strength in numbers is high.
This goes for both duos. You can't get too distracted and tunnel in on one unless you are certain that your time to elimination is going to be fast. Other teams already starting to take note of this battle that started to break out just outside of Shattered Slabs. And for Death and Tahi, King and Phaser, well, they've got a couple more problems than just each other to deal with right now.
All around the map, players are trying to rotate to some high elevated positions, grab their spot in zones, that way they can look back, try to hold people out. And already you're seeing where these players are positioned at.
2 गेम हो चुके और अब इन लोगों ने 2 गेम दूसरा गेम चालू किया.
They're kind of hoping it goes over towards Brutal Bastion. Maybe even Sanguine Sweets, something that they can work with so they can hold their spot and gatekeep these players out.
2 गेम है, Savage 160 point पे.
Putting some shots, not
Third आया
finding too
second
much
game,
success,
second game में.
but he's not
वे
giving
दूसरी
up
गेम
many
अब चल
shots
रही है.
either, but Vico is
हाँ,
down.
लेकिन
Now it's
Fortnite
Big's
tracker
turn
में
to
हो
try to
चुका
hold 10 toes down. Nice shot, nice knock. Has to reload though. The mistake has happened, but he makes up for it. Pink stays alive, but there's still another player, a whole nother team hot on their heels, not wanting to let anybody survive in this position. This is what you call a phenomenal third party, but Pink wastes no time trying to disengage. He's trying to get out, and you realize Shalom and MK Papa, they're not going to be on the chase. They're just going to get the spoils of this battle and collect all that loot as if it was their own.
Pink definitely already got what he was looking for, though. Vico's reboot card on top of some initial materials to build with for his escape there. Nice utilization of the crash pad as well, just not trying to waste any further time. He already secured the clutch that he needed to for his teammate, and it's definitely early enough that he could certainly look for a reboot opportunity there onto Vico. We'll have to check back in with them later on. And as far as Polarized and Centered are concerned, again, it's not uncommon to see players willing to just look for these surge tag opportunities, build up a little tower temporarily close to their initial drop spots, try and see if they can tag anybody else who might be in the middle of their loop path. But as far as Polarized is concerned, when there's a bush at the top of a building, and you know that building's not initially supposed to be there, Jacob, players are usually gonna box up around themselves while actually moving.
Yep. At least, you know, they're sticking to the game plan. They know teams got to rotate in that position. Eventually, Perza gets tagged up, trying to re-farm as much as possible. His teammate doing the same thing. They get themselves a sliver of the zone just on the edge. they can easily move forward to try to get more position inside, so that way they don't fall behind everybody else. In a lobby like this, that's not what you want to do. But down goes River. Skid's trying to make up for it. His teammate's very low HP. He's trying to give him time to breathe. The elimination and the siphon's going to go through, but it goes to Skids, who already was full health. River's trying to battle back with a little bit of that high ground, but he goes down all the same. Skids and Sorf are able to stay on top in that exchange, and now they get so much loot for their efforts.
5 eliminations, by the way. Already 20 points collected for Skits and Sorf. You add that with a relatively decent placement, and these guys could be having the game to really mark themselves on the leaderboard.
Game on करके setting change कर ले.
Seen so much action. I'm curious as to how well it's going to translate in terms of how well they're going to be able to prioritize their positioning, because you have to expect that their surge damage is definitely well above the threshold.
Yep, and phenomenal performance to start this day. Didn't really go their day yesterday, but if at first you don't succeed, you try again. Bully and Shadow, you saw them kind of contested. You can see that North America has won 4 of the 6 matches played this weekend. NA is showing that maybe it's not as EU strong as it once was at the Invitational, but this is only the first 2 days. We haven't received or played in the grand finals on Sunday just yet. Things can change, because we know the EU region likes to go ahead and VOD review. They like to practice. They like to save some of those secrets, if I may say so myself.
Still, NA definitely looking like a decent amount of animals for the time being, and out of Majors hoping to keep that trend going. Keep in mind their day 1 certainly did not go the way that they would have hoped by any means, but the fact that they've even made it this far is already a testimony to the fact that day 2 was definitely looking better than yesterday's.
You can see how well it's going for them. This time around, Kanata and Agers off the drop, uncontested, but quickly moving around. With the zone pulling towards the east side yet again. It's only a wonder what happened and why they made an opposite decision of what they made last game. But I trust them. They're the ones who made it here. I'm the ones just in the stands. As Kaizen and Clement, they're not too far off where Kanata and Agers once just were. They're trying to hope. I think right now the strategy is to get as much surge as possible with a lot of teams that are rotating in from the south, that are rotating from the western side. And that way they could probably rotate later on in the game. They could probably be one of the first ones now that they don't have to worry about it. But for now, they're just getting their loot cache, just trying to go ahead and shield up. They're ready for this next rotation. As Ozzy does go down the top.
Rapid के साथ खेल रहा
He gets surrounded by both Source and Yumi.
इसमें 2 रैपिड है
One
लेकिन
that's trying to disengage in the
अच्छा,
distance.
एक बैटमैन बूगा का duo
Top of Mega City, just trying to get their surge there himself. He has plenty of heals to work with. My only worry is going to be that men miss the HP, because Zone is going to be pulling forward, so he only has enough time for so much.
This array of heals, though, that AIM just keeps conveniently strolling through. You almost have to wonder if this was initially somebody else's base center over at Mega City. I mean, when you have several different teams that are choosing to prioritize landing there, you have to expect that players are going to be trying to accrue as many of those shield potions as possible, so that way they can maintain a good height positioning to look for those earlier surge tags. So definitely convenient for AIM. Not so much so here at the Creaky compound, though. Noxy Crisp under a decent amount of pressure. Head down overview, but it's going to be Shalon and MK Papa that are making the first strikes.
You see they're fighting over that weapons cache, and Noxy and Chris, that third party, is like a fly at a picnic, just buzzing around, just taking some damage, forced them to kind of disengage off the fight that they were trying to be the aggressors on. And for Shalom and MK Papa, this is their chance here. They have the opportunity with so many extra heals there. They're already in zone. They could keep that base as theirs. Look elsewhere for Surge. Spot some teams trying to go for Rift Island. You saw them flying through the sky like majestic eagles. King and Phaser are trying to be one of the first ones there. They almost get beat to the punch by Moneymaker. And down goes King.
He's 100% beat them to the punch, along with F9.
Those two
probably not going to waste any time as far as trying to actually face up around that capture point on the Rift Island. They'll also have the convenience of being able to get that overhead view of all these teams underneath. As far as MK Papa is concerned, though,
imagine Miro पे
spot
sniper.
out another player across the way. It's going to be Miro. And Miro, Cooper, we saw them last time, kind of hovering around this Rift Island. They know that there's going to be a decent amount of players kind of taking note if we're basing it all off of how game one went so far. And with that in mind, Miro and Cooper, they definitely were able to get some tags in the process.
Nobody really contesting Rift Island this time around. Looks like it could be a possible 15 free points for Moneymaker and Fnatic.
क्या बच्चा है भाई ये
Secure
Moneymaker
that underneath
एक
their
कॉल
belt
कैसे
and
हो
all
गया
the loot that does come with it. Pen and Basque were the other team in
हैं
game one to
तो
make
YouTube
that
देखने
one
दो
come
तुम
true. But this time things have gone a whole different way.
YouTube पे नहीं है
Below the storm surge threshold, slowly falling farther down. 63 below though with nice shots.
तेरे ब्लेंडेड है पता है यू पे ऐसे घुसता है ये लोगों को डब्बों में
अबे इसे पे ऐसे बचता लग रहा है इसके बाद बच्चे वाली नहीं है
side, and he's ready to have a crash landing. First one goes in, second one lands right next to him, but a couple of shots land onto Hen on his way there. That's going to slow things down just a little bit, and that could be a blessing in disguise for King and Phaser, because now they have a chance to stabilize.
That's the problem as well for Hen and Basque. I mean, you spot a great opportunity to actually look for an elimination process, and yet on the way over, you're immediately lit up. There's just no such thing as a free rotation in these types of lobbies. But for King and Phaser, that little moment of breathing room might be all that it took. As they look to continue playing through the backside, King's gonna find a good left side peek opportunity. Doesn't necessarily connect though like he would have wanted onto Hen, but Hen and Bash, they're under enough pressure as is. It's Moneymaker, keep in mind, he was the one at the top of Rift Island. Seems as though Moneymaker and F9, they're ready to play with everybody else on the bottom.
Yeah, they thought they had the line of sights in their favor to where they were directly under Rift Island. Somehow Moneymaker did find that angle. Like I said, it just takes some time for a player like him to try to heat up. As Hen's now stuck by himself. Luckily thing for him is he's above the damage threshold for now, but he knows that it's right around the corner. Gonna be haunting him like it's Halloween. Check a little bit of a replay here. Way trying to put the pressure onto both Bully and Shadow. Bully gets knocked first. There might even be 7-man trying to steal the loot away.
That is so tough for Bully and Shadow. They are just pincered between two separate teams. I mean, how do you really end the box fight when you've got multiple directions that you have to be checking for against multiple teams?
इसके भाई की जेड के डुओ ने कुछ तो यूज कर ट्रेड करने के लिए पता नहीं गायब हो गया था
But as far as Way,
वही होगा शायद ग्लाइडर रिप्ले और
they're definitely happy.
नहीं कुछ तो ऐसा था वो जो वो नहीं होता बॉम्ब टाइप जो वो सिल्वर बॉम्ब होता था या शैडो बॉम्ब ऐसा कुछ
Seems that they're trying to avoid some other players in the process. Gotta be wary though at all times.
Clicks an epic well. Quickly rotating out of Mega City this time around, or at least in comparison to their competition that does land over on that side. Firing shots off into the distance, and then instantly closing the cover. Doesn't want to get caught out, even though he wants Surge. He doesn't want to give up any free Surge either. And you can see Pink, he escaped almost getting eliminated early on in this game, and he found a way to get Vico back, but it came as a cost, Taco. They're below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. Luckily for them, it's only 6. That is barely anything. They just got to breathe on another team, and now they're hot on the heels of Batman Booga. This is the opportunity that they're trying to take in order to climb above the threshold before they fall too far below.
It definitely won't take much for Pink and Vico to get themselves above that damage threshold, but at the same time, I'm looking more so at their materials. Not very many builds for Vico to work with, and again, that's largely due to the fact that they had to go for that remove ban opportunity. They didn't actually have the time to look to farm up as well as they would have liked, given the pressure they were under earlier. Vico, he's also going to eat too much damage in the process. They're trying to make it into the edge of zone, but it's just being safeguarded by so many teams set in place.
Wow, nice shot from Pink onto Rapid. Batman Booga there to save the game. Instantly going for that revive, judging by the slurp juices as well. Waste no time to heal on back up as fast as possible. And that allowed them to get Surge, even if they might not have necessarily needed it. From one team down below Surge to another, Clement and Kaizen. But they're in a whole different situation because their Surge is now active and they're taking so much damage, and all the heals have finally been used. So time is running out.
अबे लच्छी थोड़ी है, लूसी है तो
जो भी लच्छी है नाम है बच्चे
मैं सोचा लच्छी कब कॉल हो गया वो तो ब्रूटल में कौन तो 4 टीम
Lucy with only 20 damage to do. They box up Clement. They get that elimination and a huge amount of damage to boot.
It was just a moment of desperation there from Clement, but what other options do we realistically have? And even for Steno and Lucy, they collect that elimination, and it's still just barely going to be enough to put them above that damage threshold. This lobby is moving, and not in the direction that they would have hoped.
This time around, you see,
मैक्स
हाँ
पुल भी अच्छा
even if they're above, it's not by much.
नहीं पूरी जगह खाली
whatsoever. But they know these opportunities will continue to come later on the game. Kaizen is able to do some damage before falling. Almost taking down Lushi. Steno there to save the day as well. 27 above though. Slowly but surely climbing. But 98 in a lobby like this isn't much at all. But they have to just take it one step at a time, one foot in front of another.
तो बता उसी का है ना क्या बोलते हैं
पूरा फ्री है भाई
हाँ यही तो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ ना वही चीज़
making this work.
लेफ्ट साइड पूरा फ्री है टीम
क्योंकि रोटेशन जो हो रही है वो राइट साइड से हो रही है मतलब सारी टीमें राइट से रोटेट कर रही है लेफ्ट की तरफ वापस ना पुल हुआ तो तो पता है ओसी के डुओ ने है ना पूरा डोमिनेट किया है 4th या 5th है
वो डॉक्टर डेड है बेचारा
Storm Surge
wow,
and Mr. Savage and Vidal targeting them together. Gapter's gonna fall.
Dead him.
FKS just using as much heals as
कितना
he
मिला था?
can. Mr. Savage, they don't want to let these 4 points and all that loot
मार दे रहे एक
out of
शॉट
their way. They're just trying to push themselves
अरे
in
देश
the
वडील
box,
को
leave
नॉक
no option for their opponent. He's doing what he can to dance around, but the elimination is gonna go through regardless.
मिडिल ईस्ट वाले से नहीं होना यहाँ पे
हाँ नहीं होगा वो तो 0 पिंग का फायदा उठाते हैं
Some heals, the exotic slap splashes
अपने
to
जैसा
try to
हाई
get
पिंगर को मारते
themselves
हैं
back up to tip-top shape. And they're going to need it. This
बस 0 पिंगर्स
rotation
जीतते हैं
is
वहाँ पे
going to be far. We're going over towards the side of Brutal Bastion. For some teams that are already there, it's going to be easy. Everyone else, good luck to you.
किसी से उम्मीद की तो कंडक्ट और उससे थी वो लोग भी नहीं करते
वो भी आ गए
Pretty dangerous type of path.
इंडेक्स की हाई पिंग भी अच्छा खेलता था यू पे उसमें अंडिंग करके बैठा है वैल्यूएशन का अपने टीम आई मीन वो इंडेक्स
क्रैश पैड भी अच्छी रोटेट है भाई 3-4 क्रैश पैड कैरी कर लो
6 होते हैं ना
just keeping in mind some of the teams that they're working their way behind. Podeside stays.
अबे ये क्या है बे
Looks as though want to get aggressive here. Podeside has to rethink. Doesn't want to use that crash pad forward just yet.
ये करना क्या चाह रहा था लेकिन
damage from behind.
Goes for a cheeky edit, bounce pad.
तो ये सीरो अपने मिडिल ईस्ट का ही है ना
एजोस बॉक्स में काम
any bounce pad, choosing to use the first
भाई तक प्लेसमेंट चालू नहीं हुई है यार
ड्यूक डेड है किसका है
It could be a good call for them as Podeside finally catches up. The loot is going to be dished around, but you can see the last of their heals. They are running low.
Baila और पीटर बॉट बाइला के साथ है पीटर बॉट के साथ है
going to be needed. You see Ager's by himself as well.
वो अभी कॉल वो
Cannot fell not
Peter
too
Bot?
far, not too long ago. But there's a lot of pressure on his
शायद
shoulders.
कल के दिन था
He's felt before in their major
हो
run.
रहा है लेफ्ट में
Trying to
एडिट पीटर
capitalize
बॉट
on it.
दिया
The time is running out. Storm Surge doing so much damage. He's going to be in the same position as the other teams that we've seen. He's using a lot of heals just to stay alive. Even if it's not Storm Surge, that's Stacey and Podeside on the other side.
कनाडा फ्रेंड है ओ यार यही तो फर्क है ना ये तो कह रहा हूं मैं ये देख
सोरिंग स्प्रिंट
हां स्प्रिंग स्प्रिंट्स और ये ग्लाइडर
भाई कितना इजीली रोटेट कर गया भाई ये नेवर माइंड मेरे को लगा क्लिक्सर उससे पटेगा ये
भाई सच में बहुत इजी है जो लोग कैश में तो बहुत इजी है
फाइनल्स में तो बहुत इजी है फाइनल्स में तो बहुत इजी
मैंने देखा एक बंदे की ऐसी विन आ गई उसने ये लिया एंड में से 5-5 से क्रैंक करके जीत गया
अबे एजस पूरा कैरी कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है भाई
कनाडा लॉस खेल रहा
है एजस कॉल करा देगा
6 solos in the game as of now who lost their teammate and they have the world on their shoulders to try to make something out of this game. Rapid and Q and DX aren't going to be one of them.
अभी बेचारे के लिए स्पेस ही नहीं है
They've been playing well so far in
Index
this
खेलने
game.
के
One elimination, the rest is going to be
मतलब वो जिस तरीके से
playing
खेलना चाहता है ना वैसे नहीं खेल पाएगा क्योंकि वो छोटी टेबल पे खेलता था हाथ टेबल पे आता है चेयर पे आता है
हां वो चेयर पे आ जाता है मैं भी ऐसे खेलता हूं चेयर के उस पे जो आमलेट होते हैं
Bit sneaky as well. This underbelly type of play over here at the Brutal Bastion. Podeside now looking to work his way through these builds. Only has this heisted accelerant to
अबे अल्ली रोटेट क्यों कर रहा है अगर बिल्स नहीं है तो
वही क्या मार रहा है इसमें
just keeps it moving and
बिना मतलब तीन बिल्ड मिल गए
for too long, doesn't want to risk the backup opportunity.
फालतू बिल्ड किया इसने
नहीं सही कर रहा है
Just wants the tax, he just wants the damage.
अभी फार्म कर सकते हैं ना दो तीन
more time.
I feel like I got deja vu all over again. Podeside solo going into the end game. He made something of it in that last go around. Can he repeat? 164 above the
जितने भी पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे इसको फ्री के पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे भाई अभी
when it comes to that part of things. It's all about just staying alive. You don't want to run into the wrong duo, maybe one that's on the other side of that Storm Surge threshold. He knows so many other teams are below him. They're on top and everything. And look, this is almost like a
Peter Bot
Rice and Chubbs on round yet again. They said it's simple. They said it's easy, and they're ready.
अबे दोबारा जीतने वाले हैं कि अच्छे मैच से मर गया होगा 19th पे मर गया था मर गया
मिक्स रैपिड दोनों मर गए
continuing trying to work his way back up, but so much fire being applied to his build. He's down to just his last 2 remaining. He needs a refresh of some sort, but whether or not he's going to be able to find it is a different question altogether.
16th place so far.
कौन चीयर कर रहा है इसको ये
When you reach top 10, the other half are in the top 10. PhonePe just trying to get as many as he can. He goes down. That's Clicks. That's Epico. Find the elimination. Clicks gets knocked. Epico knows to try to go ahead and out him, but a misplay on the bounce. He falls as well, but at least they got some more efforts. Consistency is key, but it's Agers out the solo who was able to find that elimination and keep him and Kanata alive within contention of that top 25.
We're talking about consistency, and right now for Bryce and Chubbs, so far they're consistently holding on to that high PH Zen. Kitos trying to tart through some of these secondary high layers. So far, haven't managed to encounter anybody just yet. Agers though breaks through the building.
पंप मारते तो मर जाता है इसका डुओ खराब हो जाता है
That's going to be an elimination. Credit to Shalom is now PH Zen. Kitos try to tart their way forward. Crash pad, get a shot up on height, but it's not enough to actually break anything or knock down Bryce.
Yeah, but they're one of the few
इनकी चेयर्स में तो है हैंडल एक कंट्रोल वालों की
है ना उनके में भी
मार पे नहीं रख रहे हैं हम यूज नहीं कर रहे
ये कंट्रोलर प्लेयर है मेरे भाई
बैक कीबोर्ड वाले यूज नहीं कर रहे ना कीबोर्ड वाले टेबल यूज कर रहे हैं
वो की फुल लेंथ की वो भी यूज कर सकते हैं काफी लोग होता है ऐसे खेलने वाले जैसे ये यूज कर रहे हैं
Quanti and TK, they seem to have found a slight gap. Nobody else quite discovering them just yet. Games in and Kitos though, they've managed to make a resurgence for the high ground. Pixie and Cheatin down below on the opposite end of the spectrum. They're still forced to deal with some of the congestion that remains.
ओए वो नीचे आ गया हाइट वाला शिट रेडी हाँ मर गया हाइट वाला मर गया
यही था गाइस हीरो
डबल हो गया
saving that siphon for later. Now it's going to come in handy. As soon as somebody else does eliminate it, that is going to be TK who cleans that one
crash
up.
pad
Only
bro
one
cash
player
crash
left as the solo. Quanti going
ओए
ओ भाई अबे फेल गया इसको वो ओ शॉट मार
जिता देगा जिता देगा नहीं पता मार देता उसे
1v2
वो 1 HP था उसे मार देता
duo left alive. Kitos on the other hand using that early high ground to his advantage, but it only lasts for so long. Cheatin and Pixie take the game.
What a way to state your victory royale. Cheatin and Pixie wasted absolutely no time with taking over the low ground. And we've got
launch नहीं कर
standing by
रही अच्छा
to get
अभी
into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheatin. How did it feel on the lobby today?
It's really nice. Like we are full set the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy.
इन्होंने इतना गंदा कर दिया ना ये
ओए सच में मेवन एनएस में मेवन कैरोन टू
मेवन नहीं हैवी
हाँ ये भी चाहिए बस
खरीद लो अब तो बैटरी बस रेडी कर दे आया मैं एक मिनट
मैं एक पढ़ा एक विषय जाके लो आजा कहाँ है छोड़ कर ये हर्ष बहुत मेरे अकाउंट पे तो लो हर्ष
आ जाओ या आ जाओ
आएगा जरा
एक मिनट आया पिकेक्स बदल के
हेवीली है ना
हैवी
आवाज नहीं आ रही ब्रिक पे खेल और आवाज नहीं आ रही और
अब आएगी अब आ रही है मेरी यही होता है नीचे आऊं
आजा
अबे यार एक बार में टूट के मैं भूल गया था यार Get it? ऊपर के
तेज हो गया था मैं
गेम में झटके कर गया
अबे यार ओए नाइस शॉट
आदत मेरे इस छोटे से क्रॉस कर किया
क्या कर रहा है तू एम क्यों कर रहा है और तू तो और ये
अरे
पंप
मेरा
वाला
माउस
है
खराब हो गया राइट रेडियस हो रहा है मतलब राइट क्लिक खराब हो गया
राइट क्लिक खराब है चल रहा है
राइट क्लिक खराब हो गया एडीएस ऑटोमेटिकली होता है
पिंग आ रही है यार रुका तीन तो पिंग आ रही है मेरे अकाउंट पे यार मेरे अकाउंट पे 3 पिंग आ रही है मेरी
अरे आज रात को रीसेट कर दो राउटर को ऑफ कर दिया
राउटर नहीं ऑफ करूंगा कुछ रीसेट मारूंगा मैंने आई थिंक क्योंकि देखता है मेरी वीसी में भी सिंगापुर में अच्छी पिंग आती है, तो देखा तो नहीं मेरी वीसी में सिंगापुर के रीजन में अच्छी आती है, तो इंडिया किया हुआ है ओनर्स बोल दी वहाँ पे मेरी खराब आ रही है।
मैं तो कोई लाइक उसका कुछ और किसी और से कनेक्ट हो गया होगा, इधर नेट किसी और से कनेक्ट हो रहा होगा।
वो ने वीपीएन लगाया तब खत्म नहीं सब।
हाँ एक बार देख ले, वो हटा दे एक बार।
अबे यार ये बकवास छोड़ो, मैं नहीं खेलता प्लीज। यार नहीं हो रही थी, हो जाए यार। क्या बंद कर, यूट्यूब बंद कर दिया। और क्या बंद करना, बंद कर दिया।
अरे वो चेक कर, वो तूने हटा तो डिस्कनेक्ट कर तो दिया था।
कहाँ से देखते हैं? VPN। अब शिट VPN VPN ऑप्शन VPN ऑफ मैंने VPN हेलो अभी गलती से ऑफ करने से ऑन कर ली तो। स्क्रीन शेयर
आया एक सेकंड।
इसी गेम नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं।
कर
स्क्रीन शेयर करो, स्क्रीन शेयर कर।
मैं करूँ काई क्या, फोर्टनाइट या डिस्प्ले?
हाँ बस डिस्प्ले। अब अपना कंट्रोल पैनल खोल।
क्या खोलूं?
कंट्रोल पैनल।
कंट्रोल पैनल।
अब नेटवर्क एंड शेयरिंग पे जा। नेटवर्क एंड हाँ चेंज अडेप्टर। हाँ इस पे इंटरनेट पे क्लिक कर, इंटरनेट पे इंटरनेट बैक कर इंटरनेट पे क्लिक कर। प्रॉपर्टीज इंटरनेट प्रोटोकॉल पे फिर डबल क्लिक कर। ये नीचे वाला फोर्थ नंबर वाला थर्ड ये फोर्थ। हाँ प्रोटोकॉल पे डबल क्लिक कर। टिक पे नहीं इस पे। हाँ ये दिखा, नीचे जा नीचे जा नीचे जा। ये ऑफ है ना, मेरा भी ऑफ है, फिर क्यों नहीं हो रहा? आ रहा हूँ। गेम स्टार्ट होगी तो देखनी है।
देख वे इस सर्वर में वो पिकेक्स भी है।
कौन सा?
फ्लेक्स वाला
है लाइन है।
हाँ और फ्लेक्स का ही है वो है।
जियो फाइबर था ये एयर फाइबर?
क्या
जियो फाइबर लगा हुआ है, एयर फाइबर?
जियो फाइबर ऑब्वियसली भाई। एयर फाइबर का मतलब मैंने कभी यूज नहीं किया है तो बता नहीं सकता।
गेट जियो फाइबर नेम।
So awkward for Suns and Anon. Suns especially seemed as though he hit that moment of hesitation for whether or not he should actually try to challenge up on that balcony. But hey, as far as Kenjutsu Crossing is concerned, that's not going to go Oshi's way in the slightest here. Opposite side of the map though, at Sanguine Suites, Peterbot and Byla recognizing the fact that they're under a little bit of pressure from that mountain just north of Bastion. And again, for Peterbot and Byla, you have to consider, Peterbot's been talking all week, top 25, that's the easiest thing in the world. But we're here in the lower bracket, and it's not looking that easy to actually be in the top 25.
Yeah, they've already pushed that one team off, trying to get Sanguine Suites as their own, but a fight that we saw in that last time goes a whole different way. Crisp and Noxy able to take down P8 Sin, leaving Kitos by himself. And if this has any indication, any sort of resemblance towards that last game, it's no worries. Kitos is as strong as can be. He already picked up a second place by himself. And since it's so early on in the game, there's so much opportunity for him to go back, get that reboot card, get his teammate back up, because it's already happened countless times on the day so far.
but also as far as Kitos and PHZen are concerned, they've built themselves a pretty surmountable amount of points here. Heading into game number 3, they had 138. We're leading in that second place position on the leaderboard. Have to consider them relatively safe as far as their spot in that top 25 is concerned. So maybe not as much pressure there onto Kitos as far as whether or not he'll be able to get that reboot off onto PHZen. For a team like Noxie and Chris, that's just another 4 points to get them that much closer.
Yeah, yesterday we saw 25th qualify with 91 points. Can't say that's going to be exact here today, but at least they have some sort of goal to achieve. Anything is definitely possible. And you saw to start the game off that it was both Wixie and Curb on the other side, putting some shots down over towards Sanguine Sweets. But now the tables have turned. They try to get aggressive, but it's the angles from both Cheaton and Pixie. The game number 2 winners.
भाई बंदा ओपन में पीक लेके उसके डुओ को मार रहा है, जैसे उसका डुओ तो कुछ करेगा ही नहीं।
पार्टी में हम रिबिल्ड कर दूंगा
to a standstill momentarily, waiting for somebody to make the big move, but hopefully it's not a misstep. They're separated. This might be the saving grace for both Kirby and Wixie because they're two players that are two different regions as the shots get fired off. He's ready to finish this fight, breaks into the box, and takes down Cheaton. This is what we came to see. A duo from two different regions coming together to make one.
I don't know why the fuck Polo would do it, dog.
मैंने बकिया कोड क्रिएटर कोड की डिस्ट्रैक्ट किया।
He actually thinks better of the immediate push in. Whoever comes out on top here might just have the opportunity to look for that reboot card, reboot opportunity, but Kirby faring certainly significantly better than Pixie for the time being. No, Pixie able to find the refresh that he wanted as far as materials are concerned. These resources taking him so far. And Kirby just unable to build up right away. He knows that he only has a limited amount of time to work with here before his opposition starts trying to close in himself.
You see him taking this time. Try to pick some augments, seeing if anything helps him in this exchange.
Relatively even though, health-wise.
Yeah. And actually, no, Curb had, even though, yeah, so they're relatively even health-wise, but Kirby at the bottom has materials. He has the extra heals. So if he wants to try to build up to take this, drain Pixie dry in terms of materials, that could be good, but you see over towards the right side, Sanguine Sweets. That's Peterbot and Bylaw. If they look on over, see this action going down, that's a possible third-party opportunity for them. Maybe even 2 eliminations. So they have to be careful which way they travel across this mountain. But it does look like Kirby is going to be the first one to try to disengage. Got the reboot card and trying to stay alive so that way he can get his teammate back into the game, because we talked about the strength in numbers is huge in an event like this.
Pretty decent tag there from Pixie, but it is going to give Kirby a decent indicator as to how far up Pixie actually is. And Kirby seemingly trying to farm out even more resources. It's clear that Kirby would like to go for the disengage, probably recognizing the fact that that pressure from Sanguine Sweets might come sooner rather than later, but we're talking about pressure here at the Creaky compound. Sorif and Skits, they're dealing with a good chunk of aggression out of Raru and Greedy.
See, it's pausing for a moment, rightfully so. You said slap dab in the middle of Creaky. There's so many teams around them, even more pushing in. They are on the edge of zone, so
एक बंदे का नाम है Redgear Greedy, वो बनियान में खेल रहा है शायद। I mean Sando में। Sando में खेल रहा है शायद।
Wrong move. It might not be even the original opponents that we're fighting that does the front force of that damage. And it continues to kind of push towards the east this time around, but instead of the north, it has a southern lean when it comes to the zone. So they realize their journey does not stop here. They want to get as close to it as possible. But sometimes in this game, Taco, you have to wait for your opponents to begin that rotation before you can try to escape yourself.
As far as rotations are concerned, though, for Pixie, it seems as though he's willing to take his time here on that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. The problem at this point, though, Jacob, definitely starts to become just how much time is really worth investing here. Because it seems as though Kirby is definitely cool with just letting this go through and disengaging entirely. But I guess we do have a listening to get more insight for as to how the players are really thinking.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy. I'm down. Should I come now, get the stats?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here, come, run. This is all like, on me. 40, I'm crowdfunding on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going for right side.
Cracked him. Dead.
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
Nice find by both Pink and Vico to take down one. And that's a team. When they went down in Game 5 yesterday, they were in 24th place. They were forced to watch every team that got into that top 25 pass them and send them down to the lower bracket. King and Phaser, they're trying to have a second chance at life. Skits and Sorf is another one. Yesterday definitely wasn't their day. Today is a whole new chapter in their story, and this is one that I'm excited to see finish. But they're still stuck around both Greedy and Raru. Neither team isn't able to rotate just yet. And I think when push comes to shove, at least Greedy does have that rocket ram to try to get out of a tight spot. But if Raru doesn't have one himself, that could be possibly why they're waiting for the moment that the players above them try to rotate first. And everybody in this position is going to have to rotate because we get another far pull to the east side. So this is going to be huge.
At the same time, though, you can tell that Skits and Soar, if they want a piece of the action, if they can make it happen, they know that their surge strategy has definitely been difficult to come by. So 1 or 2 eliminations right now would put them in an excellent position to just prioritize positioning. Rotations can just be so make or break at this stage of the game, especially when you factor in that there are going to be teams throughout the match looking to acquire those forecast towers that have been such a huge help as well.
And you saw that stat that popped up, 1st and 25th, the exact same amount of points through these 2 matches as they were yesterday. And if that continues, you got to look at that threshold from when they qualified. 25th yesterday in the upper bracket, had 91 points. So that's the threshold they're looking to come close to, even past, to give themselves the best chance to reach our global championship final. First place is a $1 million split between 2. That's more than enough money even I know what to do with.
Well, it depends on who you're asking.
True, I might just buy food. $1 million worth of food. Noxy, Chris trying to rotate away. Hen and Vasquez trying to make up for that last game. At least they have the Rift Island underneath their belt from Game 1, giving them a 15-point boost. They just have to try to continue that pace. They've done more than enough work in the first half.
Sometimes it really feels like nobody wants to be the first person to shoot. When you can tell that there are so many other teams surrounding you, the moment that you sound off shots, it just draws so much unwanted attention. And then you have to split your focus. And how many times already have we seen teams where they try to separate a duo? Maybe they're temporarily successful, but even with that circumstance on the mountain north of Brutal, but more on that later. Because right now, Skits, Sorif, we're talking about them wanting to get a little bit more active here. Shot not going to connect in the way that they would have hoped. Maven Auto primed, ready to go here for Skits. He looks to reposition, wants the high ground over Raru and Greedy. Crouch walking, just seeing what he can come across here. Greedy, Raru. They've got to be suspecting of who's going to drop into their box. Maven Auto shots are firing, but it's going to be Sorif who comes out on top. Ultimately, the tag team damage more than enough, and a nice, quick and clean double elimination process here for Skits and Sorif.
Like a double elbow drop off the top rope. Cleaned house, Fishy and DMK. Trying to go for Rift Island. DMK taking some damage. And that's the thing. Even though there's a lot of elevation, a lot of line of sights over on the top of Rift Island, for the players that are in the distance, for the ones that did build their surge base, that also allows them to go for those shots onto you on that Rift Island. So far, nobody really contesting it. Maybe one team nearby thinking about it. But I don't think that one's going to come to fruition. So for them, it is going to be a free 15 points. A whole lot of loot on top of that as well.
And a pretty decent spot to look over the rest of the lobby. Maybe catch wind to players like Savage.
और lower bracket में है 15 points है.
Split bases right now. Not too far off from their initial dropping point as Vidil, Savage, or at least for Vidil's concerns, it seems like he's more primarily interested on trying to get some tags in on these teams in Mega City. And I like this approach, though, from Savage and Badil, because they're both trying to just focus in on two separate angles to attack towards that high ground territory for teams that are trying to pace up on some of these buildings here in Mega City.
They've already got their spot inside of the top 25 for now. It's all about holding on to it, staying consistent. But at least they got a ton of the hard work out of the way. MK, Papa, and Shalom. Kind of looks like a free rotation in towards the zone, almost 300 above the Storm Surge threshold. So for them, it's almost looking like smooth sailing for now. Not much to worry about, but as the zone continues to pull in that direction, if they don't get it, they're gonna have to battle through some of these teams.
It's looking like a predominantly dead side rotation here for MK, Papa, and Shalom. And the question is, how much surge were they actually able to acquire throughout that process? Because I've seen plenty of times teams, they'll have great positioning because of dead side rotations, but they won't have the surge to go with it, and then they're forced into moments of desperation where they're essentially forfeiting their ideal positioning and oftentimes their lives in the process, because what other option do you have when you've got that Storm Surge damage raining in on you?
And you see Clicks looking towards the backside of the zone. He's trying his best to not to have to worry about that Storm Surge. Doing good so far, 259. Rapid and Batman Booger were the ones positioned behind them. You see them, the yellow markers on your mini-map down below. Since it is going to be in the storm, they're going to have to rotate, give up some of that elevation. That way they can save some of that HP and those heals for later on in the same game. Kaizen and Clement. A lot of teams kind of falling behind in this game when it comes to the zone. At least 4 of them right before our very eyes taking damage. Each second pass is going to make it harder for them to try to survive. Forced to use a lot of those resources in order to get that HP back. But if you look at both Kaizen and Clement, they have more than enough heals to make it possible to get in toward the zone.
Decent amount of teams also looking to conglomerate over at the Drift Ridge. When Racetrack is this poppin' and you see teams like Clement and Kaizen that have to run through that territory, you have to expect that it is going to be incredibly difficult to actually make it through unscathed. Or they might have a nice opportunity to look for some of those third-party circumstances. Only time will tell, but right now, the story for Fatch and Pamso definitely seems to be as if they are already situated a really nice elevated position so far, well ahead of where they need to be. Vico and Pink could definitely be in some trouble here.
Pamso and Fabs, they spotted out a rift far along that ridge, waiting for somebody to try to go for it. Probably being their plan A, waiting for the zone to pull in. That's where they're gonna put their eyes back on it. As King and Phaser, they're just trying to reunite, get the most out of those splashes. We've already seen King put on a show yesterday in the upper bracket with that sniper. Trying to do it here yet again. And you can see the difference in augments between the two teams. First shotgun is gonna have the commonality between the two, but now they get aggressed on that high ground. Phaser trying to reposition. That's AIM and Zazie, who aren't afraid to take a fight against Brazil's best, and they come out on top for now. King goes down. Another team drops in. That's Cal Gamer and 7man. They take advantage of the third party.
गंदा लग रहा है यार 7man बुला रहे बेचारे को यार.
And they already had a good loadout as well. The MK Alpha over towards
क्या बुला रहे हैं?
7man.
adding each tool
7man
to
is the
their
name.
tool belt.
अमान है उसका नाम भाई. अमान है उसका
To
नाम.
have to watch your opposition just reap the benefits of your bounty. No celebration time for eliminations in certain situations. Gamer though, definitely more than happy for what they managed to stumble across.
ड्यू और एजी का इतना गंदा जा रहा है भाई मेरा.
That would certainly be happy if they could add a couple more points, a couple more eliminations to their count. Duke and Edgy, certainly one of them. Team that definitely struggled throughout day number 1, but here in day 2, hoping to have the resurgence in order to find themselves in that finals lobby for the Global Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and you can see where the zone's heading on this game as well. Very similar to that last. We're going up mountains, down water. You got to be able to prepare for that, and luckily for them, it did just happen once before. They got to be able to try to mimic the blueprint if they did make it far, change things up if they did not, as Kanata and Agers this time around trying to rotate as a full duo, leaving nothing for one person to try to handle. And so far, it is looking well. They're trying to go up the side of this mountain where not too many teams are positioned so far, but they run into both Lucy and Steno momentarily. who are getting caught sleeping there for a moment, so that gives them a free path towards the zone. And for them, that's a little bit of a blessing. On the other side, Rapid, not feeling that same thing. The slurp juice is going to be popped, though. It runs out just as we tune on board. So it's going to be up to them to try to find some sort of a refresh. You see QNDX trying to shoot above with the breacher, maybe to drop somebody down because they realize without no builds, without any heals, now becoming the focus, they have to think outside of the box to make this happen.
Right now, QND is just hoping that somebody else can divert the attention of some of these teams surrounding them, but it is a relentless amount of suppressive fire into these box edits, and QND Rapid, they finally get a moment to focus, but they're not the only team that's found themselves in sticky situations. We've got other teams as well, still looking to power through, still looking to make their way, cheating, turn and burn situations. Don't know who Fahad thought he was shooting at alongside Hero, but cheating, he had everything in his arsenal to make some magic happen. Granted, Hero and Fahad were relatively low stepping into that engagement, but cheating not one to stray away from a clutch situation.
That he might be the hero, but I'm the villain of this story. He's just looking around. 45 materials, 5 minis, but it's the HP that is really lacking because you can see the Storm Surge is well above the threshold as well. Everything going their way, and that goes to show that these early game battles, it is a risk, but it has a huge reward on it as well. As a lot of these teams finally make it to the zone, but most of them are stacked up on the west side, a little bit more on the southern edge as Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they made that rotation around Mega City, trying to dodge line of sights of both Clicks at Epicwell and everybody else on the side of that mountain. They've been doing a good job. They were at the top of the leaderboard, and they're holding on to their position. You see them there in 6th place. If they can continue this consistency, remember the 91-point threshold. It isn't official, but you got to imagine it's going to be close.
But depending on where Batman Booga actually chooses to throw that business turret, he might be able to catch some of these teams off guard, or at least get some decent information. So much congestion, though, building up in some of these mid-tier layers. Mr. Savage, the deal, looking for a way to tarp through. They know they're going to have to take some fights first before they can get anywhere. Clownski, Grolls, going to fall right in front of their very eyes. Pink and Vico surrounding Mr. Savage and the deal as well. It's going to be 2 players trying to enter the box.
Wow.
Ursa eliminated off a rip. Mr. Savage did not come to mess around. And Vadil, immediate backup fire. These two are just tearing through right now.
That was huge. They didn't even look the direction of Mr. Savage, not even once. And that was 2 huge shots that he used to his advantage. As Clicks and Epicwell finally find their way in towards zone, but as soon as they do, it pulls towards the left, where a lot of those teams are congested on that side of the map compared to the north side, and they're ready to fight their way through. But very, very little heals to their name. At least Epicwell, once it slows down just a little bit, can throw that business turret down, try to get some information, but for now, they're trying to beat everybody else to the punch. They don't want to be the ones that are being held out by more than half of the lobby, and you can see the different elevated teams, some high in the sky, others far below, but they're finding any nook and cranny to go through, but it's Clicks who actually falls to the deal. Even Bylop picking up an elimination. Kaizen's left by himself. Epicwell trying to survive. He's doing everything that he can because placement points haven't really set in. A huge shot towards the back, and he goes down before able to stabilize and use that slurp juice, and that's going to be a huge treasure for somebody to find.
Massive for Lucy and Steno, as they're the ones we saw a little bit further towards the center of the zone, but now it's going to be a scramble. Everybody's got to get a move on in order to make it, as the moving zones will become all the more problematic for these players to deal with. But Vadil and Savage, they've done an excellent job at just holding down their positioning in that mid-ground.
I can say it looked like a safe rotation, but don't be fooled. Players are hiding around every corner. Shields are going to get dropped. It's Cal Gamer and 7
Finally, Middle East वाला dive पे दिखे भाई.
Showing up big here on the high ground for now, but 9th zone. We've seen so many teams get tossed below due to rocket rams and sneak attacks. Kaizen's trying to break in and do one of those himself, recycling a bounce pad, hot on the heels of Frosty, but he doesn't go as high, so that player's going to be able to escape for now. And you see Kaizen, he's trying to recycle as many builds as possible, but he gets tagged up, forced to use, down to 5. At least he has some heals to work with, so he has a chance to stagger himself, but only for so long. He's down on the threshold. MK Papa falls, leaving Shalom by himself. he has more than enough to work with.
But that's only temporary because 25 builds can be gone just like that, especially when there's so much pressure being applied both above and below you. Shalom just trying to figure out which direction he wants to go next. Maybe spotted out Hen directly next to his box for the time being, but Kaizen, he's still making the most of things. Lash Splash going to be used, but a Rocket Ram to quicken the rotation. Jess has to hope that nobody spots him on the way back down. Miro is going to be the first that he comes up behind. Kaizen actually finds the knock onto Miro. The elimination siphon, a little bit of a materials refresh, but Cooper with a quick revenge.
Almost a huge W for him. Into the top 13 we go. Majority of the placement points have already been picked up to this point. But if you want to make sure you qualify, you got to continue going. Vadil under pressure. Mr. Savage said it himself. Vadil is someone I trust to frag out at the end, to pick up these points. If he has a moment to stabilize, he could get some HP back. Shields on top of that, but running out of resources, fresh out. He's going to have to think of something outside of the box. Inside of somebody else's box, into the distance, lands a shot onto Source. That gives him a little bit of a speed boost thanks to accelerated Maven, even gets a knock onto Peterbot before going down altogether.
A sabotage though from Vadil onto Peterbot. That's gonna stop Peterbot's run for the time being. Kanata though still keeping things moving right now, all by his lonesome. Doesn't have Aegis with him, does have a nice pick-off view, but won't be able to connect that Breacher. So good at destroying builds, but can definitely be tough to land some shots.
Cal Gamer on the top, along with Nutty. Hopefully they don't run into each other, but Cal Gamer knows where his teammate did go down. Even though the reboot card, some would say he's going after, but it's all that materials into the top 5. 3 players are running around as solos. Bylaw is going to be one of them, but the Kings on top of the castle for now is going to be polarized and scented as they fall down below. Calgamer was another one. A nice shot's going to be landed, but no resources continue to build up for polarized. But Scented is there. They put the pressure on. A lot of damage, and the siphon goes through. They clean house to take him out. Bylaw flies next. 2v2 situation. NA versus NA. Duke and Edgy versus polarized and Scented. But this is going to be drawn out just a little bit. The building of Mega City, it's indestructible. It's hard to break through, but Duke finally finds the wall that he can bypass. A little bit of builds, a little bit of resources left.
Duke and Edgy, they know that they needed this one. It's been a tough time so far in these first couple of games. And for game number 3, this could definitely be their moment. Polarized and Los, though, they're not looking to let it go anytime soon. Up the center and immediately taken back down. Edgy stood no hope here. Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him. What? Massive shot though onto Duke with a back and it's a victory royale.
ओ भाई साहब ड्यूक ने 1v2 क्लच कर दिया फाइनल में पोलराइज और सेंटर थे सामने
हेलो पहले एक लड़की दिखाई थी ना
स्ट्रीम करूंगी
अभी बाहर से आ रहा था अभी बाहर से आ रहा था
call out
चल
from
हाँ इधर
yesterday
स्टार्ट है
is in the top 25. Yesterday was
चल
91
हाँ,
points.
चल।
हर्ष भाई
हाँ भाई
खत्म मार गया
कितने का था ये?
और भाई हर्ष उसकी ऑडेसिटी देख भाई। अभी मैं बाहर से आ रहा हूँ,
हाँ
सुन अभी मैं बाहर से आ रहा हूँ तो उसकी गोदी में बैठ के मेरे को बोल रही है हाय दूर से। मैंने कहा बहन छोटी मार चुका।
अबे भाई
मैंने तो बस ऊपर देख के वापस देख लिया, मैंने हाई भी नहीं बोला, बहन जब मार चुका है। हट
सही है भाई।
भाई तू किसी और क्लाइंट पे बैठ के मुझे आई कैसे बोल सकती, दूर चल। ओ सॉरी
दूर चल।
भाई ये लड़का कितनी मछलियां ले रहा है बहन चोद। ओ भाई है यार एक दो उससे भी खूब बच्चियां ले रहा है। भाई मेरा समय कब आएगा बच्चे लेने का?
बस आने वाला है तुम्हारा भी जल्दी। मौका था तुमने गवा दिया।
कल ना भाई मत बोले यार, बारे में बहुत बुरा सा लग रहा है, मत बोलिए।
इतना पिछला गाने में नहीं लगा था उससे उतना बुरा।
अबे यार लेकिन सच बताऊं भाई, हंसी मन मेरे गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे सच्ची। वो इतनी खूबसूरत थी और वो एकदम ऐसे बोली हाँ हाँ चल चलते हैं। भाई मेरे गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे। मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था कि वो हाँ बोलेगी ना एक बार में, ये बात थी। वो मेरे को लगा था बोलेगी यार आज मन नहीं है, या बोलेगी मैं टीचर से जा रही हूँ थक गई हूँ। वो कहती हाँ चलते हैं। भाई मैंने है इसे क्या हो गया?
इससे क्या हो गया भाई? इसने कितनी जल्दी आगे से बढ़ गया।
अपडेट क्यों आ रही है फोर्टनाइट की? अपडेट ऐसा कुछ करते तो है नहीं, लो सा तो गेम है, उसमें भी अपडेट में है जो अलग है मीटी। छोड़ो टीवी देख
यार थ्रू था उसके।
यार अब क्या करूं, कोई नई लड़की ढूंढता हूँ। नई लड़की ढूंढूंगा, नई लड़की।
मैं तो वीडियो का वेट कर रहा था भाई।
अबे साले मुट्ठल कितना मारेगा मुठ, मेरे को देख के मारेगा मुठ।
नहीं भाई
मुट्ठल आदमी साला, तूने वो MIT के देख के मार ली, तूने है मणिपाल के देख के मुठ मार ली। अबे तू रहने दे मुट्ठल साले, मुट्ठी मारू।
हर कोई तेज नहीं होता ना।
हाँ मैं भाई मेरी बात छोड़ दे, मेरे से तो हर बोले मरो। तेरी तरह तो मैं हूँ ही नहीं, बिल्कुल दूर हूँ।
अरे जा साले, मैं तेरी तरह नहीं हूँ, मैं तेरे से दूर हूँ।
हाँ साले मुट्ठल कितनी मुठ मारता है।
ओ माय जस्ट सो बैड ब्रो। एसएमजी लेके भी
दिन की 4। हर्ष भाई तू तो भाई 104 बुखार भी मारता होगा साले।
मुझे कैसे पता? तेरी मम्मी ने बताया होगा।
अबे तू समझ अभी भी नहीं
भाई मेरी मम्मी क्या बताएगी तू मुठ मार रहा है साले पिद्दी लुल्ली। अरे क्या गंदे बातें करता है यार, तेरी मम्मी से पूछ, मैं मुठ नहीं मारता, उनकी मार दो बढ़िया। भाई हर तेरी अम्मी देखो बिल्कुल चिपकली पोज में दीवार से लगा के।
भाई वो मत याद दिला भाई,
यार मैं बहुत बिगड़ गया यार,
इतना गंदा रील है वो।
चिपकली भाई घोड़ा घोड़ी नहीं पसंद, केवल चिपकली पोज पसंद है, दीवार से लग के एकदम। यार मैं बहुत बिगड़ गया हूँ यार, मैं कहाँ मैं भाई आयरलैंड में आके ऐसा आया हूँ उत्तराखंड में। बिगड़ गया हूँ भाई। मैं जब टेलर के साथ रहता था तब चलना नहीं था, मैं तब नहीं तक गिरा हुआ था मैं। मेरे को ठीक लगती थी, कहती थी कि मत बात कर गंदी बात है। हर्ष पापा बोल दियो एक बार। बेटा हर्ष बेटा।
अरे रुक जा, और तू एडिट दे देना क्या मेंटल में करेगा। हाँ मेंटल करता है हाइपर यार। कितना गंदा है शॉट।
शेड ऑन कर दे कोई तो।
क्या आज 7 से इसको चल रहा है, इतनी देर से वार्म अप कर रहा है।
ऑन कर दे भाई, और वो कर रहा है जा भाई डोरेमोन, तू भी तो कर रहा है।
मैं तो खेल ही नहीं रहा था, मैं तो वीडियो देख रहा था।
मैं तो भाई अब करूँगा इतने टाइम बाद मजा आएगा बड़ा।
कुछ भी
चलो यार छोड़ो इसका ही
SMG यूज कर रहा है, शर्म आ रही थी बोलते हैं।
तो फ्रैगर हूँ ना।
क्या जी है F यूज कर रहा है जी?
ऐसे नहीं होगा।
मेरे को कॉपीराइट पड़ जाएगा, इस वजह से सही बता रहा हूँ मैं।
क्या कॉपीराइट है इसमें?
स्पाइडर को बोल रहा हूँ भाई, वो एक गिटार इतना प्यारा बजाता है। ये भी तेरी है क्या? कितना है इसमें?
140।
क्या 20 का लगा था? हाँ मेरा कौन है?
यार मैं स्टार्ट मैच कर दिया तुमने।
लेफ्ट कर ये शॉट
शॉट ले यार, एक सेकंड हो गया।
क्योंकि मैं हाइट पे होने के बाद मुझे नहीं दिखा मैं तू, और तू मुझे बिना हाइट पे देखा उससे देख लिया।
ओ ऐसे ही बिल्कुल
4 फ्लोर जंप करके आया हूं तेरे को शॉट मारने।
तो नूब है साले, हट फ्रेंड साला, पता नहीं कौन करता है ये
यार तू ना हाइट करिए।
अरे इसके आगे सुअर ऐसे बात निकाल रहा है बिल्कुल। हैं
मत कर यार।
भाग क्यों गया फुल बॉक्स में?
निकल तो निकल गया। नहीं आ गया 40।
यार मेरे को नहीं लगा वहाँ, डेढ़ लग गई। तो यार
बुक मार रहा है क्या?
अबे
मैं वापस प्राइम में आ गया हूँ मेरे 2 दिन में ही।
हर जगह तो मुट्ठी मारता है तेरे पैरों में।
भाईजान
हाँ भाई
तो 5 F एडिट से G एडिट पे आ गया हूँ बाइंड में, और इससे अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ फिर भी।
भाई तो एक तो पहली बात तो 5 एडिट कैसे कर सकता है कोई?
5 भी F से करता था, अब G पे आ गया हूँ।
F से G
मैं तो 30 HP था भाई, कैसे मरता?
2 टिक बार है मैंने, पर लगा एक ही 30 का दबा।
आजा भाई, आजा बोल रहा है ना, आजा अब मार। कौन से कोने पकड़ के बैठा है? ये वाले ठीक रहती हैं।
एक नाम नहीं करता इन द कांच।
चुप रहे।
कुछ हिट ऑन कर रहा था ब्रो। देखा 2 महीने में आपके बाद भी पीट सकता हूँ किसी
2
को।
महीने
तो
में
किसी को भी
कल ही
पिटवा ले
खेला है।
अब तू 2 दिन बाद किसी को भी लिया ना आप किसी को भी जैसे 2v2 करना है 1v1 करना है किसी को भी पीट दो। वो गेंडे को तो तू भी पीट दे। वो उसका तो बहुत ही गंदा गेम प्ले। वो लिटरल पब्स प्लेयर है मुझे नहीं पता वो फर्स्ट कैसे आ गया सोलो कैश कप में। आ गया। स्ट्रीम पे सब बंद किया हुआ है तेरी ब्लैक स्क्रीन तो नहीं स्ट्रीम पे बात भी नहीं आ रही। नहीं आ रही
वो बंद किया था नहीं बात बता रहा था।
बात नहीं बातें।
तो यार अब तो सही था रोड पे तो हो ही जाता है। एकदम पहले मार दिया जो मेरा पिछली पहले हो रहा था।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? सही बता
यार नहीं
हर बार एक चीज करेगा और मैं देखूंगा नहीं है ना।
मैं ना ऐसे इतना अच्छे मैं करता हूं ना कोई एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करता।
तो बस साला क्योंकि कोई ये बदीर सी चीज कोई करता नहीं है तू ही करता है ऐसे।
सही बता
यार मेरा शॉट लगा पर वो नहीं लगा।
अबे सेंसी कम करने के बाद शॉट्स तो लगने लगा है बॉक्स में कोई आता है। साले साले लगते ही नहीं पता कहां पहुंच जाते थे।
सर भी हारता है लैपटॉप में। अबे ये क्या था?
मुझे भी नहीं पता
यार मैं पैंट नहीं कर रहा हूं। अब भी रहूंगा जब बात उठो रिवान। वाह एक चीज मारूंगा।
शॉट मार ले शॉट मार ले।
नहीं स्टाइमर विंडो से मार गया। क्या था मैं
कैसे ऐसा लग गया यार चीज गंदी देखी कहां सीख के आया। बहुत गंदा लग रहा है मत कर भाई। सुअर लग रहा है बिल्कुल बहन को।
2-4 डोरेमोन जैसे दूसरे सुअर के साथ दूसरा सुअर बन गया।
इधर से मैं एडिट करूं उधर से तू एडिट कर रहा है।
यार ये अपडेट होने में साल लगा रही है।
अरे हाइपर मर जा। हेलो थ्रू मारा है।
तो हां ऐसे थ्रू मारा है बहुत।
अबे बॉल लगी हुई मेरे सामने।
मैंने खुद थ्रू मार दी लॉल।
ये क्या सीख गया है यार मत करिए तुम मेरे साथ।
वो भी तो कर रहे हैं। मैं पहली बार किया पता है। कौन में चला गया था मेरे?
मेरा कौन था वो? मैंने किया था
कौन जो भी चला तो क्या था अंदर। देख कर रहा है ना अभी
तू मार रहा है हर चीज भाई।
हर
धन्यवाद।
मेरा भी ले ले थ्रू मारूंगा तेरे अंदर बिल्कुल।
बोल ले भाई कोई बात नहीं 1 महीना और बचा है उसके बाद क्या तू क्या करेगा मैं तो ये सोच रहा हूँ।
महीना कैसे भी तो अक्टूबर बचा पूरा।
अक्टूबर के 15 दिन और दिसंबर नवंबर के 3 दिन।
मैं क्या करूंगा
दिसंबर के 20 दिन।
अब निमेश आ जाएगा तू साथ खेलेगा।
अबे इसे खिलाएगा कौन ये पूछ।
ये निमेश का साथ खेलेगा फिर भी सोलो डो का साथ नहीं पाएगा।
अरे तो कुछ है ही नहीं उस समय
हैं।
नवंबर में कुछ नहीं है।
नवंबर अभी खत्म हो जाएगा सीजन आएगा वो तो चैप्टर 1 में ले जा रहे हैं ना वापस।
हैं
एक महीने के लिए बस कोई कप नहीं है उस महीने में।
अब ये नहीं पता कप है या नहीं है। डेली डुओ का कप्स वगैरह आ सकते हैं
यार गलती नहीं।
बस 1 महीने के लिए जा रहे हैं वापस।
हां हां उसका चैप्टर आ जाएगा।
ओल्ड मैप पर कोई का चैप्टर 5 वाला मैप चैप्टर 1 वाला।
अब अभी 1 महीने के लिए वापस जाएंगे मैं कब होए ना होए दिसंबर में तो होएंगे ही नहीं फिर तो होंगी।
दिसंबर में नया सीजन आ जाएगा और है ना क्या बोलते हैं
तो मैं एफएनसी खेल पाऊंगा ना।
अगर दिसंबर में होगा तो खेल पाएगा।
नहीं एफएनसी तो जनवरी में स्टार्ट होगा ना जनवरी में हूं ना मैं।
कब तक है
21
जनवरी तक है ना फिर तो हो जाएगा।
तू आएगा कब कितने टाइम के लिए आ रहा है तू?
21 दिसंबर से 21 जनवरी।
21 तारीख को आ रहा है तू?
दिसंबर से मेरे को तो नवंबर से आ रहा है तू।
नहीं
नवंबर में तो यार
2 महीने के लिए आना 1 महीने के लिए यार।
अबे अभी खेलने स्टार्ट कर दूंगा, प्रैक्टिस रखूंगा ना एकदम बढ़िया रखूंगा, एकदम गरम।
फायदा नहीं उसमें से 20 दिन तो अपना घूमने में लगा देगा जैसा लास्ट टाइम किया था।
मैं करा दूंगा
घूमने में कुछ खाने नहीं चलो दिल्ली चलते हैं।
अरे बचियां लूंगा यार, मम्मी कब तक करूंगा यार।
हाँ तो बस फिर
बच्चा थोड़ी हूँ मम्मी करूंगा यार, अब बड़ा हो गया मैं 20-21 हो गया, लड़कियां घुमाऊंगा।
वही तो खेलेगा कहाँ कब
यार लेकिन इंडिया में अच्छी नहीं है खुद भी। मजाक कर रहा हूँ, कुछ तो बहुत बढ़िया है।
तेरी अच्छी है ब्रश तू दे दे।
हर चीज में खुश होकर लूंगा एकदम। हर्ष
कितना भागता है
हो गया अपडेट।
अच्छा अच्छा ब्रो इतना भागता है तुम्हें फायदा नहीं तेरा। एक शॉट में डेड है तू। तेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही तेरी यार।
चल क्यों रहा है इंस्टाग्राम ही क्या है ये। अबे मेरा फोन
मेरे पास एक मैप है वो खेलेंगे भाई 3 बंदों के लिए वो। हर्ष
अरे फोन पे बात करो, रुक जा 2 मिनट तो दे भाई। बोले जा रहा है कितना भागता है ये वो फलाना ठिकाना।
इसकी चाट रहे हो
मां जो दिया इसने है
बॉल चाट रहा है मेरी।
ओए मैं आ गया बे, ये क्या कर दिया है, ये कितनी गंदा लग रहा है। ये टट्टी है
वो मोबाइल ना दिया वो लीव कर दे ना, मैं वो देख रहा हूं तुम दोनों बनी और मैं आया खाना लेके आया। अबे ये ना 2 महीने बाद खेला लेकिन फिर भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलेगा, टेंशन मत ले। आया
लॉल मेरे से नहीं तेरे से अच्छा बोलना चाहिए तेरे को।
having any issues off of drop or rotations in this moment. And honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about that duo is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clix is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they've not been playing the best, but they're making things happen, they're making things work. What happens in these last couple games, Kelly, when they maybe do start to play at their best?
I mean, I'm excited to see. I think the only issue that we're having here is that these mid-game engagements that they're having, they're using a lot of mats and then not able to recover that towards the end game. Yeah. So if they're able to kind of work around that a little bit, they're going to have a much better time in our final 2 games.
And on top of that, many duos, right, finding themselves in these situations where it's just a solo rider. They're kind of finding these engagements where they're trying to split up the map as much as they can, and then suddenly a duo's waiting. They're strike, hey, this person's by himself, take them down. I feel like, you know, is that the kind of route we want to go? Is that high risk, high reward worth it? Savage earlier on, the very beginning of the show was like, yeah, it's a risk, it's a reward, but is that worth it?
Which route would you go, Zeke?
Nah, man, I'm too safe.
No, Zeke, I just want to know, like, which route would you go?
I would go safe.
It doesn't matter what route you go. We don't care about what Zeke has to say.
See, I walked into it.
I don't care what Zeke has to say. Look, if you are one of those players, I think ultimately in crunch time, because this is crunch time now for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You just got to go with what you're used to, what the formula is. I don't think you should do anything too dissimilar to what's gotten you here. You've been such a phenomenal player, you know, at times this year. That's why you're sitting on that stage right now. Don't switch up anything too crazy. Don't get too, you know, insane up there.
And I think we are seeing that from a lot of our solar players. I think we actually saw it from Agers in game number 2, where he was able to use incredible rotates through his augments. And even though he was kind of dodging all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure, Kanata there. He's just doing him, you know, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Hal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, going to grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And we saw how confident Hal Gamer was yesterday, right? You know, when he was being interviewed, you know. the most confident man in the arena potentially, you know, how confident he was, and understandably so, right? They've you know, had success in their region, you know, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver here. And I think it's been a much better day from them, right? We've been seeing them over, you know, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their day in a much more controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, where we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped, and using these opportunities also to third-party other players, grab as many elimination points as they can too. I mean, again, I've said it a few days ago, Cal Gamer is an incredibly intelligent player. He studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
For sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment. We saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PHSIN and Kitos. I feel like, you know, we haven't quite had the BR representation as we did at Invitational, but I still hear y'all up there, which is crazy. For PHSIN and Kitos, I want to see more of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're capable of.
I mean, we saw what they were capable of in game number 2 there, grabbing a handful of eliminations and finding at the exact right moment on the mid ground to make their move to the high ground. And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right, where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHSIN to come in and do their thing. And obviously, you know, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it, but they have still showed up where necessary today. And I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots here were absolutely spectacular. And so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and Phaser, showing up so huge. See, there we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
You're trying to start rioting there, man. You got to calm down.
I just want, we all are here because of our love for Fortnite. And if that means we go crazy, we chant, we cheer, we laugh, we cry, I'm about that life. But for King and for Phaser, King has surprised me. I feel like for me, King is one of those guys, it just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, oh, I've got nothing, doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles, that's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly. I don't know how anyone could deal with that if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment once again, but he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. You know, no doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays, but we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, ideally.
For sure, for sure. Is there any duos that are standing out to you we haven't had a chance to cover yet?
I mean, Batman Booga. I've already talked about them though.
Okay,
yeah,
you can't. Again with the NA West, Kelly's always like, yeah.
Any opportunity.
Talk about a duo? How about someone for NA West?
Oh, you know what? We talked about them yet? I don't know if we talked about them.
Okay, all right. What do you want to talk about Batman Booga besides him being incredible?
He's incredible. That's all I wanted to say.
Any opportunity to bring up an NAS team. Let me just bring up a random EU team. Just bring up any EU team and let's just talk. You know,
that's why I have all of you separate. It's like I want to talk about NA. It's like, oh, Vivid, where's he? NA West. Kelly, where's she? 11-2K, Mini Minor, EU. It's just an easy little moment there to do. I wanted to kind of highlight here a listen in from Dukes and Edgy. Wanted to see and catch up with their comms in one of their plays. Take a look.
3 minis. I'm like pretty shammed.
You just crash button from here.
Okay. Look for surge. 55 above. Look, hard left.
Okay.
Got cracked. 30 blue.
Here.
These teams are getting it. They're coming. Look. Spray this.
100.
33 white. Can you crash on us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm throwing it.
It curves to the left. I'm in.
Nice, I got 2 kills there.
man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier. I just look at Edgy going, oh my God. We did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a victory out. Let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a victory out to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that victory out feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Eddie went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like, let's go, you know? He realizes in that moment, like, everything went to plan, you know, nothing wrong there. And of course, right, both incredible players, you know, we saw them during Major 2 and they won. And a lot of people, you know, sort of looked at them and went, yeah, man, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't know how these guys did it, but they're here to prove people wrong, right? You know, it wasn't a fluke. These are very good players, top players within their region. And I think they can keep hitting shots like, you know, Dukes was hitting towards the end there. Boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how it happened, but he should be feeling good after that.
Just like an instant, like instincts take over, snap, headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo, I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lucy. Looking to qual here. Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, BR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some Fortnite. Talk to me about it.
Listen, Steno and Lucy started the day off strong, and I'm ready to see them in game number 4.
These guys do what they do. It's typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions, and they're delivering today.
Well, speaking of delivering, it is time. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait, especially after those explosive clutch moments from Dukes, and it sounds like game number 4 is ready. Copenhagen, let's get right back to it. Game number 4 is underway.
This is the moment. We saw it yesterday. Big games in game 4. Outside of the bubble, teams were able to qualify. The same thing happened in game 5, but now their backs are up against the wall with no choice but to go big or go home.
Go big or go home is the name of the game. We have these bubble teams contesting one another. The Shattered Labs, the story of Snazy and Podesai is only just beginning. They are not quite safe yet, but neither is Tahi. Neither is Death, who are just to the north of them, all of which are on that same exact threshold. Here we have Jamon, Moneymaker, Yuma, Venation just nearby. They go for the pickaxe play. It's not going to be enough. Down goes one. Can they get the second now?
Yeah, that's tough. They're in 20th place, Moneymaker and Fanayan, to start this game off. So if they go down here, that's going to really put things in a tough spot. But Yuma and Jamon, they're definitely picking up the pace, especially after that loss off-spawn battle in that last game. They're finally figuring out where he's hiding. And Moneymaker's really just thinking outside of the box. Any nook, any cranny that he can fit in, he's going ahead and trying to hide and trying to keep them on the run, going in and outside of the same covers. But eventually, he's going to have to go ahead and run into both of these players unless he can get the launch pad and get out. And that's exactly what he's going to do to stay alive.
Wow. Yuma is going to spot him, though. He puts a couple tags down. Very crucial, but not enough to finish the job. Alba, Yuma, and Jamon, of course, representing for the Asia region. That elimination alone jumps them up 3 or 4 spots, putting them in the upper 30s now. That just shows you how close the cutoff is for top 25. This truly is the story now on the back half. It's the race to the finish line, but for some, they might be gasping out just trying to get there.
This is huge. Another battle off spawn towards Creaky Compound. Bahad and Hero, who's trying to make up for all that lost time early on in the day. Quickly trying to capture Creaky Compound. And there's a strength in numbers, I've been saying all weekend long, but it's here on the flag as well. As long as both of them are standing in it, they're going to get it much faster to try to get that loot as we try to capture everything that's gone down. You see Hero already with 1 elimination, and Skits, that's going to be the second one. And that's a must-have because Skits and his duo were having such a hot streak out of the gates, much better than they performed yesterday.
Absolutely. Crazy to think how many performances have been seen as far as above average from the NA side. So many of the NA teams are literally putting themselves closer and closer towards the finals. I don't think that's been emphasized enough, how well of a performance they've had, and I'm here to champion for them as I'm, of course, been rooting in the background. But Vatch and Pam still, of course, if they make it to Sunday, they will be giving Cammy and Seti an issue there, so we'll see what happens. All these qualifications do matter. Staying in data still, sneaking up.
Taking a page out of Misha and Teeny's playbook, something we haven't really seen anybody else do but them. Instead of hiding in a bush, though, they're ready to pounce. They realize they are separated just enough for their liking as they continuously try to creep in. Fahad's going to try to get away, but the shot strike, more than half of his HP is going to be gone. And that leaves Hero to try to run, cover the distance, get there as fast as possible. And I think this is going to come out into a 2v2 situation with Stain and Datas having the advantage early on.
ME versus Asia right here, right now, but a third party comes in to put their influence into the mix. That was almost a perfectly coordinated attack from our favorites here, Stain and Datas, and now the problem lies in their side. They've been hurt big time here. The compound no longer safe, and there is also a solo in the mix here, making his way south through. Meanwhile, we jump over Wakitos here, setting up the ambush onto Raru.
Trying to go in, nice little sneak shot, but he ain't gonna fall for that bait. Keto's quickly trying to back up, take the high ground back. Jin is right there by his side, but Greedy's trying to chop him down to size. Both of these duos try to reunite one another. Jin, not very many heals left, and instantly it's Ketos who shares. Oh, but the snipe from the side. Wow. They forgot about the top of the mountain. Jin goes down and leaves a lot of pressure on the Ketos to try to clutch up. Raru and Greedy, they're the ones trying to take advantage of it as well.
And the awareness from Raru to understand the snipe comes in and it puts them at a disadvantage. They didn't miss a beat there. They turn things around immediately. Talk about a lucky save for them, as they were on the backside for a moment there.
Oh, what are these just third parties, one after the next?
Oh my gosh.
Greedy gets chopped down to size as well. Raru has to kind of about face. He can no longer go after Ketos, who has a solo, because he has to reunite with Greedy. He doesn't want to have his game end here very, very early in match 4.
For a second there, it was looking like the warm-up games, like straight W key.
But we got a listen in with Hen, seeing how he's doing in the early portions of this game.
On the right, like towards quickly.
Yeah.
You're killing me there.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR.
Nice on the right.
Dead. Kiri.
Absolute clean elimination right there. That's the way you want to start your games off, picking off damage. Question is, can he get the finish there in time? Either way, 8 players already eliminated here. That's 3 full duos and some fragmented. Let's take a look here. Zone going far north. Things mixing up here for day 2 so far. We'd like to see some variety.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some northeast. We've seen some southeast. Now we're just gonna have a straight north for now. It does have a little bit of a western lean, but it could definitely center up. Figure out where it actually goes later on in the game, but Bully and Shadow changing up things just a little bit. Don't want to go against Peak and Vico far too often, but that's 7-man and Town Gamer that they're going up against, and they're on a hot streak. They're on a hot streak for sure, climbing up that leaderboard to try to get their spot into Championship Sunday. And all Shadow wanted was a couple of tags thanks to that surge, and now he's going elsewhere.
Oh, Mr. Savage has to be careful here, though, deep in the zone, but he is holding things down. Can he get adapter? He does! Swatted out the sky. Nicely done for him. And FKS now back against the wall, hurt as well. Vadil, one of the best to ever do it. When he sees you hurt, he comes in and closes it. Makes it look easy. Let's see, Savage comes from behind here. Yup, he's boxed up. It's only going to take one more shot. FKS is fighting. He's fighting hard, but for how long can he last?
Yep, quick moves by Mr. Savage as well, dodging a lot of those shots.
Okay.
Might have cursed him there, but he goes down nonetheless. Vidil is the one who gets credit. He just took too much damage trying to get that reboot off. He goes down to the storm itself so early on. But that's Vidil and Mr. Savage. That's what they've known best. Even though they wanted uncontested, well, they got it.
Best part about it is they need those points to continue to give them the cushion to go ahead and stay in the money, stay in the save zone. It's nice to be in top 4 now. Should be all he needs. Take a look now at Batman Booga. Rapid, of course, a favorite. NA puts in a lot of work here, but Pink on the other side says, hold that thought. We got action, and we have it now. Finds Rapid there. The duo of Batman Booga. Now back against the wall, just a solo here. We'll have to retreat for the moment as there is a duo lurking above.
I'm waiting for this third party. It's actually Kaizen and Clement who are trying to go ahead and use those berries. So that way they don't have to use too much of their own heals. It is working out. That could be the distraction needed for Batman Booga to try to stay alive. And for Pink and Vico, this is a moment for them to stabilize themselves. They started this game in 32nd place, almost a repeat of yesterday with 2 chances left. They have to lay it all on the line. No regrets, no excuses. The time is now.
That's right. Fresh duos rotating in the surrounding vicinity as well. Clement's going to go on up. They say, hey, look, we got the solo singled out here. I think we can go ahead and take advantage here. If they do just that, could put them in the position to have the surge they need. There it is. They trap him from underneath and force him out the box. Batman Booga expending all the metal now. Backs into a corner. The double shot comes through from Kaizen and Clement, and the synergy here, you have to respect it now. This Elim is worth 4 points. They want to close it out or give it back to Vico, potentially now. And Batman Booga will not give it up without a run for it. Kaizen and Clement secure the deal there and earn themselves 4.
They got to be careful, though. Now it's Pink and Vico territory. A lot of that real estate is going to be owned by them, and they know it. So Clement and Kaizen immediately get out, build some fresh spot for them to go ahead and try to regain composure. And with the zone pulling forward, a lot of these teams are going to have to continue to rotate towards the north side of the map, which means Pink and Vico, they have the advantage. They are full health as well. They have all the heals, so they either could stay, try to camp above Clement and Kaizen, or try to rotate first and hold them out nonetheless.
Pink and Vico do need several more slots to go. You can see they're just holding that 30th placement. That's with the 4 that they earned this game off the elimination. So truly and surely they have to get more elims, and more importantly, they have to stay alive.
I'm back, bitches.
Severely damaged here. It's Clicks and Epic Whale setting up the ambush nearby.
Hello, yup, bitches.
Some of that sweet material,
क्या कह रहा है?
but no, instead gonna prioritize the
क्या ये कहाँ
rotate
गया?
out. It's gonna come at
आ रही पे
a welcome surprise, I think, to Clement.
इसकी माँ की है।
They were
जल्दी आ।
definitely damaged.
फाइट चल रही है इन लोगों की, रुक जा क्लिक्स।
यार आज जाना हम हार रहे हैं।
रुक जा 5 मिनट क्या?
Clicks and Epic Whale.
लीडर थे और
It was in that last game. They were stayed too far into
अबे
Mega
1v1 करने
City,
से कुछ
let
फर्क
all
नहीं
the other
पड़ेगा
teams
भाई।
bypass them.
नहीं
So by
करना
the
है।
time it was their turn to rotate, they just got held out. They got
Leader
separated and taken down as Chubbs and Bryce land a monster
उसको
of a
invite
shot.
कर।
तू है क्या
They
एनिमी
want to
जब भी?
continue this fight as solos. Bryce is yet to go
उसको
ahead
invite कर।
and reunite with his teammate. So that's going to be Chubbs just backing up. Bryce, he has his shoulder. I'll watch it. You try to get out. And it's a fight for the forecast tower. So it's definitely something worth the risk.
बैटमैन होगा और उसका भी अच्छा जा रहा है बे
Chubbs
सैवेज
and
को।
Bryce have had an incredible
एक
show.
क्लिक्स ही है साला
As
वो।
have Shalom and MK
गलत बंदे को
Papa
सपोर्ट
every
करता हूँ मैं।
single time I've tuned in with this duo here.
क्या कर रहा है क्लिक्स अगर
Today just really has been
अग्रेग
them
इतना
finding
अच्छा नहीं
their
खेल रहा ना
stride
जितना
here
अच्छा खेलना
amongst
चाहिए इस
some of the
बार।
greatest.
बहुत तो सही
Already had
बहुत
2 eliminations, a
क्लिक्स
big
फर्स्ट तो नहीं क्यों
8-point
आता है
game.
डोरेमोन
I'd say this is
अरे
definitely a
मैं देख
team
रहा
that
था मत
is
करना फिर
jumping
भाई।
onto the radar here now.
That was Pamstu and Thatch that they just took out of this lobby. Pamstu and
अब
Thatch
ये
are about
सैवेज और
48
एफपीएस
points,
की फाइट हुई थी।
29th place. The only place they can
अरे
go from
सैवेज
here,
तो
though,
बहुत
is
है भाई,
down.
खेल
They
रहा है।
leave it up
इसी
to
को
the
सपोर्ट
last
करना
and
चाहिए
final
था।
game of the day.
गलत
Try to
बंदे को
qualify.
सपोर्ट करूँगा।
एपिक वेल तो ड्रॉप करने वाले हैं क्लिक्स के बाद पक्का
अबे नहीं, इतना गंदा भी नहीं खेल रहा भाई।
Doesn't want to have
नहीं नहीं एंड गेम में सर्च तो ले ही रहा है, एंड गेम में तो पहुंच ही रहा है। वो तो मैच वगैरह की कमी हो रही है क्योंकि मैक्स पुल हो रहे हैं जोन।
Try to go ahead and get his teammate back.
Let's take a look at these elims
Let's
here
fight them,
that
Michael.
MK Papa and Shalom picked up because the
आवाज आ रही
significance
है ना
here,
इस
they
गेम
go
में मेरी?
from top 25 to top
पता नहीं।
20 here by
आ रही
eliminating
है।
Batch and Pam here on the rotate. around
Oh
the
yeah, wait.
storm line.
क्या
A
sharp
very
tooth would striker
significant
realistic.
pair of
अबे ये
eliminations for
एनिमेज
them
देख रहा
here.
है गाली देगा अभी
और realistic
That
करो
could
ये.
be the difference to their
Realistic कर.
Sunday
मैं तो गाली
ride.
देगा वो देख रहा है
अरे realistic कर देना
क्या
आप
करूँ
तो.
DK also at 3. Elan's turning online. They find Epic Whale, and that's a huge punishing blow.
1v2 है 1v2 है उससे 1v2 करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ कर ले मार दियो
Many white heals, that's
अबे
why they were playing the
खेल लेना.
अरे रुक जा ना वो देख रहा है वो गाली देगा फिर उसी के लिए तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ भाई.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because they don't have the elevation as well. Luckily though, they are by this Rift Island, so a couple of teams might try to contest it, which leaves an open path somewhere for them to try to find and try to get on track. They started the game in 15th, then they moved up to 10th. But that last game, they fell all the way down to 22nd place. And the time is definitely ticking for a lot of these teams to claim their spot on that battle bus for the grand finals.
Well, Jacob, let me tell you, the 3 or 4 duos I see nearby all absolutely need this Rift Island. And if you think back to that content piece, this is when
फाइज
it's
गन
the
का बॉडी
most
डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा है और
dangerous.
बस बिल्ड डैमेज
You
कम
have
है
to
इस
be
गन
the
का.
most
शूट कर बॉडी पे
cautious
शूट
for
कर
the
बॉडी
Rift
शूट
Island
कर.
right here, right now, because
गन से.
you know
बस
those
शूट
15
करना हाई
points are
देख.
gonna be worth
और अब
fighting
1
for
मिनट का
right
भी
now.
रुको.
Davis
हेड
is
करना मेरे
staying,
को.
recognize that Chubbs is hurt
फुल
here.
हेल्थ होने
They
दे.
try to go in, but Gab Zero's not missing a shot.
हेड कर
at
शॉट.
all right now. A
एम करके हेड कर.
very
अबे
great
नहीं एम
job
करके हेड कर एक मिनट रुक.
so far, so
अब
good.
कर
But
हेड डैमेज कर
remember,
शॉटगन
Chubbs
से.
and Bryce,
आजा.
they're good. They have the ride to Sunday. They're
जल्दी कर
gonna
हेड
do
डैमेज
okay.
शॉटगन से.
Just about practice for them. Still
देख
on
रहा
the
है?
international stage, every moment matters.
हेड
You
से
said
इतना
it
ज्यादा.
himself,
बस
he's
बिल्ड डैमेज कम
nervous.
है
Now
इनका.
it's time for him to shake those nerves, get ready for tomorrow. And you hear the crowd going wild. Bushi and Steno, they got themselves a nice bit of elevation, but just on the corner of the zone. And that's exactly why they're going to try to disengage off that spot, rotate deeper in. Depending on what teams have the forecast tower,
खेल लेना है यार
try
इसका
to beat them
क्या
there, but it
बनता
is
है.
across the map from
जल्दी
that
मरे
Rift
गेम
Island.
खत्म
So
हो.
you already know around the 4th, the 5th, even 6th zones, it will pull away from Rift Island.
This is incredible. Snazy,
Nice,
Podeside,
Spider.
Clicks, Epic Whale, Stain, Datus. An incredible amount of variety here. Trying to play for the Rift Island. At the most dangerous time to do so as well.
अबे
This is
सेकंड
gonna
गेम में
make or
अपडेट हुआ थर्ड
break
गेम अपडेट.
a tournament run right now. Who will secure it?
फोर्थ गेम चल रहा है.
Even Chubbs and Bryce, they say, I want a piece of this
भाई
pie.
ये ना
We may
हमान
have
को
won a
बुला
game,
रहे
but we haven't
7 मैन.
captured Rift Island yet. This could be our
इतना
chance
खराब
to
लग रहा है
continue to
भाई.
add to our lead. And they're ready to fight for it.
shit.
You see shots coming
Mid
down
की
from
नहीं हो
the
रहा.
bottom. There's about 4 teams, maybe even 5 on top of Rift Island. Clicks and Epic Whale, they got pushed off of that flag, no longer able to contest it, but at least they have the position high above the rest. And it looks like they're going to try to fight for some piece control, some real estate, anything that they can get their hands on before they look at the edge of the island for more Storm Surge.
A little too passive though. They're playing the launch pad and not the actual objective. They do have to be careful. You have FHD and Hero looking right on down, slowly maneuvering their way inside. Clicks and Epic now second guessing the decision to be here. Eliminations could be very well worth it, but securing a point seems unlikely at this point. As Chubbs and Bryce are like, hey, we would love to be #1 for the day. Why not put the risk on the line here? Why not risk it all?
Literally have nothing to lose this situation. This is exactly what I thought Clicks and Epic Whale were going to do. They have just the edge of the zone to continue contesting it, and now they're looking on down below to try to get that Storm Surge.
भाई मनी मेकर इतना भाई मनी मेकर इतना बच्चा लगता है भाई बहुत छोटा लगता है. अपने आगे होते नहीं 7-8 साल के बच्चे वैसा लगता है भाई मनी मेकर.
That is a huge amount of confidence ready to be built.
Vamos Quito and PH Zin, well played. Big set of eliminations. It's gonna put them in a good spot. Here's Clement, Kaizen on the move. We already saw the very tough spot they were put in when faced off against Pink and Vico, trying to secure the elimination on Batman Booga. It cost them a lot of material, and now they're pretty much a foot behind. Meanwhile, Pink, Vico coming back here. They drop Miro, take down Cooper shortly after. Look at that. Already done in wraps, and Pink and Vico absolutely needed that one. Huge pickup right there. And for Cooper and Miro, who are inside the top 10, I think they'll be all right, but they'll surely slip down coming into the last and final game here.
It's definitely going to put them on the edge of their seat, and you can see what they're fighting for. Not only the 2 eliminations, which is H points, it's that weapons cache as well to try to bolster their load.
अरे तो वो लगता तो लेकिन अपने यहाँ के लाइक इंडियंस में 5 साल के बच्चे लगते हैं ऐसे. 14 साल भी बहुत होता है भाई, लेकिन वो बहुत छोटा लगता है.
Possible. Way and Frosty They're stuck on the edge of zone, just outside as well. They got a couple of feet to cover before they find some safety with inside. But even then, once they get in towards zone, their journey doesn't stop there. The zone continues to pull towards the far north side of the map.
The majority of the players are down here as well. Big congestion happening here. It's going to be a very, very difficult rotate for the bulk. See what happens here. But back to the Rift Island.
It's still contested.
To the most contested island. The
island ही claim नहीं हुआ
all the
भाई.
teams on the bubble lie. Mr. Savage has 2 elims. Guess what? One of them is Bryce. Can they get Chubbs here? Can they find their 4th elimination right
सही
now?
time पे tip कर गया भाई, click कर.
Badil already working his way in. Looking good. Chubbs goes down, but it's not to them. It's to the hands of FHD and Hero here, a team that equally needed those elims. They needed those points, but who secures the loot?
Yeah, I heard it get captured there at the tail end, but I don't know who actually got credit for the capture. We see the loot falling through. Badil and Mr. Savage trying to steal as much of it as possible. Might have been Fahad and Hero who grabbed that one. Clicks and Epic Well, long gone off of Rift Island. You saw them cover up that bounce pad, and now they're trying to use it. Suns and Anon trying to make something of their last opportunities here on the day. They saw Alex and Worthy qualify out of OCE, and they don't want to leave them as the lone team in the grand finals representing their region. Nice opportunity here to pick up more points. He's going to slip on through. That's Chris on the other side. Suns not only needs the points, but he needs the refresh. He needs that loot that he has in his hands, and Anon, him, can't stay too much longer in this zone before they go down.
Also recognizing the additional damage turning on here. Look at how quickly they're falling underneath the Storm Surge. Storm Surge will, of course, turn on just about 10 seconds. Start dealing tons of damage to the lobby. Huge tag right there, though. That might be a game changer. No, it's only worth 100. Into the zone they go. Here it is. Let's see what they can do.
Hero's right next to him. At least Suns made it in, giving him a shot. The Storm Surge taking him down. One more tick before he goes back to the lobby.
Wow.
He's doing what he can. 40 below, and he barely goes above by 81. The risk versus the reward. At least he stays alive.
That was actually so impressive. Swings through, finds a tag, and slips out before the surge can actually hit him. He was just a moment away from hanging out in the lobby for a second there. But trouble still looming. Trouble still on the horizon here. Pink and Vico don't stop, though. They are looking to make the dreams and wishes of their communities come true as they're coming right back to it. Let's relive the moment. Let's recapture that. Vico walks in, takes down the 2 from the side. He gets both elimination credit there, and look at that. Feeling very good about it.
I mean, Pink said it himself. What do diamonds make? Well, it's actually diamonds are made from pressure, and he's feeling that pressure now in the moment, using it to fuel himself. I think this might be one of the best games they've had all weekend long. And Monster, at this stage in the game, there are more teams alive outside of that top 25 bubble than teams that are inside. So they're trying to take these last 2 games of opportunity and really push themselves to the limit.
Really changing the narrative right now. Pink and Vico are in 28th now. Right there, really trying to change this whole story around. Half the lobby has just about been eliminated, including some of our favorites, like you said, up inside the top 10. Most of those teams are down and out. This is really gonna allow the funnel of points to flow south to the bottom of the standings, which is gonna make the final game that much more tougher to break through into the top 25. No, it's a very different game when even those that were at the bottom are now starting to pick up. It only takes 2 games, 2 good games.
So recipe for excitement. Players are cooking up a final opportunity here. 27 players left out of 27 teams, so that means no placement points have been granted so far. And it's really up until that top 10. Half the points are outside of the top 10. Majority of those points are inside of the top 10. So for some of these teams, just getting these placement points isn't going to be enough. They're going to need top 10 performances, maybe even back-to-back top 10s if they're looking to continue their journey on towards Sunday. Kaizen barely above the damage threshold by 66, but he knows not to make the wrong move, especially this late in the game with so many other teams surrounding.
This is it. This is his chance. This is his moment.
अच्छा तूने word
He
लिखा है
can
मेरे
take
को
off here. If he
अच्छा
can make a big end game, a top 10 potentially, it might just be all he needs. But first, though, he's got to survive here. He's barely up. He might just be able to find Deguerra here. Great tag there, and he does take him down and out. Rocket rams his way on, up, and out. Can he get all the way to the top? Close enough. Perfectly there. It was nearly over, but even finds a zip line to get all the way on inside. There goes the elimination credit. Alive long enough to find it. Meanwhile, Reason also finding eliminations too. I know we got to interview with our good friend Amar. It seems like all of his hopes and dreams are coming true for the German community out there.
Talk about the Brazil community. King and Phaser finally have some sense of high ground. Saw them far low on the leaderboard with 2 opportunities left. This could be their chance to boost up the leaderboard. Even if they don't get inside of the bubble, as long as they get close, they're keeping the hope alive for their entire region. But just like Perza here all by himself, 5 eliminations so far, 6 as a team, 34 points with a couple of those being placement. He's just waiting for the last possible moment to try to go ahead and rotate. He does have the front side of the zone, so there's going to be a lot of players passing by he could try to get an elimination on, because with 7 builds, he might need one.
This one, he's going to have the pick his poison, go for Eloons, go for the Lug, or play for extra. Let's see what he decides to do here. Still trying to make that decision. Not looking to get greedy, though. Instead, he's going to focus on positioning here coming shortly. This is the last charge in his rocket ram. Meanwhile, Kaizen flying all the way to the front side of zone, puts himself in an excellent spot here. He just sees so many chances to find tags.
Just biding his time, trying to play the smart game, even though he's below the damage threshold. He's not trying to make that leap all in one bound, even finds some minis along the way, gets above the damage threshold before it goes away altogether. Top 30 player situation. He's going to be one of them, trying to put the team on his shoulders, but King and Phaser still find a way to hold on to that high ground. Put so much damage on Yanis, who tried to contest him up there, sends him back down low into the mud.
What a game for Shalom and Papa here. Also ranking their way all the way up right now. Getting very close, getting very comfortable, but Shalom falls is all up to MK Papa here. Has to put the teammate on his back quite literally. They decide, hey, you don't have to save me. I'm going to try to stay up right here. Clicks is going to fall. Epic Whale has to do it by himself in the end game. He has no build. Shots come from everywhere. Down he goes to his NA friends. TK there. And now, Snazy, Podesai, another end game for them. This is their moment. This is their chance to do it all.
I know everybody at home can hear the crowd through our mics cheering loud and proud. We already seen Podesai getting massive amount of points as a solo. This time, yes, his dynamic duo trying to go ahead and lead the charge into the qualification spot along with Pink and Vico. They've been doing so much damage all around the lobby all game long, and they don't intend to stop here, especially with 7 eliminations. They already got themselves into the top 10. Now they're trying to grab the last half of those points.
And only 1 build left. He comes all the way down to the low ground. They'll be alive for a little bit longer, but 4 duos remain. One's a single solo in the mix here. In this entire game, Shadow from the shadows, the back of the leaderboards, all the way on up, here to play Epset. He makes an end game. This is going to surely put him in a true chance for the bubble spot. Down he goes to the hands of Pink and Vico. Pink and Vico have rocketed their way up. It's going to be such a contentious final round. But first, who will win this one? Who will secure that dub here? Podesai will surely get eaten alive by the storm. And he fails the build there. It's unfortunate here. Comes in through the side. Down he goes. And it's now a 2v2.
That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom. And fall damage is real on the Vico, but he gets the trade at the bare minimum. And Pink and Vico take the game. That could have been it, Monster. That could have been the moment where they qualify to the grand finals on Sunday. They're knocking on the door of Acorn and Cold. So I'm going to throw it on over to the stage where we have Frankie standing by to pick their brains.
I think that might have been the most important victory royale we've seen so far. Boys, I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one. And you, Vico, had the game of your life. How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just a go to target and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh my God, 44 and win.
The producer in my ear. I am sorry. Justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize.
109 point, holy shit.
4 elims is pretty
हाँ क्या मैं
impressive.
जल्दी
All
मोटू
right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Hello
Mero and because we had nothing and I just killed
भाईजान
both
कहाँ
of
है
them
लीपर
and
क्या
just revived the game. I don't know, bro.
भाईजान कहाँ गया
Bro, my mom's life. Oh my God.
How did you manage to get yourself
भाईजान
together
mic
to
off
get
करना।
those 2 eliminations?
अबे यार बैठा मैं तो सही से
भाईजान आ जा और माइक खोल दे
रुक जा भाई अबे इतनी गंदी गन्स क्यों आ रही है भाई अबे यार तेरा कौन था क्या
यार दो क्लिक्स यार पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं इनके मैक्स क्यों नहीं हो रहे
अबे मैक्स फुल हो रहे हैं सारे अभी यही वाला लगा रखा है
नीटू वाला है सीधा स्पाइडर बुलाया था जो जीतेगा वो नीटू करेगा जो मारेगा वो नीटू करेगा
ओ ऐसा
भाई जरा आजा यार
बात कर निकाल दो फिर बेटी अच्छा जा रही
क्या
पता नहीं क्या
क्या कह रहा है स्पाइडर
तो गल्ला म्यूट होके बैठा है
निकाल दो फिर बेटी मतलब
मेरे वाली में इसके रिप्लाई दे
तो आ जा ना स्पाइडर यार
क्या है तेरे पे
मेवन मिथिक आई मीन डॉट स्पाइडर आजा चैट में लिख दे
क्या पीले पीले हो रहा है बे
कभी नहीं करूँगा मैं never no found
अबे अटका हुआ पड़ा हूँ मैं वहाँ पे हिल ही नहीं पा रहा अटका हुआ पड़ा हूँ मैं वहाँ पे हिल ही नहीं पा रहा
कहाँ सोना है ओह क्या करना है बे लेग शॉट पे आने का पड़ा है तेरे को तेरा माइक ऑफ हो रहा है बार
क्या क्रेंज है यार आइकन मत खेल
मैंने क्या किया आई मीन
ए में होल्ड करके बैठा है यार
मैं नहीं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ मैं मेरे खुद क्रेंज Farmer. What did I do? Not. 66
अबे भाई वो बहुत ज़्यादा एंगल नहीं मारा।
पैनिक हो गया तो चल।
अरे मैं पैनिक नहीं, मैं बैठ नहीं पा।
समझ कर रहा तू।
क्या रिलोड है भाई इसका।
क्यों मिस कर रहे थे इतना? तो तेरा डंप प्ले कर रहा है, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है।
हेलो
तो कितना हागर रहा है ऊपर से
भाई साहब। भाई मैं भी टट्टी, मेरी गलती नहीं है।
क्या कर रहा है?
मैप
खेलने
टट्टी है,
के
मैप
लिए
टट्टी है, मैप टट्टी
आ
है,
रहा
मेरी
है
गलती
तो
नहीं है।
बोल कर रहे हैं।
मेरी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही क्या?
आ रही है।
अगर ऊपर जाता फिर
मैं तो एक जगह खड़े खड़े रहूँगा आज तो। और जुमा नहीं आता।
अगर ज़्यादा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस हो रहा है क्या? रो
चिल कर रहा हूँ, लिटरल रिलैक्स करके खेल रहा हूँ मार्क्स।
तो आ ही नहीं रहा वैसे।
भाई क्योंकि बंदा नहीं है ना।
अच्छा ये है नहीं क्या?
देखा था इधर खड़े होके मारा है इतना डार्क में।
क्या कुछ करना पड़ेगा क्या?
लूट अपनी पसंद लूट कर ले जो करना तेरे को।
शार्प टूल्स, वुड स्टेक, रियल एस्टेट, बॉक्स लाइट, बॉक्स लाइट। अरे तो हील इतनी गंदी आ रही है ना।
भाई क्या कर रहा है? ओए यार फेस अटक गया।
अबे भाई कितना लॉस घूम रहा हूँ मैं।
कुछ कर। ओए नाइस शॉट।
कहाँ है? तो 2 फिश मिली है क्या?
एक
मेरे को 2 किलो लगी है। तो भाई खड़े खड़े खेलने में मन नहीं कर रहा क्या?
अब लोग बता दो यार, विंडो नहीं करना ना यार, इसको बुलाओ। ये मैप 1v2 के लगाया ही नहीं था।
अबे ये क्या लैग है? ये वो गंदा लैग हो रहा है बे।
क्या ब्रो?
नहीं ऑन गॉड। भाई मेरे को स्किन फिश मिल गई शायद। व्हाट? राइट क्लिक काम नहीं कर
रहा। थोड़े यार मैं जा ही रहा हूँ, मन नहीं कर रहा।
अब काम कर रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत अट्टी गेम है।
While Phaser, he found something. Tries to go for a quick couple of early shots. Snazy immediately builds up, takes that elevation away from Phaser. King is a little bit too far away, so if they're able to pounce rather quickly, that'll be two separate 2v1s. But it does look like Podesai is going to go for a disengage momentarily, which allows Phaser to kind of stabilize, reclaim his position, and reunite with King.
Very, very important set of engagements in front of King and Phaser here if they want to make it to top 25. Ping, Kyrie need to do the same here, and the Eclipse state is starting to get a little expensive. A lot of teams nearby. Meanwhile, Edgy falls there. Fights happening here. All in the last game. Pink and Vico taking that heated streak here directly into the next game. Already in a battle. Already trying to turn online here, you know. They're feeling pretty good. It's up against Shalom. Shalom made an end game there as well. That was a big, big turn of events for him.
See Pink and Vico right now. Now that they more than likely punched their ticket to the finals, playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more reckless, trying to repeat the fragging ability that they had in that last game, going a different direction than some of the other games that we've seen so far. Third party coming in, making NK Papa's that job that much harder as Vico continues to go ahead and push them in, take away a lot of their territory. Pink is on the other side, but he needs to be careful because he's running out of resources to work with. But it does look like it is going their way continuously.
One false move and it could be all over for Shalom here. He has to hit this shot, but he's missing it. Vico finds his first, and down goes MK Papa first. Shalom now solo, but there is a duo starting to fire in. That might be the saving grace here, as they did not get the full finish with Shalom. Back against the wall here. Vico continuing to push in. He's heated up. It's looking good, but these are not his walls. Hurt now from the third party. Back down to the low ground. Vico and Pink back up. It's cost them so much. Heals, material, and everything in between. We know they're top 25. But at the cost of Shalom's game potentially here now.
The mini-map is showing that the third party is getting fourth partied, making sure everybody has an invitation to the celebration, and that allows Pink and Vico a little bit more flexibility to continue the 2v1 onslaught, and they finish the fight. They send him back to the lobby and end the run for Shalom.
Shalom and MK Papa were right on the 13th spot. But if you just took away 10 points, they would be on the bubble, on the line inside the top 20. So we'll see if it can hold up now. They'll have to hold their breaths until the next game. If we saw a repeat of last game, it's gonna be tough.
No, it definitely is. Especially now that they have to sit and watch. Only place on the leaderboard they can go is down, but at least they've secured their spot thus far. Source taking a little bit of damage. Taking a few seconds to try to heal up here over towards Steamy Springs. You see Bully and Shadow in their lines of sight. Just Shadow, actually. So this kid give Bully a chance to try to alleviate some of the pressure or just continue to rotate as Skits and Soref do go down to Duke and Edgy. Duke got to be feeling himself after that huge 2v1 against his NA counterparts. And just gotta ask if he has the reboot card, because there's a chance to get Edgy back into the game, as it does look like he's going towards the edge of the zone where you'd think some, or at least the least amount of players are at.
Duke, by far, the play of the weekend. That clutch, incredible, coming out of game 3, securing them inside the top 10 so far. Now, the team that probably needs the crowd's energy the most, Epic Whale and Clicks are on 24th position. And we want to emphasize, to get out of the lower bracket, you have to get to 25th position or better. They are just on that line. One mistake, and it is over.
Just have to figure out a way to dig deep, get that energy. River and Gazer going up against another duo here. Rapid, Q, and DX. Shots also coming in from around the map, making it that much harder to try to take this one in a convincing manner. But the piece control goes over, but a great shot by Rapid to go ahead and get a knock onto one. Quickly going to clean that one up for the Siphon. Getting that refresh on the maps as well. You can see he's max. QNDX ready to continue putting down the pressure, advancing forward every chance that he gets, trying to cut him off. River's going to be by himself. A little bit of a miracle is going to be needed, but he's quickly keeping them on the run, going up elevation. Definitely one box at a time, trying to tear down the walls of his opponent, give himself some real estate to work with, trying to stabilize his position. And momentarily, he's going to do just that. And another shot being fired onto Rapid, so the bait and switch is going to come in, and they played that one to perfection to take down River.
Let's go. Well played for Middle East right there. Meanwhile, Tahi has to clutch up for death. This is it. They're working together right now. They find DeGueda there on the rotate. Very nicely set here for the rest of the game now. They can pick up these materials. They can pick up the extra finds here. Get right to the zone. Plenty of time to work with as well. This will put them well within the Surge comfort for now.
Saw Kaizen go down in the feed. Clement was also out, but they've positioned themselves on the leaderboard in 15th place. Got to be confident that it is going to hold, but only time will tell as Anon goes down to the deal. Suns as well, so another duo's run here this weekend comes to an end, while another one is shining bright.
Love to root for death. Young kid from the Bronx alongside Tahi, but it's jumping over to Okis, who's trying to put up the solo clutch here. For a moment there, he had a bit more on the standings, but now pressured in by Kitos and PHN. They're working the pincer maneuver here. One wall and two, and Okis now runs, trying to stay up. The early med kit here, they don't want to risk anything, making sure that they put themselves in the most optimal position to win this fight here. You have to respect every pro player that has made it this far in the stage. The best of the best globally here gathered for the weekend's tournament. There is no easy set of eliminations, but Okis is gonna fall here now to the hands of PHC. And just like that, the Brazilian boys gain another. Well played.
Trying to continue where they left off yesterday and go up that leaderboard. FHD and Hero. Those look like they got a little bit of a slower rotation compared to most in this game. Almost uncontested towards the north side of the map, and that's where they're putting their money on to see if it is going to go in this direction. But the only question I really have, Monster, is how much surge do they have? Because if you're going on the slow side, you're not going to have very many opportunities to pick that one up. And even though they have a good amount of wood, full brick, right now they're just trying to get as much metal as possible because they know how useful it is in that end game.
Meanwhile, we get to watch this back one more time. Tahi and Death, how they managed to find their eliminations right off the rocket ramp to set up the angle. Tahi, who came back from an extended break, joins back up with Death in the final last chance qualifier, pushes his way through, and then secures himself the ticket, the ride here to wonderful Copenhagen. And now this is his last chances, his last efforts at play here in game number 5, where they absolutely have to come inside the top 10 if they want a shot. So does Clicks and Epic Whale. They just need to play just well enough, just good enough, better than the upper half of the lobby.
Yeah, that's basically two different sides of the coin. Death and Tahi need a VR if they're looking to qualify, or a massive amount of eliminations. You said it yourself, Clicks and Epic Whale need to do just enough to go ahead and punch their own ticket there. Stacey and Podesai at this stage in the game, I feel like they did more than enough to find themselves confident to go ahead and play yet another day of Fortnite tomorrow, and a chance to win $1 million as a team, and each placing below that is no slouch either. There's a massive amount of money up for grabs, $4 million to be exact. 7-man is trying to put the team on his back here. By himself, you see he has the vault loot, and he's in 27th place.
Epic Mailway have just found something there, but 7-man has the tournament run on his back. Snazy knocked to the hands of Epic Whale, but saved, picked up here. Now starting to run out of heals. They don't have much time. They have to get to the zone now. It's all or nothing, and there it is. Luckily, they were super close. It ends up working out. But Clix and Epic Whale are inside the storm. They're inside the mega city, just coming out a bit late there. So danger lurking everywhere nearby. If 7-man makes it to the finals and King makes it to the finals, we'll see that contestant again. Grand finals gonna be so crazy as the new teams are joining in.
Yeah, the storylines are literally writing themselves right before our very eyes. You see Vortex and Belusi go ahead and capture Rift Island, and that is going to be a must for them. They are right now positioned in 46th place. So not only do they need that Rift Island, they need to continue strong in the rest of this game, pick up a huge VR for the placement points. And I even feel like their job won't be done there. They need to sprinkle in a couple of those eliminations as well, but anything is possible. We've already seen it yesterday.
Caught a glimpse of Peterbot there as well. Big strides for Peterbot and Bala in the last half here. And they keep up the pace, but first, YKZ have to do a lot more. See what Frosty's can do. Frosty's got lots to work with here, but the pressure is on as he is on that line. He is the protector of the 25th line, if you will. He's got Raru just next door, Death and Tahi. All teams that would love to go ahead and find these eliminations.
Have to have a little bit of that goal line defense, not let anybody squeak past them. And that could be a different type of pressure itself, knowing you are in 25th place. Anything can happen. Peterbot and Byla have shown that as well. To qualify to this stage, the different weeks of qualifiers and the grand finals, they fell short with different teammates. But they went ahead and remembered the recipe for success. When they were teammates, they got a first place finish in FNCS Championship. The following season, they got a 6th place finish as well. So they realized what works. And I feel like they're trying to put that to the test here.
This is a duo that was highly regarded on NA to be an elite force, undoubtedly. Now they're joining forces here again today. I got to touch base with Peterbot, and he had a lot to say. His on-camera demeanor doesn't quite show it, but the kid's got a lot of heart and spirit. So far, he is holding that line as well in 21st. King and Phaser, man, they have a huge task in front of them. They need an end game. They need a big, big moment here. So does 7-man. 7-man is by himself. That is also his biggest problem here, is that if he makes it and 7-man makes it, they will be contesting one another. That's the reason they're here today, a very difficult upper bracket.
Yeah, it just really goes to show how much all of these players are tested, not only throughout the weekend, the day, and in this game. Decent amount of the lobby. Let's just say the bottom half of the leaderboard. Some of them are in a big situation with their backs up against the wall. Cooper goes down to 7-man. Can he clean up that elimination? That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves. And I feel like I've seen Pink and Vico positioned next to Bully and Shadow almost all game long.
Best, but unfortunately he's caught out trying to go against the fired up Vico and Pink. They're just, you know, in the zone, in the stride right now, and it's truly showing. And they'll find themselves this elimination. This will surely secure the deal now. It's over, it's done. Bully has to put the rest of the tournament on for himself here. You know, they have to at least be proud that they went from being one of the teams placed last up into the 30 spots.
Yeah.
Can he push a little further? Solo is going to be a crazy task. It's going to have to dig deep to perform that.
You see a lot of the teams that were on top of Rift Island or around it, they get that far pull towards the south side of the map. Cooper and Miro actually do both go down. 7-man's going to clean up both of them. Bully falls as well. Batman Booga trying to hold on to his position. And then we got Snazy and Podesai over on the other side. It does look like they're on the hunt. They have at least one player around him. It does look like he might be a solo. And I wonder if that's 7-man who's already been heating up. Well, quickly answered.
7-man is playing so well. Those are 8 points. Those are 8 points. He was at 26. That's gonna jump him up. He was 190 damage below. He already found the knock. He finds up Miro afterwards and crushes them at the same time.
Look at his loadout. He doesn't even need any variation of the shotgun either. He goes in for that mythic stinger over towards Relentless Retreat. I questioned it. I questioned it yesterday, and my answer is here today. You can see why he's doing such things, but he's still below the damage threshold, continuously falling. He needs to figure out what he's going to do, and right now he's just trying to pressure a team across the map. Hope some of those shots sneak through. But he has a couple players on the backside. Hen and Vasquez, Bryce as well. And this could be his opportunity as he looks back to try to get that surge.
Well, one thing's for certain, this is the best performance we've seen come out the Middle Eastern region as a whole at any in-person event. They have just continued to get better and better, and 7-man is truly showing us why they are champions of their region. Although CalGamer is down right now, but he's got to do it again. He needs more surge. 2 eliminations was not enough. Next up might just be Bryson Chubbs, but first, he's got to pick his poison. He's got to move here now, and he's got to move soon. He's one of the last persons here on the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to attempt to out-heal it, wait for those opportunities for these players to try to go ahead and continue moving towards the zone. That's going to be his best chance to try to strike. He's trying to contain the Storm Surge, but he's still 100 down, 133, continuously falling. A lot of his heals are going to be expended in this situation. But what choice does he have? He's a solo in a world of duos.
Yeah, and that damage that shows just slowly slipping away, getting further and further, looking for any of that leftover loot. He knew that he had something here. There was stuff to spare. Has to pop the slurp juice, take the double. I was gonna say the double movement potentially, but no. Needs the shotgun. He's got to do something monumental now. Will it be a solo? Will it be a duo he lands on? Let's find out. He finds a team rotating here. It's Belusi and more, but then into the box, and he almost does it. It was so close. He finds Q&D, but Rapid was there to seal the deal, zip him up, and unfortunately, that's it. That's Rap. So what a performance. You have to be so proud you made it that far.
Yeah, just outside of that bubble in 26 is where he went down. And he's doing it with an unorthodox playstyle, not really carrying a shotgun until that final moment.
Oh no, this is everything.
Well, 139 below though. They realize the situation that they're in. Even though they might want to back off, they have no choice but to go forward. That's PH Zen and Keto's on the other side. And this is where they're just trying to back down. They're doing just enough, 1 foot in front of the other. But if they continue to wait for too long, Storm Surge will activate, and they don't have many heals between the two.
This is so scary because PHN has been on fire, but he doesn't have shields. Clix has to do it. He has to do it here and now, and he does. Puts up the numbers. Well played, but it's not enough. He's still 5 below. He's going to have to heal here and find a tag. Can he get it? No. Shots from above. It's Hen who plays upset. Pam's still here. If he doesn't find a tag, it's all over. Epic gets it in the nick of time and enough time to potentially save his duo. Oh my gosh. But Clix is dropping everything. He's saying, hey, you have to stay alive. Play for yourself. Do it here and now.
Yep, this is the final moments. We've seen Epic Well clutch out before in the past, but that's exactly it. He doesn't have any heals to work with. Neither did Clix on his down body, so it's all up from here, but unfortunate. He's just trying to go ahead and use those bounce pads, every tool he has in his tool belt to try to get there, and maybe even try to sneak attack one of these teams that might know he's there. Perfect rotation coming out from Epic, not really getting tagged up. This is his chance. He's barely on that mine. He's barely on the threshold trying to stay alive.
Stay alive a little bit longer and you can get the placement points. That is truly what he needs to do. He's in 27th. Once he breaks past 25th, every team that falls will be a difference maker. It's all or nothing right now. He is only 91 above, just barely there, but the chance, the opportunity, the hope is still alive. So is Death, another solo who needs to stay up. One more team will be it. Phaser's already down. That means King is on his final leg too. King falls as well. And they are down and out. Epic Whale is now on that absolute line here.
Wow. He pulled zone as well.
Oh my gosh.
Talk about a blessing in disguise, a miracle even. That's going to allow him to let some of these teams go ahead, go over his box, under his box, and this could be the perfect moment to catch somebody off guard, but he has to be careful because a lot of these teams surrounding him are going to be full-on duos. You can even see Batman, Booga, and Rapid there. There might be one player towards the bottom that you try to take advantage of, but it doesn't look like he's going to peek in that direction. He's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
2 points already given to him. 2 more points now.
No.
Top 23, but the surge updates as teams start to fall here. He's the final line. He is the one below. To his left, to his right, players everywhere, but the zone is behind him. And now, off he goes, 200 builds in front of him, showing you guys why he is a 6x FNCS champion. Can he clutch up? Surely he can. There's a player there. He sees the builds come out. It's fresh wood. Can he break it? No. Decides to go for it. 18 seconds now before the zone starts to close and move in. Players jumping everywhere. Zone's on his tail side. Crash pads in front of him. He takes one. Left exposed. He's nervous. Tensions are high here.
Time is definitely ticking. Only a few seconds left before Storm Surge activates. This is going to be the moment right here. It's all or nothing for Epicwell trying to stay alive. 293 below the threshold. He's trying to move forward. He sees a couple players in front of him. The damage is there. He's trying to do just enough. Playing a game of peekaboo, but he's still below the damage threshold.
One tag, but no! Bila finds him! But did he do enough? Did he get to top 20 or not is the question. It's going to be so very close. How many points did he earn? Back into the game, though. The line is there. Peterbot is firing his way up to the top, and he's still going. Finishing the job that Epic left off. A clean finish there onto Rapid.
He's hoping and praying that every one of these teams are below him are getting eliminated by people who already have their spot secured, just like Peterbot and Bila. They're inside of that top 25. They're trying to push themselves even further, and he's hoping that it's them who take down some of these players. Moneymaker, Fnayan are going to be right below Bila. That's one of the teams that needed a big game here on the day. High ground's going to be stolen away from TK and Quad. Peterbot just dunks him out of the lobby.
Peterbot turning online now, but he loses Bila in the process now by himself. Peterbot has definitely done enough to get to Sunday finals. At this rate, it has to be. But Groles on the low ground here for Clownski has to put up the numbers. This is incredible. If he does enough, he can actually push players out of their top 25. This is one of the few players that needs a little bit more. But Deal's in front of Peterbot. There's still a few top teams in the running here.
Yeah, there's only just a couple of teams outside of that bubble that need these big points. Top 7. Every single player left is going to be solos. Peterbot falls. He was just on the bubble as well. Noxie getting an elimination on Delushi. Final 4 players. This is it. These are the moments. Noxie falls. 1v1 situation. Fadil versus Groles. A player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win. Groles goes down. Fadil takes him out. But who qualified? That's the question we're asking.
What a well-played fight it was, and Fadil and Savage get a win like we know they should. Absolutely deserving, and you have to give him the crown. We'll be seeing them at the finals.
You can see the celebration of Frankie on the stage. Let us know.
Fadil and Savage, not only did you just take the victory royale, you have also topped the leaderboard at the end of day 2. Congratulations, Fadil. I know you feel a bit on a high right now, but can you put this moment into words for me?
I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. I just solo win. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the other people doing, but I guess it's worth it. It worked.
You were winning. That's what you were doing. Savage, what was it like watching this man solo clutch?
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen. Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
There was a reason that you wanted to duo with him, but did you imagine this moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I had no idea what I was getting into, but this kid...
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll allow it this once. I want to come to you, Fadil. This is your 8th LAN, I believe, so you've got plenty of experience under your belt, but you have never lifted a trophy before. Can you imagine yourself now at the front of this stage lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Easy.
And what does it look like to you? What was that feeling in your brain when you think about lifting that trophy?
Well, I don't know. Like, I would be so happy and like so proud of myself. And then, yeah.
And I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage, because there have been people in Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, I mean, that would be crazy. So, yeah, I'm going to go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage of a deal!
20 से dominate कर रहा है, but last चला तो उसको छोड़ रहा है ये भी.
I mean, come on! How else do we want to close this lower bracket? From first place in the last chance major to first place in the lower bracket. This is a story in the making. Congratulations, Mr. Savage and Vidil. I know y'all heard the crowd erupt here in the Royal Arena. My gosh. To come down as well to a solo fight.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that time and time again, these guys have seen themselves in a solo situation. In game number 1, it was Mr. Savage. In game number 3, it was Vidil. But look at Vidil right here with so many eliminations already. And then going into a 5-1v1. He was prepped. He was ready. These guys have already shown they can do it. And then they did it once more.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything put in front of him. Again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout the year, we constantly talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket. Doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Ooh, I mean, that's the question, right? But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each other.
Yeah.
How much they have each other's back. And look at that first place coming out of the lower bracket with 249 points, but also Agers and Kanata coming in second. We all knew after Major 3 that this duo had it in them, but then they faced the impossible task in day 1, going up against the likes of Malabuka and Thomas HD, but we all knew that they were capable of showing up.
100%. I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like Vidil in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We got to know the 25 players who has made it on to global championship.
Oh, मेरी जान.
Hello. Your list, and I would want to call out one duo in particular. Bottom left, second from the bottom. These guys literally battled it out there in game number 5 of the day, and they literally found themselves in that top 25. Outside, and in a single game, they said,
Grows and Clown are a duo that if you watch competitive Fortnite in the EU, their name you've been seeing about the year.
Epic will धक्के देके बाहर निकालेगा
Clix को. On any given moment,
अबे मैं कॉल नहीं हुआ.
like Grows put on there.
कित कर कॉल नहीं हुआ.
Did it come at a good time, right? You know, I spoke to them before the competition started.
भाई वो Clix की भाई मैं स्ट्रीम पे बोलना नहीं चाहता कि Clix की मार चुप देगा वो.
मेरे को लग रहा है लाइक
Grows looked at me straight and said, look,
अभी पता नहीं क्या कर रहे थे वो लोग मैच की फॉर्म में कर रहे थे.
in that last game to clutch them through to the final thing.
जहाँ 150 builds बने थे वहाँ तो 9700 builds लेके बैठा.
So aggressively too, and obviously that just gave them the right amount of points that they needed.
मेरे को नहीं लगता वो है ना क्या बोलते
Clix just barely scraping by. We saw them have such hot and cold games throughout the day, but when it mattered most,
such a good story, and of course,
Danish fans rejoice. Steno and Lucy will be going on to grand finals as well.
क्या सुन रहे हैं गाने? तू सुन रहा है? कौन सुन रहा है?
There is so
क्लिक्स सुन
much
रहा
on
है।
the line.
Clicks नहीं सुन रहा, ये Fortnite उस पे चल रही है।
My goodness.
नहीं।
my
क्लिक्स
head
के
is
गाने चल रहे हैं
racing.
यार
Like,
अभी।
I'm just thinking of everything, all of the things, but what's important about today
मत मान भाई।
is for the
क्लिक्स में चल रहे
25
थे।
आ रहा है क्या?
फोर्टनाइट आजा 5-10 मिनट है, दोस्त आने वाला है।
अच्छा
हाँ
हाँ इनवाइट दे। क्या रिमूव फ्रेंड कर दिया तूने मुझे?
हाँ
साले ऊपर से नीचे तक फाड़ के रख देगा।
अबे फटी हुई गांड। हर तो बोलता तो बहुत है। बोलता देर से कुछ नहीं है।
We didn't get another gift. We didn't get another.
We gotta go back over to the creative lounge. We have the birthday girl herself standing by.
Mama Benji Fishy.
Thank you so much, Z. You said it right there. The birthday girl herself, Mama Benji Fishy, the wonderful Mama Benji Fishy. Can we get a bit of a cheer for Mama Benji?
क्या कर रहा है?
बेंजी भी खेल रहा है क्या कुछ?
नहीं
तो ये क्या कर रही है? इसकी मम्मी क्या कर रही है यहाँ पे?
बर्थडे उसका बर्थडे।
उसकी मम्मी का?
हाँ भाई।
तो उसकी मम्मी बर्थडे तो यहाँ मनाती है ना मेरे साथ।
क्या हुआ तेरा वादा।
कह रहा है बैठे बैठे भाई उसकी भी ले रहा है बेंजी है। ये नहीं खेल रहा है वो रियलिस्टिक लगा। और यू भी खेलेंगे यार। लगा भाई लगा नहीं लगा रहा भाई। डू कैश का बैच 6 दिन में खेलेगा यार। इसके साथ खेलेगा। हाइपर से कैरी होगा। मेरे साथ खेल ले, मैं कर दूंगा।
तेरे साथ?
हाँ
शक्ल दे शक्ल।
शक्ल देखूं तेरे से तो भाई लाख गुना बेटर दिखता हूँ।
अच्छा
मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार।
जब भी सिंगल बैठा है।
अबे इतना बोलने की जरूरत तो नहीं थी भाई। इतना इतना हर्ट तो तेरे कमेंट हर्टफुल बड़े होते हैं।
भाई मेरी कोई गलती नहीं है भाई, तू इतना बोल चुका है मेरे को गुस्सा दिलाता है।
और मैं सिंगल बैठा हूँ साले। मैंने अमेरिकन तो चोद दी ना। तूने क्या किया लाइफ में? कुछ नहीं ना। चल आगे बढ़ जा।
अमेरिकन ओके ब्रो।
क्या कह रहा है?
अमेरिकन ओके ब्रो।
हाँ भाई और क्या अमेरिकन भाई। तुमने देखी भी आज तक? बात भी करी किसी अमेरिकन से आज तक?
नहीं बाप रे बड़े
गरम तू थोड़े बढ़ जाएंगे।
बड़े गरम होते हैं भाई, बड़े गरम।
गरम होते नहीं है, होती है। क्या बोल रहा है बड़े गरम? यार छोड़ यार।
बात कर रहा हूं ना भाई, मैं बोल नहीं सकता।
वो चीज मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो गलत अलग है।
ओ मैं हाई पिंग कर रहा हूं।
वो मेरा पैकेट लो सारा बहुत। कितना बेकार है शॉटगन। बहुत बुरी है। कौन सी है ये?
शॉटगन अच्छी है। हैवी डैमेज है। चलो तो मेरा है ना क्या बोलता है टाइटन नहीं करना। अरे रुक जा इसकी है ना सेटिंग्स। कॉन्फ़िगर वन जो भी है व्हाटएवर जो भी था वो बंद कर दे कॉन्फ़िगर वन कर। ओके यार ये गंदा सा लोड आउट क्यों आ रहा है? यार बॉट है ना।
कितना बढ़िया खेल रहा हूँ। हर चीज में तू थोड़ा फाड़ दिया।
क्या बोल दोबारा बोल।
मैं मुंह में अटक गया मेरे।
इतना लेता क्यों है भाई?
भाई अब तेरी मम्मी बैठी हुई है मुंह पे क्या करूं हटी नहीं रही। बोला मत कर सुन लेगा। इसमें तेरा घाटा। क्या ये करो मन कर रहा साला हटाओ गाना बजा दो।
अबे ओ दल्ले पागल वागल है क्या? कॉपीराइट पड़वाएगा क्या?
क्या हो गया?
कॉपीराइट पड़वाएगा क्या मेरी जान?
कुछ नहीं होगा बजाना दो।
मैंने तो म्यूट मार दिया भाई।
बजाना भाई तू बंद कर दे अपनी स्क्रीन टट्टी सी।
बजा रहा हूँ मैं बजा
बंद कर अपनी गंदी स्क्रीन।
कर रहा हूँ भाई। एक बार टाइटल तो सही हो जाने थोड़ा सा। टाइटल क्या है पता है? पूछेगा नहीं क्या?
क्या?
एक मिनट 1v1 विद बॉट।
याद है ना लास्ट टाइम तूने डाला था कितना बुरा पट गया याद है मेरे से?
लेकिन अभी थोड़ी पटूंगा भाई। एक तो इतना हाई पिंग पे क्या रहा है बे? हील कर ले चमकादड़ हील कर ले। थैंक यू फॉर ब्रेकिंग। अबे बिल्डिंग है
बेटे घास हो भी ले
रुक जा एक सेकंड। तोड़ दे कीबोर्ड तोड़ दे तू।
नॉइस सप्रेशन ऑफ है क्या? रोता रहता है देख। तो गाना कैसे बंद किया?
मैंने नहीं किया।
तो बंद कैसे हो गया?
लेकिन तू कीबोर्ड तोड़ दे।
आजा
एक सेकंड कुछ कर रहा हूँ।
आ ना
एक सेकंड देना भाई कुछ कर रहा हूँ। एक सेकंड दे दे। क्या
कर रहा है?
कुछ कर रहा था।
और ये किसके अकाउंट से खेल रहा है?
मेरा ही तो है। आजा तेरा मारी है।
हाँ अबे क्या गाना बज गया गंदा सा।
अबे यार कितना पिंग है ना ये यार।
कितने बहाने हर समय
मैंने नहीं खेला काफी टाइम से भाई। 120 पिंग आ रहा है। अरे ले यार तू आ यार तू आ। से बचे जा रहा है।
मैकेनिक्स ठीक है दिक्कत सेम की है।
वो भी यही कह रहा था।
कौन?
हाइपर मैकेनिक्स ठीक है ये दिक्कत बस सेम की है। खेल ले यार, खेल ले तो।
आ गया दोस्त का कॉल आ रहा है क्या? हेलो आ गया, चल आता हूँ, ठीक है, बाद में थोड़ी देर में आता हूँ।
अबे भाई
आया, बाय बाय बेबी, लव यू। क्या
मैं चला जाऊंगा, ठीक है,
देर में जाएगा?
बाय। मतलब 15 आधा घंटा और।
बेटा मेन चीज है वो, मेरी इसलिए फिर भी
और तेज बंदे क्या उसमें मतलब अच्छे hurt, yeah, they hurt, man, after fucking squats and stuff, they do hurt. That's why I'm gonna focus on my chest, biceps and triceps.
सबसे ज़्यादा prominent आपका chest जो मैंने 3 साल में नोटिस किया।
भाई legs पता है मेरी अच्छी है, मेरी हाइट लंबी है ना, तो फिर legs में मारता हूँ। हेलो अभी खेलेगा लॉले होगा तू, भोसड़ी के हाँ आजा हर्ष, राउंड खेलूंगा लेकिन नॉट क्रिएटिव, मैं क्रिएटिव खेलना छोड़ चुका हूँ।
ये झाड़ू चाहिए, बढ़िया का चाहिए।
रैंक कहाँ से लगती है यार एकदम
भाई तेरे पीछे क्या हो रहा है भाई?
गेम बना दिया इसे
यार, फिर खोल लिया कसम से ना, किस्मत है सबका।
दो दिन से खेला नहीं फोर्ट, मज़ा आ रहा था FNCS में। भाई FNCS मैंने देखा था लेकिन मैं 1-2 गेम देखता हूँ फिर नहीं देखता। मैं जो ना इसमें इसलिए अभी जिस दिन मैं आऊँगा, जिस दिन मैं वहाँ खेलूँगा सीधा जाके भाई अगली बार।
मुझे तो यकीन है इस बात पे,
मेरे को भी यकीन है। हाँ मैंने देखा था तो सारे VC पे थे, इसलिए मैं आ नहीं रहा था 2-3 दिनों से।
वो आ गया जो स्टेप लेता। हाँ बंदे कैंपिंग कर रहे हैं ना गेम को।
कल तो मेन होएगा भाई फिर से। कौन से VC में? हम VC पे नहीं होगा।
अबे यार ये
मार ले तो उनको कहाँ पे आएगा एक बार यार।
आ रहा मैं स्नैप ही आ रहा हूँ, एक ही तेरे लिए स्नैप फेंक रहा हूँ मैं। अबे रिपोर्ट फेंक दिया।
थैंक यू भाई। मैं स्लिपी गेम में घुस रहा हूँ यार,
ये बच्चे तो बहुत ही टिक अप कर रहे हैं। ऊपर वाले को 34 है, 90 यार मैं डेड।
मैं बहुत गंदा खेलता हूँ यार। ठीक है भाई, उस पे क्रैम्प आया है। हाँ थर्ड की मुझे बोल रहा है कि मेरे लेग में क्रैम्प आया स्क्वाट्स मार के। मेरे लेग में भी क्रैम्प आया भाई स्क्वाट्स मार के। भाई ये क्या बात हुई? मेरे को तो बोलो टेक के मजाक कर रहा हूँ। मुझे नहीं आया क्रैम्प।
एमबॉट देखना,
नाइस एमबॉट। भाई मैं दूसरे लोगों से मार रहा हूँ तो कि मैं उसको जाऊंगा उसको वन पम्प कर दूंगा, लेकिन मैं चैट पढ़ने में बिजी था थोड़ा सा। नहीं ओके reboot means sense है you know।
इन बच्चों में आने में इतना बुरा होगा देखना, एक भी नहीं लगना।
मार नहीं दे भाई। छोड़ दे, रिबूट कर दो साढ़े ढीठ। हर्ष को VC में आना है या क्या करना है? VC आजा, VC बुला रहा हूँ। आजा भाई VC आजा। मुझे भी 0 पिंग चाहिए भाई, मैं भी ऐसे खेल लूंगा 0 पे, इससे अच्छा खेलूंगा 0 पिंग पे। मैं भी ऐसे खेल लूंगा।
अच्छा 0 पिंग पे, 0 पिंग में खेलता है क्या?
हाँ
ये 0 पिंग पे खेलता है, काफी अच्छा खेलता है ये।
लॉर्डू सा है, लप्पू सा। अबे लप्पू भाई मेरे को बोलना छोड़ना पड़ेगा ऐसे।
साला तूने
जी
बच्चे को गलत शब्द सिखा दिया।
अब तो ये मीम,
मारूंगा भाई
अब तो
वो।
ये मीम भी खत्म हो गया भाई।
क्या?
अब तो ये मीम भी खत्म हो गया होगा भाई, लप्पू सा।
वो तो भाई लप्पू सा तो है नहीं वैंचो। ओए होए। आंटी मुंडी शंडी करते नहीं करेगा। रिकॉर्डिंग मारी है, कहाँ भाग जा।
अबे लड़ने देना, क्या भाग जा लगा रखे, रिबूट दे या
नहीं
तो
मुझे
करे।
रूट करना है ना, मेरे को ये जीतना है भाई गेम।
लप्पू सा है नहीं, गेम जीतेगा।
भाई वो सब्सक्राइबर्स ओनली वाला थोड़ा गलत डिसीजन था।
बहुत ज्यादा गलत, मेरा सर दर्द हो गया था भाई उसमें। सैवेज भाई 0 पिंग है
तो
क्या?
तेरे को
यस
क्या
ब्रो,
लग रहा है
ईज इन
रेहान क्यों
दुबई।
नहीं करता वो? स्क्वाड खेलोगे इसके बाद?
हाँ
सब्सक्राइबर ओनली गलत डिसीजन था मतलब?
अबे भाई इसने करा
भाई
सब्सक्राइबर ओनली
इतने
और रैंक्ड में बोला
इतने
बंदे।
बच्चे,
ओ भाई, किसी पे
बच्चा
माइक
खींच
नहीं,
जा रहा था।
कोई छोटा बच्चे जिसको
ओके
खेलने नहीं
ओके
आता।
ओके ओके ओके,
ब्लेज
समझ
बॉय
गया।
प्लेज, आई थिंक इट
देखा था
इज
एक तो मैंने,
अजीन
मेरे
है
साथ आया
भाई।
था। माइक क्लिक्स कॉल नहीं हुआ, बुरा लग रहा है।
अभी बहुत सीन हुआ भाई।
तो शायद अभी से आ रही है, पता है इसके बाद भाई तेरा माइक वो डिस्टर्बेंस आ रही है भाई पीछे से बहुत।
किसको कह रहा है?
इसको
सैवेज को नहीं, वो कोई बढ़िया।
अभी इतना मस्त सीन हुआ ना
52
जोरो। सुन पता है क्या वो भी?
क्या?
अभी इतना मस्त सीन हुआ, पता है क्या हुआ?
मैं तेरी
माउस है ना
आवाज नहीं आ
माउस
रही
में।
इसकी। हाँ हाँ
अरे माउस है ना मेरा माउस। मेरा
हाँ
माउस की
हाँ।
तार ना थोड़ी पीछे चली गई तो अटक अटक रही थी। तो मैंने
अच्छा
खींची और मुझे पता है क्या पता चला?
टूट गया क्या?
कि माउस की तार पे चूहा लटका हुआ और टेबल पे आ गया मैंने जैसी तार खींची।
वो
क्या
कौन
चूहा
सा?
लटका हुआ है? माउस पे चूहा लटका हुआ है? व्हाट द फक?
वो माउस की तार पे भाई वो चढ़ते नहीं
अच्छा
पैरों
माउस के
से
तार।
छोटा सा। भाई वो चूहे
तो फिर क्या
उसने
करते,
माउस
मारा
छोड़
चूहे
दिया।
को?
बस चूहे को क्या गेम में मर गया, मैं छोड़ गया, मैं तो बंद कर दी गेम।
भाई अबे तेरे को पता है अभी क्या हुआ? 7 में गेम जीत के फर्स्ट आ गया ना वो, लोअर ब्रैकेट में। तो उसका वो हुआ था, क्या बोलते हैं, तो उसने ना गलती से ना लाइक बोल दिया, वो गाली वाली बक दी। तो उसको वार्निंग मिल गई। उसको बोला अगली बार मत बोलना, नहीं तो ना
कैसे
बैन
वार्निंग
कर
मिल गया?
देंगे। हाँ भाई, बाकी
भाई
को भी
उसको बैन
वार्निंग देते
भाई
भाई।
तो भाई बकी वही तो भाई, बकी को क्यों नहीं वार्निंग दी भाई? फकिंग
अबे एक
भाई
बार
भाई
खेलने दे दिया ना तो खेलने के बीच में वार्निंग चलता, बट उसे तो स्टार्ट ही नहीं करने दिया ना।
अबे तो लाइक ये
मैच
कोई
देख के
बात
सैवेज।
थोड़ी हुई यार, लाइक
चलो जी जो हो
नहीं
गया,
चाहिए थी
मैच
बाकी
नहीं है,
को भी।
मैच नहीं है।
तो
नाइस
किसका
है
प्लेस
भाई,
किया
थोड़ा
हुआ
सा
है?
बेचारा। क्या? ओए भाई सैवेज तो तेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड बता बैठे
भाई ओके बेचारा 48th प्लेस किया है, क्या बोले आप?
Savage was not giving them a break. Yeah.
वो ओके कल 45th आया था वो भाई।
आज 8 मिनट लगता है। या मेरे को ऐड उसमें कर ले, जयवीर #1656 डिस्कॉर्ड। OP5 with Savage bro. Bro, yes bro, Blaze boy plays.
ये डीसी आ रहा है तो मैं यहाँ पे डेफिनेट हो रहा हूँ, आई मीन
अजीन है,
बंद कर रहा हूँ
हाँ
pinging।
वो अडीसी आ रहा है वो। अजीन है मैन, आई नो इट यू। साइकून और भाई जोरे। हाय साइकून भाई, हेलो। अरे मैं हेलो बोल रहा हूँ। क्या है भाई? साधन भेज मेरे को। J capital AIVWR #1656। अरे साइकून की हालचाल।
रेडी तो करते वैसे गेम नहीं मिले।
अब समझ भेज दे भाई और अपना रेडी कर ले। कैसे हो साइकून भाई? साइकून मैं तो ठीक रहता है भाई हमेशा। सैवेज कैसा है मेरे भाई जयवीर? क्या वीबक सी है क्या जो इतना अच्छा बन रहा है?
कौन कह रहा है?
साइकोन
और तेरे में V-Bucks कहाँ से आ गए?
कैसा
थोड़े
है
टाइम पहले तो 0
मेरे
थे।
भाई जेवी। मैंने वो स्किन वो टिकट आई थी ना, वो रिटर्न टिकट आई थी, वो यूज कर दी
अच्छा,
अपनी उस स्किन पे एक। मस्त तू। अच्छा आपके साथ 4 से बात कर रहा है अब।
जयवीर भाई कैसे बोल रहे तेरे को?
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई, शायद इसको कुछ स्किन वुन चाहिए होगी।
जोरो भाई V-Bucks दिख रहा है ना ऊपर उससे।
हाँ भाई फिर से स्किन आने वाली है। ओए
कौन कह
साविज
रहा है? कौन
इतना
कह
नाम
रहा
नहीं
है?
दिखा रहा। कौन होएगा, कौन लग रहा है तेरे को साइकोन? तो समझिएगा तो ये बनेगा अच्छा लप्पू सा। लप्पू नहीं बोलना मेरे को भाई। मैं लिखा जेवीर JAIVER J कैपिटल #1656।
अबे यार लिंक भेज दे यार जय यार, तू भी यार।
किस चीज का
कौन सा
लिंक
लिंक भेज
चाहिए
दो
सर?
भाई?
डिस्कॉर्ड पर इसका भाई, इसको कॉपी
कौन
पेस्ट करके आ जाए सर्वर में।
#1656।
साले इसको कॉल में ऐड कर लेता।
हाँ ये रहा, तो लिंक भेज रहा हूँ, एक्सेप्ट कर। आई मीन उस पे आ जा। भेज इनवाइट। तेरे भाई के पैसे खत्म हो गए है जेवी।
कौन कह रहा है?
मोमो और बेच भाई, कौन लिखेगा भाई? स्किन आ रही है इसको स्किन।
मैं पता वही
भाई
बोलने वाला था कि मोमो की सेल्स खत्म होगी क्या?
भाई तेरे पास 2000 रिवर्स है साइकोन अभी कहाँ पे
कौन
चले
है?
गए?
यही आया होगा, साइकिल नहीं आया होगा।
सैवेज आया नहीं भाई। यहाँ भी माइक चू दिया है इसका तो। यहाँ पीछे से आवाज आ रही है।
ओ यार कसम से तुम लोग अभी मेरा सुन लो ना, जहाँ बैठे हुए इतना ऊंचा है।
हाँ
ओए
मैं तुम
इंडिया से है ये
नेपाल
बंदा।
से हो क्या? और
सैवेज भाई तू इंडिया से है?
अरे
दुबई
छी,
रहता है।
ये मरा था ना हमसे।
हाँ
हाँ
तो ये बता ना।
माफ करे, वैसे ना वैसे अफसोस की बात।
अरे मुझे मार क्या करता है किसी बड़े प्लेयर को
अभी
मार।
को
अच्छा तो
गिफ्ट
ये
कर
बता
दिया,
इंडिया से है?
लोन पे था मैं।
मैं तो
दुबई से है
कसम
भाई,
से
दुबई
0
रहता
मैच था मेरे को।
अरे भाई सुन ना, मैं रेस का बटन मैं
इग्नोर कर
मैच
रहा
उठा रहा था, रेस का बटन दब गया यार।
ऊपर से मजे ये बात है, जोरो कहता है ये कौन ड्रोन्स है खुले में कर रहे हैं सीधे।
मैंने कहा कौन चूतिया है खुले में।
भाई वो
बस
रेस
देखो
नहीं कर रहा
यही।
था, मैं मैच उठा रहा था और वो रेस ई दब गया, तो रेस में पकड़ लिया उसने। वही मर गया मैं।
अभी को गिफ्ट कर दे तो अभी से मांगियो भाई। मैं लूंगा एसेंशियल स्किन और लूंगा बैटल पास। तो
मेरे पास
यहाँ
0
भी
आर्मर, 0 मैच, 0।
अच्छा जोरो, मैं ना 1-2 गेम खेलूंगा फिर चला जाऊंगा, ठीक है ना?
क्यों भाई?
सोना भी होता है भाई, तेरी तरह थोड़ी होता है कोई।
तू तो दुबई रहता है बहन के लड़ में, चुप रहा है।
तुम्हें रहता तो क्या
दुबई का
अंधा
टाइम
पैसा?
हमारे से पीछे होता है ना, हमारे से पीछे होता है ना टाइम।
आधा घंटा।
हाँ आधा घंटे 1.5 घंटा चूती है।
ओ सॉरी, पाकिस्तान का होता है यार ये आधा घंटा तो। माय बैड माय बैड।
जानते तेरा बैठ साले लप्पू से मैंचोद।
यार हर्ष तू 23 साल का, मुझे पता ही नहीं था।
अब वो 22 का ही हूँ भाई, 23 का क्यों बना रहा
22 का ही अभी भी?
हाँ भाई 22
मैं
का ही
कसम
हूँ।
से
क्या
समझा
यार?
हम दोनों की सेम एज होगी
नहीं
या
नहीं,
1
चिन
साल
स्किन मेरे को भाई
बड़े हो
जय
गए।
वीरे का प्यार चाहिए।
अरे इसका क्या
प्यार
लेंगे?
चाहिए तेरे को?
इसका क्या लेंगे?
So
इसका
ओके
लेके क्या
भाई,
करोगे भाई?
ले लो भाई प्यार। आप उसका प्यार ले लो भाई, तो वो तो है ही नहीं।
अरे
ये गेम वैसे भी लड़कों के
वो
अंदर है, लड़कियां नहीं
वो
पसंद
प्यार
आती।
नहीं करता ना। लौड़ा ले ले मेरा सैवेज।
कह रहा था जब भी देखता है ना लड़के को।
अबे इतना पिंग क्यों आ रहा है?
इससे खुजली होती है नीचे है। जब भी देखते हैं लड़के।
क्या क्या पूछ रहे थे भाई?
फैमिली फ्रेंडली स्ट्रीम है भाई, कोई चलता
हाँ
रहता
निके 30
मैं
का
लौड़ा का
competition है।
फैमिली
अबे
फ्रेंडली
भाई मैं तो फैमिली फ्रेंडली हूँ ना, जब भी ऐसे क्या कर रहा है यार?
कर दे भाई फिर।
कर दिया भाई, तेरे को म्यूट कर दिया।
जयवीर का यार ही काफी है लाइफ में, या तो उससे लड़ाई हुई है किसी के साथ या तो
अब तू कर भी क्या देगा हेल्प में ये बताना।
यार उसको फोन करके गाली दे दूंगा और क्या साथ ये करूंगा।
भाई बॉन्दा है मेरे पे।
अबे डरा देगा भाई।
डैड हैगा डैड।
डैड नहीं मेरे पास। अब मार और
92 भाई।
हर साल
हट साल
200
तू लेके क्या साथ।
अबे ब्लू पंप क्या था आगे।
कुछ तो हो इसके पास।
People on me 1 HP
चलेगा क्या तू फोन तो बता जोरो मैं डिपेंड भाई अगर लड़ाई सही में है तो लगा दूंगा फोन मुझे क्या आता है लेकिन मैं अपने फोन नंबर से नहीं लगाऊंगा नंबर मैं किसी दूसरे फोन नंबर से लगाऊंगा कॉल कि चूते का नंबर मिल लगा लोगों को
क्रैक्ड अगेन
क्या लड़ाई हुई है क्या किसी से
200
मुझे क्या पता
भाई तो बहुत अच्छी लूट थी। हेलो भाई पंप चला रहा हूं ये जैविर तेरी फेवरेट
क्यों गाली देगा किसी को
जैविर तेरी फेवरेट
क्यों गाली देगा किसी को साले
बे आमो नहीं है साथे हां क्या बोल रहे हो
तू क्यों गाली देगा किसी को साले
ऐसे वेद लोग मतलब मैं ट्रोल फोन नहीं करता किसी को तो चूतिया नहीं हूं बच्चा थोड़ा मैं ना भाई हमारा काम है कौन चुदा
नहीं भाई
ये स्नाइपर से पड़ी है
मुझे
बड़ा सोच
ऑन मी वन एचपी डेड भाई मेरा क्या एम भाई
छोड़ दे
मैं यार बेटा तूने हैक किया है या तो मेरा तेरा एम तेरा कभी से अच्छा नहीं है
मिनी है क्या सर
हां ये लो
नहीं मैं अभी को कॉल करके कॉलेज में नंबर नहीं है अभी
थोड़ा सा एसएमजी में भी गिरा रहा हूं मैं
इतना बेल लॉन्ग दूसरे को फोन करके हां वही है अभी फोन है
अब तुम्हारा व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में
और मैं अब कैंपर भाई मैं ये सब नहीं करता
हमारा कहां से तो पता है क्या अरे गिराना वापस रख दे
क्या नाम है केवी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में था क्या तुम्हारा कोई
नहीं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में नहीं करूंगा कभी ज्वाइन
एग्जैक्ट एसएमजी
भाई वो था एनवीडिया का पूरी तो उसमें था
अरे सुन नहीं रहा इग्नोर मार रहा है
क्या कर रहा है क्या है क्या चाहिए साले भिखारी भैंचोद मांग जा रहा है क्या चाहिए
तेरे को थोड़ी बोल रहा हूं
कहा था
अबे गरीब के बच्चे तेरे को थोड़ी बोल रहा हूं
किसको कह रहे है
तेरे को एग्जैक्ट
हां बोल
एसएमजी में उठा है एसएमजी में गिरा दे
हां है ये ले
इज्जत ही नहीं भाई ये किसकी मर गई
कौन सी मर
पता नहीं किससे बकवास किया जा रहा है
ही इज लाइक ज़ेन बट बेटर मिडिल ईस्ट का प्लेयर है
यार फैन यार जरो
आई एम नॉट टू वेजर
आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूं मैं
उसको गाली दे कर कर देना चाहिए वो पूरा नो ना ओ तो तेरे वहां पे खेल रहा भाई तेरी तो सही प्रैक्टिस हो रही होगी ना वहां पे भाई प्लीज वैसे आई एम गिविंग यू माय मनी ऑफ कोर्स बाय योर रेस आई नो like he will drop me of course
क्या ब्लाजे क्या कह रहा है
कुछ नहीं वेजर करने को बोला दूसरे लोगों से बॉन्ड लेके गया तेरी वहाँ सही प्रैक्टिस हो रही है ना वैसे प्लीज वहाँ पे तेरी सही प्रैक्टिस हो रही होगी तेरी तो वहाँ पे अच्छे लोगों के साथ शिप के साथ आई मीन लेकिन वो मिडिल ईस्ट में आकर देखो मार मेरे से कहानी है he is the best one player worldwide right now अभी को डरा दे बस मजा आ जाएगा बे साले तू कलकत्ता है कौन तू अभी भी बच्चे पिटाई होने वाली है तेरी सी ना भाई तुम मेरे को नहीं अब तो नहीं हार पाएगा प्लीज भाई मैं तो तेरे को दिया होगा 17
झाड़ू बढ़िया था चाहिए इसमें
वाओ प्लेस भाई तो मैच नहीं जीत पाएगा भाई, यहाँ नहीं जीत आगे भी। आई एम टेलिंग यू दैट भाई।
बंदा कह रहा है वो
हाईएस्ट प्लेसमेंट चेक पे, प्लेसमेंट चेक तेरी कब आ रहा हूँ भाई, क्या रुकेगा, बात कर रहा हूँ
तेरे को तो बोल ही नहीं रहा, मैं तो
भाई। जब
टीममेट
मैं
को
गेम
बोल
नहीं
रहा
खेलता
हूँ
था टीममेट को बोलते का तेरा मैं लौड़े भाई पे टीममेट पूरे नहीं जाएगा शूट को, पूरे नहीं जाएगा शूट को
भाई। कैंप कर रहा है बंदा, टैग स्पैम कर रहा है,
नहीं जीत पाएगा भाई।
हर्ष मर गया
फॉर अ फैक्ट।
और क्या
भाई कैंप करके बैठा था एक जगह
उसका
में।
नाम क्या उसका वॉच
अबे
हर्ष है
देख के बोला घबराना नहीं सुने।
अबे नाम में वॉच है, ठीक है
भाई। ये कौन बोल रहा है? लॉन्ग द लस्कारा। हां
ओ तू तो फिर से मर जा रहा। ओए तू लादे ने गाना बनाया था, याद आ गया मेरे को गाना। मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, मैं जाता हूँ रीबूट इवेंट पे।
बॉस भी आ रहा है।
आई कांट बीट हिम।
और तुम बंदे को ढूंढो
भाई। मैं
आजा मार दूंगा
भाई। मैं पता है सीजन न्यूट्रो जोन वॉज में भाई, इंडिया वो बड़े मजा आ गया भाई। मैंने देखा भाई इंडिया जीत गई
यार। मेरे होता है होता उनको यार
क्या जावी
क्या
तू क्रिकेट भी देखता है?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं।
मुझे लगा सिर्फ तू फोर्टनाइट खेलता है।
हां मैं फोर्टनाइट खेलता हूं, फोर्टनाइट खेलता हूं।
राइट पे राइट पे राइट पे राइट पे राइट पे
इतने 1 एचपी है एक। मैं दो बंदे 1 एचपी
100।
आई एम इनसेन।
अबे भाई बंदा अंदर ही
है, बहुत अनोइंग है
भाई। स्टिल्टिंग बंदे को मारो पहले, स्टिल्टिंग बंदे को मारो पहले।
1 एचपी 1 एचपी 1 एचपी।
ओ बंदा
भाई ये क्या कैंपर है यार।
मैं जाऊँ रीबूट पे फिर से।
रिबूट कार्ड भी लेना पड़ता है भाई।
नो स्ट्रीम चल रहा हूं। मैंने स्ट्रीम खेले थे रेहान के साथ। मैंने नहीं रेहान के साथ नहीं खेले थे, मैंने स्ट्रीम खेले थे दूसरे बंदे के साथ। मैं उसका नाम नहीं बोल सकता अभी टीम पे।
ऐसा क्या है भाई?
क्योंकि मैं शायद बाद में डो करूंगा शायद से।
कुछ हो गया।
ओहो
सामने देख मेरे पास एआर नहीं। ओ
गाइस जोरो इज नो मोर।
भाई इधर आ रहे हो यार, फिर दोबारा रीबूट नहीं हो पाएगा ये, फिर कोई मार देगा।
अबे इन पे बंदे चल रहे हैं, कैंप चल मार दिया गवर्नमेंट।
अब रीबूट ले मार तो दिया उसने।
अबे 3 मार दिए इन्होंने। व्हाट
नॉक है
हे यार, क्या बकवास रॉकेट रैम चाहिए।
अरे फ्रेंजी की अगर तुमने सबको मार दिया तो फ्रेंजी की मेन बिल्डिंग में बंदा बैठा है भाई, क्रिंज जैसा।
भाई सुन, राइट में जाइयो पहले, हर चौक तक फ्लैश पड़े हैं। और ये देखिए इधर
भाई क्या थ्रू पड़ी है मेरे को।
तो थोड़ा मेडल दिया।
जल्दी से पास हो, जल्दी से पास हो, जल्दी से पास
कर फ्लैश कर।
अरे कहां
कर दे।
अरे क्या सॉफ्टवेयर पे सॉफ्टवेयर रॉकेट पागल।
तो मेरी बॉडी से आगे स्नैप ले ले।
तो कैसे हो मेरी बॉडी को छोड़ ही नहीं रहा साले।
मेरी आवाज सुन लीजिए।
भाग गया एक है तेरे ऊपर, एक है बस तेरे ऊपर। भाग गया।
मार दे।
वो कार्ड ले लिया इसका।
ले लिया मार देगा, मार देगा।
यार यहाँ पे बंदे हैं।
इसको रिपोर्ट दिया बंदे पे हूं।
तो रिपोर्ट ही दे और क्या। एक ही बंदा है मुझे लग रहा है, मैं पीछे से जाता हूँ।
क्या रिपोर्ट खेल रहा है भाई अपन।
यार मैंने वहाँ 2 बच्चों को वनिश भी किया, एक को मार भी दिया ना।
जरा हेल्प
स्पैम कर रहे हैं, रॉकेट रैम स्पैम कर रहे हैं अपना।
मेरे पे बंदा है। अबे कितने बंदे हैं भाई, कभी
हो रहा
कौन मी
भाई मेरा एम हो गया था
भाई। मैं वन मार दी। बोगा है मार। देख सोए भाई
मन कर रहा है तेरा एम का कब से अच्छा हो गया। कभी नहीं सोचा था मैं कहूँगा ये हैकिंग कर रहा है
ना। कोई लगा
खाबों में नहीं जा।
वो चार्ज में देख, चार्ज बढ़े दो ले ले।
नेक्स्ट सीजन चैप्टर शायद से अब ट्रियोज है।
वो एक मिनट रुक जा, मेरे बार-बार ऑडियो आ रहे हैं, मैं देखता हूं।
सीजन चैप्टर जो है चैप्टर
ट्रियोज है नेक्स्ट सीजन।
सीजन नहीं नेक्स्ट वो जो चैप्टर जो आएगा आई थिंक ट्रियोज आएगा ना। तो मेरे पास हेड दियो भाई एक अच्छी
हो
सी
सकता है एमो दियो सारे
शॉटगन के अलावा सब दे
और हमारी गेम में गॉडजिला है बोटा
वो एक पंगा और दूंगा
इस स्नाइपर एमो क्या कर रहा था
मेरा दोस्त है अबे यार अब फिर सारे मैच करो काम
वो कोई हवा में उड़
बंदा उड़ रहा सामने खड़ा है जो की गिराई अपनी
हेलो तुम लोग
बंदे रिबूट हो गए
अरे यार भाई यार मेरी गेम ऑटो जा रही है बार-बार यार पता नहीं क्या
37 74 देख
आज मुहूर्त ही नहीं भाई
मेरे पे है मुहूर्त
पता नहीं भाई तू पीछे क्या कर रहा है तारों में
उड़ रहा है बंदा
हाँ ऊपर
यार सीएस से मैं नहीं रहा वरना पुश कर देता मैं
अबे मेरे पे क्यों आ रहा है ये पानी में अरे मैंने 90 मारा 90 मारा 90
ना भाई
हर किसी ने लूट नहीं दिया
क्या चला गया वो क्रैक
अरे यार
शील्ड ओ भाई
भाई सेम है
भाई क्या कर रहा है
भाई कौन बंदा ओ पुलिस भाई 150
बच्चा डिप कर रहा है मेरे पास एआर होती वो डेड था
मैच पड़ेगा यहाँ पे
100
मैच है ना
ये ले गिरा रहा हूँ यहाँ पे
नहीं सही है ब्रेक कर ब्रेक नहीं चाहिए सर ब्रेक है मेरे पास
एक मिनट दे रहा
पर एक
शॉट हो जा रहा है
अबे यार बुश के अंदर बंदे कैंपिंग कर रहे हैं यार मैं डेड हूँ
मुंह पे आ रहा है रिवाइव से
भाई मैं छूट गया
होल्ड करवाऊंगा भाई निकलो यहाँ से
100 मारा
यार ये गन कैसे
डेड
एक और लो है 130 दिया था
अबे यार
अबे भाई
जब स्लैब पे मेरे पे
ये तो है ना
तेरे लेफ्ट में
रेस कर रहा है वो डबल
क्या मैं बिल्ड कर सकता था ये
भाई सारा बहुत मेरे सूट में
तेरे जस्ट लेफ्ट में हूँ स्लैब उठा ले एंड यू
अबे भाई हेवी अंदर आ गया यार
कितने ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर स्पैम किए जाते हैं
भाई
ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर के
ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर के साथ रॉकेट लॉन्चर भी कर रहे हैं भाई
यार वही तो तेरे बॉट से कसम से बच्चे ऊपर
तो ने सेफ की स्किन बनी है तो क्या मैं सोचता हूँ वो सेफ वाली स्किन तो चूतिया लोग ही पहनते हैं ना भाई लो अभी आ जाओ गेम मिलेगी
अरे कौन से थे चल यार मेरी लास्ट गेम है फिर मैं चला जाऊंगा अगर रात को तुम लोग आओगे जरूर रात को
कितने बजे टाइम में जाते
ये तुम लोगों का टाइम अलग है ना तुम अपना बता दोगे
अभी तो मतलब
कितनी देर में आएगा 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा ऐसे पूछ रहे हो
हाँ वो 1-1.5 घंटा ऐसे बता दे वो मेरे को हाँ
2 घंटे तक
हाँ खेल लूँगा मैं हूँ 4 बजे तक खेलूँगा
इसके बाद फिर मैं भी चले जाऊंगा बाद में आऊंगा भी आएगा
ओके हर्ष
कुछ रात
तू तो है ना
2 बजे तक नहीं 4 बजे तक 4 बजे तक क्या करेगा अभी
गेम खेलूँगा
मैं इसलिए जा रहा हूँ भाई मेरे को ठीक करना पड़ेगा भाई पता नहीं क्यों पीछे क्या कर रहा है तारों में ऑडियो नहीं आ रही गेम की बंद हो रही है बीच में
सब्सक्राइबर नहीं बढ़ रहे ब्रो आज 3 बढ़े मेरे अभी तक
अब आप कंटेंट नहीं दे रहे ब्रो
आज 3 बढ़े आज पर क्या ज्यादा बढ़ना चाहिए 10 बढ़ना चाहिए
डेली कितने बढ़ रहे
कितने बढ़ रहे रोज के ये 3-4 ही बढ़ते जब भी स्ट्रीम करता हूँ ये सब्सक्राइबर से मतलब है ये वॉच टाइम का इजी है तो देख रहे थे लेकिन स्क्रीन बैन कर
सब्सक्राइबर तो वैसे भी खरीद लेगा है
कहाँ से खरीदते हैं लेकिन सब्सक्राइबर?
अरे पता नहीं कोई चैनल मैंने देता है 1K सब्सक्राइब करने 2K करने भाई।
वो सब तो नहीं करना लेकिन अभी ठीक चल रहा है।
और क्या डेली के 4-5 अच्छा है भाई।
4-5 रोज नहीं, कभी-कभी एक भी नहीं आता।
कहाँ चल रहे हो भाई?
अरे शॉपिंग आ रही है। चलो सही है 10 होता है।
नेक्स्ट चैप्टर ट्री हुआ है, मजा आ जाएगा। मेरे पास बहुत अच्छा ट्री हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा ट्री है मेरे पास।
नेक्स्ट चैप्टर ट्री है।
कौन है भाई?
नॉइजी नॉक्सी को बता दो।
नॉइजी और
नॉक्सी जोरो भाई तो टिकट नहीं देखते हैं, नहीं बड़ा मस्त टिकट मतलब भाई रेड लिया वो
ये थोड़ा हिल
नॉट
गया
एवरी सिंगल मैच
आराम से। अरे सप्रेस पिस्टल के अलावा भी कुछ दे दें ये लोग
भाई। डीएमआर के अलावा भी कुछ दे दो।
फुटबॉल
प्रेस पिस्टल ग्रीन है वो चलती रहती है।
वर्ल्ड कप्स एंड यूरो कप्स इन फुटबॉल एंड आई वॉच
200 डेड दो डेड
ये कहां बंद हां
सारे डेड हैं। ओ मैं मैच
नहीं नहीं उसकी
गाइस असिस्टेंस चाहिए। मैंने 2 मार दिए।
अभी यहाँ पे तो 4 बंदे हैं।
नई टीम है बनीजा, नई टीम है। 2 मारे हैं दूसरी टीम में।
गाइस थोड़ी सी हेल्प चाहिए एक्चुअली में।
लाम है
बंदे हैं मेरे पे।
वो तो लाम चुप है।
दोनों वन एचपी हैं। डेड सेक ने दोनों को वन किया।
दो लाम उसके नाम है।
अबे ये तो ठीक खेल रहा है
भाई। हम दोनों को सलाम है भाई।
एक नॉक पड़ा है यहाँ पे। वो अकेला है यहाँ पे।
तो कुछ बोल नहीं रहा। ओके हेलो
भाई तो को आवाज आ रही है हमारी?
हाँ आ रही है। हाँ म्यूट पे हो गया मैं? हेलो
हाँ आवाज आ रही है।
क्या हुआ?
आ रही है ना।
लामा कहाँ पे?
ले लिया एक मैंने लिया, उसने ले लिया एक। 2 तो लामा थे मैंने लिया, उसने ले लिया। मैं क्या करूँ समझ नहीं आ रहा।
यही रहा उन बच्चों को जाने दे तब जाएगी ना मार।
चूतिया समझिए भाई। तो
वो कार्ड ही लेने जा रहे हैं बच्चों का अपनी टीम में।
हेलो आवाज आ रही है?
कितना अच्छा होगा ना अगर जोरो भी ऐसा करेगा तो।
अरे भाई यार ये मेरा ये खराब होगा भाई। ये हेडसेट नया लेना पड़ेगा।
क्या कोई काट गया क्या?
भाई हो सकता
मेरे
है
कार्ड
देख।
तो सारे लड़े होते हैं जैसे पता नहीं चला।
अरे मेरे पास एक स्पेयर पड़ा हुआ है यार, पर निकालेगा कौन? कल निकालूंगा। सेल सीरीज पड़ा हुआ है।
यस
बिना मतलब खर्चा हो गया है।
हायरिंग रेट वो।
अबे खर्चा नहीं भाई, ये मैं हेडसेट लगाता ही नहीं रहा इस तरह की वजह से। मेरे को लगाना पड़ेगा यार। ठीक है
बैंगलोर भाग में तो लड़का रह चूती है।
वो वापस आ गया। वो
आया
वापस आ
रंडे
गया।
का यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा इसके। उसमें कूदा नहीं है इतना सी गाड़ में इतना। क्या होती ना अगर मेरे पास अभी तक। ये तो बहुत गंदी आ रहा है
भाई यार ठीक कर दिया। तेरे को पता है ना ये चीज।
ये तरह है मैं बड़ी ही तरफ है मैं। तो मैं लूट कर रहा हूँ। तो तेरा कहाँ है तुम्हारा कार्ड? तुम लोगों का कार्ड वहाँ पे है। बोलना क्या था?
लॉस क्यों घूम रहा है?
देखने आप मेरे को।
हम सोचा भाई करने दे इसे मजे जितनी देर कर रहा है।
मैं ढूंढता रहा हूँ। वैसे लूट ढूंढ रहा हूँ। शॉटगन तो ढूंढ ही रहा हूँ मैं।
एसएमजी गिरा दी
ये यार के लिए भाई एसएमजी छोड़ के
बीम करता रहूंगा ना उनको, दूर दूर से पंगे लेता रहूंगा।
अबे तो काट लगी रिवाइव देता था।
हेलो
अबे यहाँ पे
यहाँ से झाड़ू लो और जाओ स्टीमी जा स्टीमी।
अबे फ्रेंजी में 3 ही है साला, एक भी शॉटगन नहीं देता क्या?
पता नहीं भाई।
अबे सब वही देते हैं नल्ला पल्ला सामान।
नल्ला पिल्ला देता है ना भाई, पिल्ला देते हैं।
साइकुन कहाँ गया? हैं? तो कुछ कह तो रहा था कि ये स्किन मिलने वाली है, वो स्किन मिलने वाली है, क्या हुआ?
क्या पता नहीं क्या हुआ।
अबे किसके घर से आवाज आ रही है भाई?
आज एक टीवी चल रहा है इसके।
अच्छा
यही बहुत दिखता है।
मैं 1 मिनट में ना
बेल उड़ाने वाला है बहुत, ठीक है। अब तो
हेलो
खेल अब कहाँ आ रहा
है क्या इस पे जा? और बेटे जाके आ गया।
हेलो
जाके आ गया।
हेलो
हेलो
हाँ
जाके आ गया।
हाँ
जिम में नहीं जा रहा?
अभी थोड़ी देर में जाऊंगा, बता।
अच्छा तेरे को कुछ काम था क्या?
खेलेगा?
खेल तो रही हूँ।
मेरे साथ खेलेगा तो बता।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ 5 मिनट चला जाऊँ लास्ट गेम में।
क्यों?
क्योंकि है ना नवरात्रि के व्रत रख रहा हूँ।
आज एक वैलो की लगाते हैं।
हाँ
एक वैलो की लगाते हैं।
अबे मेरे को है ना सोना चाहिए भाई, कल गलती हो गई।
तो जाइए एक वैलो खेल के चलते जाइए।
मैंने तो नहीं।
हाँ मजा आता है। बहुत टाइम हो गया, बहुत टाइम। तो मेरे से मूविंग मत रखियो।
इसको मैं बोल यार, हाँ मेरे को मैंने एक बहुत टाइम हो गया वैसे। इसको बोल के आ रहा हूँ 1 मिनट ना कि ना मैं इस गेम के बाद चला जाऊँगा दूसरे गेम से।
अबे ऑल टैपर मारना स्पेक्टेट तो कर रहा है साले।
मैं तो अबे गेम में हूँगा यार।
स्पेक्टेट कर रहा है लोडू, स्पेक्टेट।
अच्छा भाई सॉरी भाई।
ऑल टैपर मारना कौन है? कौन
नहीं कर रहा भाई।
स्पेक्टेट भी कर रहा है, क्यों क्या मन बना दिख रहा है मेरे को।
अच्छा भाई तू गलत जने को देख रहा है।
लोड़े तेरे को अच्छा रिबूट हो गया क्या? अबे लोडू है क्या? रिबूट हो गया यार। ऑल टैपर मारना छोड़ ना।
मैं रुक जा 5 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा। अरे मैं रैंक नहीं रैंक करना चाहता भाई, बड़ी मेहनत से हुआ ये रैंक।
मेरे को लॉगिन करना है शायद, अपडेट भी करना पड़ेगा शायद।
यार अपडेट कर जाता।
अच्छा बाप को मत देखो।
अपडेट कर मैं 2 मिनट में आया, ठीक है?
जा भाई।
जावी
आजा
मेरा ना लास्ट गेम है, इन गेम आना है तो आजा, नहीं तो ना क्या बोलता है मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं वैसे भी।
क्या?
मेरा लास्ट गेम है, इन गेम आना है तो आजा, वैसे भी चल जाएगा, ठीक है? फिर खेलते हैं। अरे मतलब इन गेम आना है तो आजा, इच्छा है तो, नहीं तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे रह सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
हाँ तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे रह रहे हैं।
अरे नहीं अगर
रिबूट
अब
हम ये
हेलो 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 श्रेयस, हेलो।
लोग हैं मेरे सामने।
श्रेयस
मुझे नहीं पता। 97 मेरे पे आओगे? 30 राइट। झाड़ू मार्क किया तो था भाई तुम्हारे सामने। शील्ड नहीं, ये कौन मारा बॉम्ब? तो क्या कर रहा है? 77 on me. Then
ये क्या था, ये कर क्या रहा था?
box full box 100
IPL बुलाते हैं क्यों?
तो जा रहा है क्या तू हर्ष होए?
हाँ इस गेम पे जा।
क्यों?
अरे वेलो खेलने जा रहा हूँ, एक फ्रेंड आया पूरा।
तो लेकर रंडी है क्या वाला कौन मिल रहा है?
अरे वो बहुत टाइम बाद आ रहा है, बोल रहा है वेलो।
ओके भाई कैश पे लो कैश
हेलो
भाई क्या ही फायदा कैश बचाने का।
कैश पे यहाँ लोग हैं मेरे।
हर्ष सुन
भाई
अरे मैं कह रहा हूँ जब वापस सैवेज
अब
आएगा तो
जल्दी जल्दी खेलोगे तुम लोग हैं यहाँ पे भाई। हेलो
कोई बाद में आ जाएगा और जब सैवेज आएगा ठीक है क्या
आ जाएगा वापस तो।
हाँ
बोल ना चुप ऐसे बस तो कोई नहीं अपना बोल दे भाई। ओहो आसम हैक ऑन किए ना भाई। बस लव तो भाई सालों गरीबों 0 मिडिल ईस्टर्न क्वालिफाइड भाई वो तो भाई होना ही था भाई। ये तो लप्पू से लोग हैं मैच खेलना आता नहीं है क्या नहीं होता
हाई फिंगर्स तो मार लो बस। तो बंदे उड़ रहे हैं पीछे बंदे लैंड किए क्या उन्हीं को मारने जा रहे हो?
मिडिल ईस्ट सकिंग ऐश है ऑन मी वो अब ये क्या ब्लूम था भाई। मेरा एम ज्यादा अच्छा है
वो भाई पीछे से वो स्नाइपर चलाया जा रहा है। केयर करना वो स्नाइपर चला रहा है।
डेड ये कौन था है कहाँ पे डेड एक डेड दूसरा भी लो है।
इनको रिवाइव दूंगा किल करियो इनको रिवाइव करो। तेरे पे स्लैप है
ना दियो एक
मेरी बॉडी पे आ जा।
दियो स्टॉप कहाँ से बड़ा है?
ये रहा देखा
ले नो डाउट डबल एस हो रहा है वहाँ पे।
मैच से थोड़ा बहुत और ये ले क्या नाम
क्या 100 मरे क्या तू
70
क्या और फक
क्या हेल्प चाहिए तेरे को? है ना गिरा रहा हूँ नीचे जो है।
कहाँ पे है? धीरे रास्ता मेरे बंदे ये तो वही बंदे है भाई। साथ पड़ेगा
एक नई टीम है
भाई। क्या थ्रू मार रहा है बहन का लौड़ा।
चल कर
80
गिरा रहा नीचे
क्या कर रहा है?
हक दिया भाई मैंने भाई इतना अच्छा खेलते हक दिया मैंने आखिरकार। भाई मेरा हाथ मिस हो गया भाई। मेरे हाथ में सीना आ गया बहन की चूत।
भाई क्या कर रहा है?
What's up bro? Why not playing that and play too much? But too much play to connection this to this week. No cash to say. All you choke. Yes I choke. Bro my hand got sweaty man. And my FPS went down. Yep. ट्रिप आ जाती है।
बस मेरा बेटा
बाय बाय
अरे
बाय
चल आ रहा मैं ना।
बाय बाय बाय
बाय बाय।
बाय बाय बाय। अब काम बनाओ बोस लो सारे तुम लोग, फिर निकलो यहाँ से।
अबे क्यों 1000 बार कर रहा है, पागल हो गया क्या? क्या
अबे
चाहिए?
आना क्या हुआ?
बोल।
आना क्या हुआ?
मैं बोलना क्या चाहिए?
अरे क्या हुआ आना?
क्या करना है?
वैलोरेंट
खेलना है क्या?
अबे गवार है क्या?
तूने तो बोला तू फोर्टनाइट खेल रहा है।
मैंने बोला ये गेम खेल के आया।
हाँ तो ये गेम खेलना, खेल
हो गया
क्या?
ना?
अबे बड़ी जल्दी हो गया।
अबे तो 4-4 टीम आएगी तो क्या कर सकते हो? नूब सा मैं यार, सॉरी यार।
यार मैं सोच रहा था गिटार हो जाऊंगा बहन चौथ आराम से, तू आ गया यार।
नहीं खेलना क्या?
तेरा मन है?
मेरा तो है।
तेरा मन है तो आ जा। स्ट्रीम कर दे, मैं स्ट्रीम देख लूं।
अबे वो गवार अकेला नहीं खेल रहा, अकेला मैं तेरे लिए आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है? मैं नहीं
तो
खेल
मैं
रहा
भी तो
अकेला।
तेरे लिए आ रहा हूँ मैं भी तो तेरे लिए आ रहा हूँ तो।
अबे आजा मैं अबे सुअर साले, मेरे को नहीं खेलनी है स्ट्रीम, मतलब ये सोलो गेम।
मैं तो तेरे लिए ही आ रहा हूँ।
हाँ तो आना तो लॉन्च कर। अल्लाह साला, वो तो आईडी ढूंढनी पड़ेगी। क्या नाम था उस बंदे का? वो आईडी वाले बंदे का नाम याद है क्या?
मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे को मत पका। कोई लैंड सा नाम है, लैंड कुछ ऐसा था, लैंड लैंड कुछ ऐसा था, लैंड। मुझे याद तो आ रहा, लैंड था ना उसका नाम।
आईडी का नाम था वो।
हाँ आइडिया नाम लैंड था ना।
हाँ हाँ आईडी का नाम था मेरी जान।
मुझे थोड़ी याद है पूरी, बताओ चल ढूंढता रुक, मेरा अपने आ गया अपने उसमें अकाउंट में।
मैंने तेको आईडी दी थी ना।
मुझे नहीं पता। इसका नाम है, अबे मिल नहीं रहा, लंडी तो था।
अरे आईडी का नाम था ना वो, आईडी पासवर्ड भी तो चाहिए।
लौड़ा, लौड़ा नाम था इसका, लौड़ा नाम था। लौड़ा #9265।
अबे फिर समझ नहीं रहा, गवार है क्या? गवार। आप
अबे
गवार हो क्या
लौड़ा
भैया? मिल गया मिल
9265
गया
भाई।
मिल गया मिल गया। अबे तो पासवर्ड भी तो चाहिए
अबे
ना
इनका
गवार।
नाम लौड़ा, लौड़ा गवार।
मिल गया आईडी पासवर्ड मिल गया।
तुमने इसके साथ 3 गेम खेले हैं
अरे
और
हाँ ना,
तीनों हारा है लौड़े।
तेरे साथ ही खेलूँ गवार।
मैं तो भाई गोल्ड था, गोल्ड।
तो मैं भी तो सिल्वर था।
अब मैं सिल्वर हूँ ना, क्या हूँ मैं देख नहीं रहा। मैं गोल्ड पे एंड किया क्या सब मुझे आया। मैं सिल्वर 3 हूँ, आज मेरे को गोल्ड कर दे।
आज अबे गवार एक गेम खेलना है।
भाई वो गोल्ड कर देना, 100 और नहीं आ जाएगी क्या एक बार में?
200 लिया है।
अबे भाई सीधा रेडिएंट का मैच ही लगा यार, चूतिया मत कर।
अरे भाई साहब।
यार साले भाई कौन है, सब बुला सबको, भाई श्याम मैम जो शैतान में सबको बुला। पेपर एक्स के सारे पूरे रोस्टर को बुला भाई यार, इनकी माँ जो
पेपर एक्स का तेरे पापा ने भी कभी सुना है पेपर एक्स का नाम?
तेरे पापा ने तो सुना है हर्ष, हर्ष अब
मेरे
मुंह नहीं मिल रहा।
मेरे बेटे ने जरूर सुना।
हाँ अब कुछ भी बोल ले, अब ते मार ले जोक, तेरा जो खराब हो चुका है। यार तू ब्रॉन्ज है क्या? ज्वाइन कर लोड़े, हुआ हुआ मत कर, तेरी माँ चोद दूंगा।
आई
नो
मिस
ज्वाइन कर
हर, आई मिस हर।
भाई, याद तो आती है।
यू मिस हर? हाँ हाँ, यू पीस ऑफ शिट।
हाँ यार
ओ यू पीस ऑफ शिट, यू मिस हर? हाँ
सिस्टम
बाहरेन लगा, लंदन नहीं बाहरेन लगा, बाहरेन।
सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे।
बाहरेन लगा दल्ले ते बच्चे।
बहरीन सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे आज, सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे ना आज।
अरे मेरी सेंसी क्या थी, मुझे तो सेंसी भी याद नहीं है।
भाई मार्च देखो सीधा घुस भाई कॉम्प में, हम कॉम्प खेलते हैं सीधा, डरे मत। जब आएगा सामने वाले की माँ छोड़ देंगे भाई।
वार्म अप भी नहीं करने दे रहा बंदा भाई।
पाकिस्तानी आएगा तो और गांड मारूंगा उनकी, तो अच्छे से मारूंगा।
भाई भरेंगे भाई, दोनों मिलके भरेंगे साले।
उन्हें कुछ बोलना नहीं है तो उन्हें बशीर बशीर ही करते रह जाना, चुप रहे बस।
भरूंगा भाई भरूंगा, ये ले सुन, भरूंगा आज से।
मैं तो सीधा बोलूंगा, और जावेद की औलाद क्या कर रहा है?
जावेद की औलाद।
और क्या क्या मसला है भाई?
अरे भाई पाकिस्तान से बहुत बुरा आ रहा है पता है इंडियन क्रिकेट में।
बहुत बुरा आ रहा है, पता अपना शरीर मैच नहीं किया।
हाँ हाँ, तो मैंने बोल तो दिया था तेरे को, लिख तो दिया था कि अगर अहमदाबाद जा रहा तो मैच देखने जा रहा होगा।
ये कब बोला बे तूने?
अबे चैट पढ़ चल,
भाई कुछ नहीं तो बोला।
चैट तो पढ़ मेरे भाई। ग्रुप में देख जब तूने फोटो
लेकिन
भेजी है।
देखा तूने तेरी स्ट्रीम बंद है क्या?
नहीं नहीं,
अबे स्ट्रीम बंद कर अपनी चूतिया सी यार, बात नहीं कर पाता भाई
अबे तो
ढंग से
बोलेंगे
वहाँ
तो
पे
क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है?
नहीं, बंद कर बंद कर, मैं नहीं
फर्क क्या
कहता
पड़ रहा है तू ये बता चल।
बंद कर रहा है, नहीं कर रहा,
और गेम क्यों नहीं मिल रहा?
बंद कर रहा है, नहीं
रुक
कर
जा,
रहा,
रुक जा, करता हूँ।
और डिलीट कर दे,
डिलीट क्यों करता? डिलीट करने के लिए तो कुछ चाहिए नहीं, गवार है क्या बिल्कुल ही?
डिलीट कर दे फटाफट
अरे दल्ला है क्या भिखारी?
फटाफट
Match found.
फटाफट कर दे।
अरे शट अप हो जा, एक मिनट रुक जा बस।
सनसेट सनसेट खेलेंगे, पहली बार खेलूंगा।
छी यार, फिनिक्स
मैं
खेलेगा
पहले
क्या
कभी
करेगा
खेला
जल्दी
नहीं
बोल।
है भाई, इंस्टा लॉक।
चलो गाइस, जी जी, बाय बाय, हैव अ ग्रेट डे।
माइक नहीं चल रहा तेरा?
मैं क्या खेलूं भाई?
तू खेल नियॉन, माँ की चूत भाई, नियॉन खेल,
अनलॉक नहीं है।
लेस खेल ले, क्या ही फर्क पड़ना है।